We've said goodbye to Na'Vi, the unicorns have risen up, and Group A has been turned on its head. 4 teams remain, but only 2 can go through to tomorrow's final. It's semi-final Saturday here at the Wild Rift Origin Series Championship. Oh, it's the second day of competition, and we've got 2 fantastic semi-finals lined up for you today. And of course, I can't do it alone, so let's go ahead and introduce our first 2 casters for the day. It's D-Man and Xscoundrel. What do you got for us this time? The Macarena? It's a classic! Look at the moves! Look at him move!
I'm not sure if this means he's a Queso fan. I'm not too sure. I
don't know.
I was trying to think of a French dance. What's the French dance?
I don't have a French
I actually couldn't tell you.
Know
Maybe we can go to speak to Game Lord.
I'm blue.
Oh, God. Well, what a day we had yesterday, though. I kind of queued us up there before we went in. Unicorns of Love were probably the most unexpected performance from yesterday, I'd say.
I think, and I talked to a lot of the teams actually about their performance. A lot of them kind of came back and said, really well prepared, incredible drafting, probably some of the best drafting of the day. And I think they just had the edge coming out of Champions Select in almost every single time they went into a game. I think the only people that really challenged them, they took them on with that Darius into a quadruple melee. But even then, D-Man said he talked to them about that Nasus pick, and it wasn't exactly what they were planning from the outset.
Yeah.
So, but you know, Game Lord, I think challenged them in the draft, and it feels like to me that is how you have to get the edge over Unicorns of Love, because they have the draft kingdom here at the Origin Series, and you just have to find a way to get in and deal with that.
I mean, the biggest problem is you don't win a tournament in group stage, so we don't really know what these teams are bringing to the table. Yes, is looking fantastic for Game Lord. Queso down the bottom of the table, along with obviously Rix. You're like, oh, I don't know, but were they sandbagging yesterday? Who knows?
Well, I'm glad you highlighted Rix as well. I don't want to focus too much on the negative, but they were probably the second most surprising factor of yesterday, coming in I believe, in last, was it 4th or 3rd place they secured, Kiernan?
They were third. They beat Queso in the last game, right?
It was around that, but they got 1 win.
They got 1 win.
Yeah. They got 1 win. That was a bit of a surprise.
No, they were 4th, actually. I'm blind. Queso beat them in the last game, didn't they?
Yeah. Irrespective, though, you know, they snuck their way through. You chat to them, they still feel confident. They kind of thought, well, first day, we can make some mistakes. It doesn't matter too much to us. And they kind of hinted that they'd be turning the power on today. However, I'm going to add a caveat to that. I think most teams might have said that after their first day. But irrespective, expect to see a slightly different Rix this time.
The biggest thing is that day 1's out the way, land jitter's done, dealt with. Okay, you're on to the business end now. Best of 5s, you can settle down in that.
I'm glad you brought up about LAN as well, Lee, because this is a new experience for a lot of players. We're going to go ahead and play a quick video because we chat to them about being here in Stockholm for the first time.
We're going to go get our phones and we're going to play some Wild Rift. I think we're the next ones after Na'Vi and Unicorns of Love played. I've been a professional player for a very long time. 4 years, 5 years, 6 years, maybe. But I'm at my very first LAN event in Stockholm, Sweden, and it's super great. All the people are nice, even the cameraman and the mic guy.
So playing on LAN is much different. You feel your teammates next to you. You feel the strength, the bonding somehow.
The difference of playing online and on stage, first of all, is the zone of comfort. It's a different place, different style of sitting. For example, when I play at home, I play on the bed. So here I have to play on a chair. It's a bit different. It puts you out of comfort.
It's definitely an added sense of pressure as well. You can actually see the enemy team in real time. It means a lot for me and the rest of the team to be present at this tournament. This is the first big event for Wild Rift Europe, essentially, and it's a real honor to be part of it. We expect to be first, nothing less, and we're going to do our best to get there.
It's Elder! Wait, never mind, it's Valdrick!
We played so long and now we're finally here for the final moment. Being on stage, play together, play the good game. It feels so great.
Being in LAN is super exciting.
What? You feel good? Yep, insane.
Is it good on being on LAN?
Yep, amazing. As always, it's my 5th line, I think.
Yeah. This game was really tough. Like, I don't know. It was crazy.
You saw it at the end there as well, some of the reactions from the players in the studio. That was probably my personal highlight from yesterday, getting to experience that after such a long absence of just not being able to see these players' live reactions.
And it's new for some of these players. I mean, as Leon just said there, it's like, this is my first LAN. So that banter that you get, the feel, the shouting back and forward, I think we might see a bit more of that brought today.
I think also just there was a lot of mind games being played by these guys. I mean, especially Unicorns of Love. I mean, there were war chants after the game. They were really going in. And I love that. I love that. It brings an extra mental edge to competitive play, which you never really get in an online sphere. And that extra element is really what I think levels up esports when we get to these kind of LAN events as well. And I'm really glad to see that is the same in Wild Rift. You know, like, mobile esports is massively growing now, and that same fire, that same passion is there from the esports that we've known over the last 10 years.
Well, the Unicorns were obviously fired up from yesterday, but they didn't sneak away with first place. The team that did was Gamelord, and by virtue of doing that, they had a lot of influence over today's bracket. They got to pick their opponents. Let's pull that up on screen right now. As you can see, Gamelord opted to go for their Group A competitor, Team Queso, and that of course forces the other matchup to be Unicorns of Love versus Rix GG.
And actually everybody has said they would have picked Team Queso. Every team said, obviously apart from Queso, they would pick Team Queso if it came into the semi-finals. So there was a collective opinion that they feel stronger going into that particular matchup. My gut tells me that Gamelord has the most experience versus Queso. They have the most kind of knowledge in terms of draft and in terms of play style. Unicorns of Love is more of the unknown factor because we've only seen them through this group stage play. They've only had the chance to play them once. They did beat them, of course, but Unicorns of Love showed that there may be more than meets the eye. So Queso felt like the choice from experience, from comfort, and I think that was for them the obvious one.
And they were best of ones yesterday, Keenan. That's a huge factor as we move towards best of 5 today. Completely different beastly.
Absolutely, and you know, if we were to talk about Gamelord and Queso, obviously it is our first game of the day, and these guys have faced each other multiple times in best of 5s, and they've taken wins off one another. You know, Queso actually, I think, on top in terms of wins over Gamelord, but Gamelord looking absolutely fantastic yesterday. They looked the complete package. I think that was the main part. We were very impressed with their drafts, their style of play. You know, everything that they brought to the table showed that they were here to win.
Absolutely. We need to jump aboard, though, because we had quite a large broadcast team for the Origin series over the past couple of months. One of the analysts who was there, unfortunately, can't be joining us in Stockholm, was Yuko. So we thought we'd speak to her about some of her predictions coming in today's matches.
Hey guys, resident analyst Yuko here. So day 1 was crazy. We saw 10 best of 1s and it showed us the top 4 for the region. Now for day number 2, we will be seeing 2 best of 5s. First series will be Team Queso versus Gamelord. Gamelord is the team that's on top so far. They love their team fights, they love their macro plays. That's amazing because their team fight is pretty much immaculate. Basically, the longer you play the game, the stronger Gamelord becomes because they get more items in, they get more damage, and they just pretty much take the oxygen right out of your lungs. But for the side of Team Queso, I love the balance between pickups and team fights. I'm gonna expect more team fight drafts for Team Queso, but for my prediction for the first series, it will be 3-1 in favor of Gamelord. For the second series, second best of 5, it will be Rix.GG versus Unicorns of Love. They were the first series yesterday, mind you, and Unicorns of Love, they were able to get a lot of wins in their pockets. Their only loss yesterday was when they used a Nasus-Senna combination, and that is because Nasus wasn't able to snowball. So maybe they will not be seeing them use this tactic today. Instead, they will default back to what works. Give Renekton to the Baron lane, Lulu even, basically just to let their jungler shine and Baron laner. For the side of Rix GG, I've been seeing a lot of Twisted Fate from Snitch, and that's okay. A lot of gold being generated. The gold card helps a lot for the pickoffs. Destiny will be used for both vision and then ganking. But I guess they should be using J4, maybe Xin Zhao, for their jungler because you need an enabler to enable Twisted Fate. For the second series, my prediction will be 3-2 in favor of Unicorns of Love. Cheating casters, back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Yuko. And it seems as though Yuko is predicting quite lengthy series here today, lads. And before we kind of focus onto our first game, I'm going to make it really difficult for you. I'm going to try and provide some sentiment of where you think this may be going today. Are we expecting some fast games today, Keenan, or are they going to go the distance?
First series, I think will be quicker than the second, and I do think I favour Game Lord coming into that particular series. I think they've been stronger. They've shown what they're made of in that first day, and I think they are probably the team to beat, as it currently stands. The second series, I can't call yet. Whether Rix are actually leveling up today, or whether they have taken that day to collect themselves, I don't know. But Unicorns of Love look much better than I expected, and it's about whether Rix can really challenge them in the draft, because that first game of the day, I think they got outdrafted.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, obviously on paper, yesterday, Game Lord clearly the better team. However, as much as I love to hear Rick saying we were trolling yesterday, Queso beat them in the final game of the day. Yeah. That will give them massive confidence, beating what was essentially the #1 team for 3 months plus in this tournament, the build-up to this event. So the confidence suddenly got kicked in.
Yeah.
So I think we may actually see a slightly different Queso today. These guys, when they've played each other, it has gone 5 games multiple times. So I don't think it's going to be quite as quick as you think.
No, of course not.
Right, we're going to bring the focus back to the first game of the day. It is, of course, Rix GG. Not Rix GG, what am I saying? It's Game Lord versus Team Queso. Even I'm getting it mixed up now. Let's pull up the schedule, though, just so you can lock it in, make sure you're here and present for all of the games. Game Lord versus Team Queso, right now. It's coming up shortly. And then after that, we'll have Unicorns of Love going up against Rix GG. Remember, both winners get to go through to our grand final tomorrow. We're sending other 2 teams back to where Na'Vi is right now, which is home, basically.
Yeah, it's a bit harsh, but I mean, I want to obviously.
I mean, it's true.
It's true.
The Unicorns of Love game, obviously, that was our first opener yesterday. Yes, Unicorns of Love came out on top, but it was a close game. There's no doubt about it. Rix probably will be a different team we turn up today. We've got some of those very.
I hope they're a different team that turns up today.
There was some very nervous players, I thought, on that team yesterday. Let's see how they've done overnight. Obviously, Unicorns of Love wanted Queso, as you said. I had a good chat with them last night. They weren't too happy about getting Rix, but they knew it was going to kind of come. So clearly they know they're up for a challenge. So I think that is going to be a long series as well.
Yeah, I'm very much looking forward to that. But both series, I think, have got a lot of potential. I'm really looking forward to this matchup between Game Lord and Queso as well, because they, for the most part, stood out as the #2 and 3 team all the way through these Origin series. And they, as Lee said, it has been Queso that's had the upper hand most of the time over the course of these 3 Origin series that we saw in the monthly finals. But at this LAN event, Game Lord have evolved into this different beast. They are a team that they didn't look... I mean, the first game I saw them on stage, they did not look nervous. They were super confident. They were hyped up. They were just as much war chants coming out from them than there was from Unicorns of Love. And so I think that's another team that's clearly settled into the zone of being in a LAN event. They love playing alongside each other, got a lot of synergy. You can really hear them shouting in game, getting that communication up. And we've noted that there were some teams that maybe weren't as vocal when it came to the in-game sort of moments, but Game Lord were, and they were really going for it as well. So I think they've evolved into a different beast come LAN.
I mean, Coldstar said it pretty much the same in his intro. He was talking about how different it is. You normally start at home when he's on his bed, he's playing on his phone. You're sat here, you've got cameras in your face, lights on you, literally us talking about you right in your eye line. Like we are right in front of them. So, they make a mistake, we are going to highlight it. So the pressure is very much on them. Some players will excel in that, some will wilt away, and that's what we're going to find out today.
Well, let's see how good they can communicate their feelings exactly, Lee, because a lot of pressure is on these 2 teams. We spoke to them ahead of the semi-final to get their thoughts about the upcoming series.
We have a fight here. Redemption was the focus target, and the challenge comes in, but he's never going to get met because he is just absolutely laying damage down. He's moving all sorts of trouble. Zefter going to lock him down, and in comes Acolyte. Down he goes.
I'm having so much fun being here. Origin series has been amazing. We played out of our mind. We never played like that before. Playing in real life together just increased our synergy so much. We chose Team Queso. I think they're really great, but they have clear weaknesses that we identified, and we seem to have no weaknesses.
The shield is there. They're going for the objective. They're going for the game. They're going for the qualification.
Every team has weaknesses, so yeah, I think anything can happen in this game. In fact, I think we have a lot of chances. I don't think it will be an easy game, but I think we for sure can win good.
I'm confident we will beat Team Queso in the semi-finals.
Game Lord, don't get too cocky, or I can go Master E again, and easy win.
Good luck.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The players have joined us in the arena, and the first semi-finals is teed up, ready to go. I would say the nerves are very much in the air.
Absolutely, but you saw those action shots from Gamelord specifically. They were on it yesterday. Really hyped
The
up.
big Dane on the end here, he's pretty hyped. He's pretty hyped right now. I love it.
I'm really excited to see this. They look a lot more concentrated. They're a lot more locked in. I think they know this is going to be a tough series. As you mentioned before, these guys have got history. They've played a lot against each other over the course of those monthly finals. I think you said Team Queso, the team that's come out on top more often than not. But as we said, I think Gamelord, the difference between Gamelord now at LAN and Gamelord in those monthly finals is stark.
Yeah.
You're looking at a team that has clearly evolved, clearly relishes being in person and being able to communicate and feed off each other's energy.
And that's it. That is the exact point I wanted to talk about. The fact that they're not sat at home. They're not just talking over comms, over Discord, whatever they're using to talk to one another. They're sat here. They're coaches in the corner, helping them with the pick and bans, helping them through it. The synergy, you know, sometimes when you turn up an event, it clicks. And this is the first time these teams will have been together on a LAN, you know, as a 5. This, like, it either clicks or it doesn't. Sometimes four of you may click, but maybe that one player isn't quite sitting right, and obviously you never know that until you're at an event. But for Gamelord, it definitely clicked yesterday.
Yeah, and I can't impress on you enough the difference in this team from online to offline.
Yeah.
And I would say a lot of teams go the other way to Gamelord, as you mentioned, but the Gamelord went up. They clearly relish this environment. And I think we do talk a lot about LAN and how the difference it is for esports. And some people call it an old trope. Some people say, oh, I wish the commentators wouldn't talk much about that, but it really does.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Anyone at home that doesn't think it's the case, I would invite you to come and sit here in one of these chairs with the cameras, the jib cameras panning over your heads and looking at you and seeing exactly what's going on. The sound guy behind you checking your audio's okay. Everything basically is there. Obviously, we're trying to make you as comfortable as possible, but the fact is you're not in your home environment. They're not where you've played thousands and thousands of games online, online, but sat at home. It's a completely different game.
But let's pull it away from that and let's talk a little bit about the playstyle of these teams. Let's talk a little bit about what we've seen yesterday and what we're expecting to see coming into this semi-final. You know, I think Gamelord were one of those teams that really had an excellent draft. I think they were the only team to challenge Unicorns of Love in terms of that draft kingdom that we saw come out from the CIS team yesterday. And I think they have, in general, been one of the better teams that it's come to approaching the game and setting yourself up for success before you even get into it. You can see that Gragas...
The ban shouts are already started. We've just had Gragas ban, they're already started.
I love this. I love this because I think Gragas has been one of the standout picks of the tournament so far. I know Ziggs has been 100% banned.
A Draven ban? I mean, we saw it yesterday. I'd be surprised if Ahri gets 3 bans, by the way, as well here, because both actually have an Ahri player. But the Ziggs ban 100% so far, all the way through the tournament.
Yeah, Ziggs has been an R1 ban every single time. He's very strong. Again, as I said, something in Wild Rift is that the towers are a lot easier to take. Ziggs does melt them, and you can snowball very quickly off tower gold. There you go, the Ahri, you mentioned it very correctly. Both mid laners are big Ahri players. Ahri herself, I would not say is like one of these absolute S-tier picks, but there are just some players that are particularly good with her that you don't want to let through. And both Team Queso and Gamelord, they have mid laners that both love Ahri.
So the Lee Sin jungle ban, or we've seen it top lane as well, obviously, could be anywhere. Camille as well. Actually, Gamelord banning out Camille, that's
a specific target towards Acolyte, but it can flex between Andre and Acolyte, so
we saw them both doing the split push with it yesterday. I'm getting so mixed in games. We had 10 games yesterday. There's a lot of games played out in one day. But here we go, first pick. Let's see what we're going to go with here. Will they aim for maybe just keep it quiet, keep it calm in the support? Obviously, the drafts, whether we were seeing sandbagging yesterday, if you got something special, now is the time to bring it out.
Well, you're not holding anything back for the final because it's knockouts now. So at the end of the day, you bring your best every single game, and you can see, I actually would say the picks and bans have been a lot slower, a lot more methodical, a lot more thought out, because we saw some
discussions right now.
Yeah, exactly. We saw some rapid fire drafts yesterday. But the Camille ban specifically because it flexes between Acolyte and Andre, it's a very good pick for them. The Lee Sin is an interesting one. Andre does play Lee Sin, but Zefter is known on the European server for being a god-tier Lee Sin player. So Zefter is not going to get his hands on that jungle pick. They are really thinking about first pick here.
I can tell you, Senna's available, so there may be a discussion over do we take Senna first, because it has been first pick. By the way, yes, it was first pick twice, lost both games.
Absolutely. It is a strategy that is very, very good and competitive, but can have its counters and can be difficult to play out. But Senna is a fasting Senna pick. You usually pair it up with the Galio, but we have seen some players pairing it up with the Orianna, and you just feed the Orianna with the Senna getting naturally powerful through her souls. But we'll wait to see. We're still waiting for that first pick.
I feel like that is the discussion. It's Queso's choice to make, and clearly figuring out through one of the bands are wrong, I've been told.
Yeah, I'm assuming it's the Draven. It's the Draven.
Either way, the Senna is there.
Well, the Senna gets locked in here for Team Queso. So that does now mean that we're looking at a fasting Senna bot lane. It's usually the only way that it gets played. That means you will not have a traditional AD carry picked up by
I'm going to assume it was the Draven ban, right?
It was the Draven
Because we were like, what?
It's been switched over. It's Riven.
There it is. There it is. That makes sense. It's a Riven ban. Okay, there we go.
That was not. By the way, just going to make that clear, it was not a ban error on the side of Queso. It's just one of our graphics.
Yeah. I mean, a DR Raven.
Raven. Almost there.
Someone just said Draven and they heard Riven. There you go.
So
that's got to be it. That's got to be it.
What I'm going to say is we're going to get 2 picks. So this is really interesting, okay? I just mentioned the 2 picks that classically get paired up with Senna in a fasting Senna bot lane. One of which is Galio, one of which is Orianna. And they get taken away on the next rotation.
And Unicorns of Love literally said to me afterwards, we really wanted to have an Orianna with the Senna in that bot lane. So immediately that's going to be interesting. But Kha'Zix coming in.
And
we did see it being used very successfully yesterday, and the Renekton as well paired with it for Acolyte, most likely.
Acolyte, absolutely. I'm going to tell you right now. Do you remember I talked about Team Queso being predictable? There was a series versus Rix GG, previously No Team No Talent, where they let this kind of like Camille, Kha'Zix for Andre and Acolyte on the top lane go through. And that was the predictability of the draft that Rix were kind of talking about. Andre is an excellent Kha'Zix player. He's probably the best Kha'Zix player at this competition, closely followed by Doom, and Acolyte is incredibly good on the Renekton. So we have some comfort coming through here for Team Queso, and comfort is often what sets them up to perform well.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, there's the Diana coming through as well. The Nami getting picked in with the Wukong. We did have one Wukong yesterday, I believe. Obviously, it did get nerfed slightly in the 2.4B, but the Nasus coming through. So that's going to be alongside Senna, I'm guessing.
Yes, that will be a Senna Nasus bot lane. Again, I'm a little worried here because
Fiora
it's very melee heavy. Yeah, Fiora comes through, which was left open here.
That's going to be random as well, isn't it?
That's going to be random. I personally wouldn't have been averse to the Darius here for the same reason that we saw the Darius from Game Lord into Unicorns of Love. You've got a heavy melee comp, and Darius thrives into 4 melees coming through.
Ooh, I like this draft. I like this draft. Let's get it in your screens, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. The first semi-finals of the Wild Rift Origin Series Championships. Team Queso as the blue team, and Game Lord starting out on the red. It is a best of 5. All the best of 1s out the way. It's best of 5 and best of 7 tomorrow in the finals.
So, couple of things that you're going to want to keep your eyes on over the course of this first game. Specifically, keep your eyes peeled towards Vejos on this Galio. Galio is a great anti-melee champion, specifically very decent in team fights. If he can land a huge taunt onto 4 melees and allow Redemption on the Orianna to do his work, then we could be looking at a really strong counter to this kind of like heavy melee comp coming out from Team Queso. But there is plenty of scaling for Team Queso. And what I really love about this strategy that we've just seen here from Acolyte, Acolyte shared mid lane wave experience and immediately roamed up top. The reason that he did this is to try and counter the Fiora. Fiora's level 1 is by far and away the most obnoxious level 1 in the game. So what Acolyte has done is he shared mid lane wave experience, and then he went straight up towards the top lane, hit level 2 before Random was able to, and that has now given him lane priority very early on. And lane priority versus a Fiora is almost impossible to establish.
Well, Acolyte with that Renekton, we saw some very strong Renektons yesterday. Redemption and Show put on a show yesterday. They were an impeccable bot lane pairing, and it is going to be hard, no doubt about it, for Memorize and Nibu. They got no real presence to pressure, and with that Orianna ball in the face 24/7 throughout here, and of course if they step forward, well, they could be eating a bubble.
I would say that Orianna is great at kind of harassing in the lane, but she's very mana hungry. and she's not exactly going to bully this Nasus out of the lane. So Nasus will be continually able to farm. Senna shouldn't be too threatened either. And so I think for the most part, this is just going to be scaling versus scaling on this bottom side of the map. That's not really what you want to do into a Nasus Senna.
Yeah,
Nasus Senna is one of the hardest scaling bot lanes that we have.
And I just want to point out, in terms of the bans, because obviously we saw the Fiora coming in last, I wonder if they were just expecting a Vayne to be in this bot lane. But I mean, they last picked Nasus, so they didn't really know what to get next. Maybe they guessed that Wukong was potentially top? I don't know.
I think, you know, as we said, that people do like to pick up that Nasus into the Vayne. The Wither does make it quite difficult for her. But so that might have been what they were predicting. But the other thing is that most of the good options that you pair up with Senna for a fasting Senna lane had already been taken. So Nasus then sits there as probably one of the best options that you have left on the table. That's very likely why we've seen it.
Yeah. Keeping the pressure on Rui. He's going to just annoy Veos there as he tries to back away. Yep. Little taste the fear signal in there from Andre. And he's just going to come in and get a bit of lane tax, and off he goes.
He's getting a little bit of priority as well. Just allowing Ruiz to come through. The reason that you just saw Andre do that is because he really wants to give Ruiz the ability to head back towards his... he can head back towards his base and pick up a couple of items and do it without fear of losing minions. So basically your jungler comes into the lane, pushes that wave in with you, allows your laner to back. It's just a risk-free way of getting your laner back to base, back into lane without losing any minions to the tower.
So, back around on their standard jungle paths, both picking up the red buff, heading back to buy... There's Andre. I say Andre. I got told off. I got told off, didn't we? We're not saying it right.
I'm going to stick with Andre.
Andreas.
But I unfortunately, if I keep trying to focus on that, I probably will.
Yeah, I tried to say, look, we've said Andre for months. I'm just going to say Andre. Oh. It's just the way it's going to be. But anyway, let's try and break down how this is going to play out, because I'm expecting this to be a somewhat slower approach. Yes, we do have the Rift Herald and Dragon spawning a Mountain Drake coming up in just a moment, so we'll see whether that is going to be a pause for thought. Now, this is interesting. They're both looking towards the Rift Herald.
I think the problem that you're going to have as Team Queso is your team fight, apart from the Diana, is a lot more is inferior. Really, I'm going to put it that way. It is an inferior team fight to what Game Lord are bringing to the table. And Game Lord have a lot of tools that are very good against heavy melee comps, notably the Wukong, the Orianna, and the Galio. And I think all of those things are going to allow Game Lord to have the advantage, especially post level 5, when it comes to team fights around these neutral objectives.
I mean, the fact is, obviously, neither team, weirdly enough, is bringing in effectively what we would call the traditional AD carry. You know, the Dragon laner, obviously with the center in there, there's a chance on Acolyte. Shockwave misses, comes in a little slow. You know, we'll give Redemption a buy for that, because obviously, you know, he's not a mid laner. we'll allow him to get away with that.
He actually played mid for a little bit, but before he came back into the AD carry position for Game Lord, but still a strong Orianna player. Going to try and see a push into this top lane tier 1. Got another wave crashing in. It is a siege minion wave. This might allow Game Lord to pick up the first tower of the game without expending that Rift Herald, most importantly.
So dangerous for both side lanes. I really want to draw your attention to the mid lane at the moment, because I'm seeing the Kha'Zix pushing around. They're really focusing on that mid lane turret as well. The top one will go down, but of course, the problem is diving a Galio is very hard. It's such a tank.
But also, Galio's got incredible wave clear in his kit. So it's very difficult to actually consistently push waves in. You see there, the Winds of War basically clears the wave out, and a couple extra skills or even just a basic attack, and you're not actually getting much damage onto tower. So Game Lord have managed to edge themselves into a objective lead, but actually not a gold lead right now, because they did lose that tower on the bot side of the map. And as we saw on the gold graph, Andre has been able to farm a lot more consistently than Zefter, and he's got himself an experience advantage, but most importantly, has built up almost a 700 gold lead purely through good rotations and farming in the jungle.
I really do love, I know you mentioned it, but I really do love Game Lord's team fight composition they have. I mean, there's so much in their locker in terms of obviously the Cyclone, you know, a possible hero's entrance on top, a Shockwave possibly coming on top, the wave disengage, and then of course Fiora can come in and pick off who the heck she likes. It was really an interesting one, but from that angle, there's not too many squishy targets either on the Queso side of things. So very intense team fights I think we're in for here, because of course It's going to be all about who they can get in. But I would say my worry for Queso is pretty much similar to what we saw with Unicorns yesterday, is they generally pretty much melee. I mean, other than Ibu, but I mean, even Ibu, you know, the fasting center takes a while to get going.
Yeah, very heavy melee, and they're all quite weak to the Orianna, and there isn't much way of threatening the Orianna outside of a really good Diana ultimate, or, you know, Acolyte having a flash stun available. But, you know, once the stasis comes through for Redemption, he's going to be relatively safe in these team fights. He has plenty of peel available to him, though. Shkao playing the Nami. That wave is a great peeling tool. We have the Galio knockup, the Galio taunt, the Wukong knockup. There is lots of good ways to keep Redemption safe here. And that's the problem that I have with Team Queso composition. Eventually, and we've seen it time and time again over the first day of the Origin series, you have to fight 5v5 for the most part. You have to come to the Elder Dragon. You have to come to the Baron. And you have to throw your cards on the table and say what you got in a team fight. And usually those team fight comps that have got the edge come out on top as well, as long as there's no major crazy gold advantage built up before them.
Yeah, and the goal difference that's currently showing for Queso is very much for Ruiz over Veils at the moment. You can see it's a 500 gold differential between the two. Other than that, it is also the jungle for Andre. So
it's all through just efficient farming right now. And you can see that Memorized even stealing away some jungle camps here, getting some stacks.
Cheeky Siphoning Strike to finish the job as well. That's something we got to keep our eye on as well. I mean, we haven't really mentioned it. Talking about obviously Senna's stacks, you know, let's talk about NASA's stacks, because obviously the whole point of is starving out Ibu is to keep giving them Siphoning Strikes and stacking it up. It's a massive stacking game for Queso, and it's going to get a bit scary when it goes late game.
Can't quite see the stacks just yet. He's actually maxing his third ability to ensure that he's able to clear waves as quickly as possible. It doesn't really matter about anything else. He can just stack up when he can.
He's only got the 9 stacks at the moment, so not a lot. Just started by the looks of it, so it's going to be a while to go there. But we are starting to see them grouping up here. The Rift Herald obviously was picked up earlier. Now, of course, with the Drake coming up in just a moment, we can tell, obviously, on the screen that Queso are very much interested in this one. That's a nice answer from Gamelord. Said, you know what? You want a position for that? We're going to throw the Rift Herald down and force you to face us in the mid.
I like that. I think it's creating some natural priority. It's going to force Team Queso away from the Drake. Now Gamelord can look to get positional advantage here. That's a nice shockwave, but the damage isn't there for Redemption just yet.
And they're going to go straight into it. And look at that Senna catching all 5 members. That is just about the perfect engagement that Queso could hope for. But the damage is still lacking. They get everything they want, and all they get is 1. Make it 2 kills. That really is, honestly, not a lot. A 2-for-1 trade from what was the perfect engagement.
But they also get the Ocean Drake off the back of this D-Man, so that's a really important one for them. The Omni Vamp is going to allow them to sustain in the team fights, especially with the Nasus having that passive lifesteal in already. However, I think warning signs there for Queso. You mentioned it in the fight. It was a perfect center engage. They had an absolutely huge coverage of the shield. They actually had a pretty good setup on the engage. They had a lot of damage done beforehand. So watch this. Look at how much damage was done before the team fight even started. Yet, they were struggling versus the heavy CC and the taunts coming through. Now, unfortunately, Gamelord need a little bit more time to scale up that Orianna damage. They probably need a bit more time to scale up with the Fiora as well. But overall, Gamelord didn't come away too bad from that. Still Queso in the lead, though. They have now got a 4,000 gold lead to work with. Going to try and chase down Ruiz on the top side of the map.
So Ruiz just getting himself a death cap, by the way. It's going to be pretty scary here, but with a 3-man engage, make that 4 as they come joining in. The Cyclone working wonders, but Random's in trouble. He will get taken down. A 1-for-1 trade as everybody else joins the party.
Great response there from Team Queso. 1-for-1 overall.
I love how vocal, by the way.
Yeah,
we're talking about, obviously, Gamelord getting so vocal yesterday. Queso were very much in that. Don't count the Spaniards out when it comes to a shouting match.
I mean, they are really going for it. This is a different Queso from yesterday. They are hyped up. And the team fight wins, they're giving them that extra energy, and I'm loving what I'm seeing from Team Queso. Honestly, I believe Gamelord came in as a clear favorite into this matchup, but Queso, they're now playing their team fight out pretty well. They've got a good gold lead to work with. The only red flag for them is watching out the Redemption scaling. Again, you saw it in that team fight around the Dragon. Despite having a really good engage, despite having an excellent start to that team fight, they didn't clean house, and they were also some low HP bars for them too. So you just have to be a little bit aware that Redemption is still a worry. We have another fight though.
Well, they're going to come around. Memorize actually might get caught out, but the fact is he's a Nasus, and Nasus takes a little while to kill. Will go down. Even the flash was used as well. And the wave actually catching onto Andre there didn't cause another one, but you can see Gamelord looking to try and pick up where they left off. But in terms of objectives, Queso get the mid tower.
It looks like Game Lord actually going straight for the Baron here.
Wow,
Queso are
that's
very well
early.
aware of it. This is a little bit too risky if I were you. They're going to force out the teleport from the Kazakhs. Oh, he's going for it!
He's going for it. The Cyclone goes through, but there's not a lot of backup from the Against Steam Redemption on absolutely nothing. They get around the backside. The Kazakhs will go down, but as it will be a 1-for-1, the disengage comes through. Make that a 2 because, well, I know it was a 1-for-1. Nasus is still in base, just chilling.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure about the decision-making from Game Lord there. On
2-for-1. Okay, it was a 2-for-1.
Yeah, it was a 2-for-1 overall. You were
looking.
correct. You were correct. I'm not sure on the decision-making from Game Lord there. I wasn't particularly sold.
I think that was way too early. They don't. If you're going for a Baron that early, you've got to have a big advantage.
They don't even have a particularly quick Baron to play either. It's not like they burst that down instantaneously. Really loving this objective focus from Team Queso there. They're going to pick up another tower on the top side of the map. They can accelerate that gold lead up to 6,000 now. And I think one of the problems that Game Lord are struggling with is they are yet to get major objectives apart from that top lane tier 1.
And if you think back to the Unicorns of Love game yesterday that Queso had, we were talking about that, Queso were perfectly objective focused. The only reason they lost that game was one fight. One single team fight.
Yeah.
In terms of objectives, they absolutely dominated the map. So looking great so far. All 3 tier 1 turrets down. Now the question is, where do we go from here? Yeah, Acolyte taken very low actually in the mid there.
You see Vejos trying to buy a bit of space for his team to siege onto this tier 1 in the mid, but they can't quite do anything about it. Infernal Dragon is live in 20 seconds. There is a decent advantage to work with if you're Team Queso, despite maybe your team fight's not being as strong as what Game Lord are bringing to the table.
Look how aggressive. Memorize must be loving this, by the way. As support player, getting to play Nasus, he's like, yes! This is my time to shine, boys. And he knows he can be aggressive because he's obviously generally got the hit points. You can throw that ulti down and get away from this one. They will steal away the blue buff. Here comes the Infernal Drake. And now here comes Game Lord.
They are actually trying to get onto this to try and at least get some edge. But that's a really fed Ibu on this Senna now. He's got a huge amount of souls to work with. Zefter's already taken a decent amount of damage to start this off. Now, Random procs the Dragon.
Oh, they're split.
And they are split. I don't think you can be split if you're Game Lord here. You have to be very careful about how you approach these team fights.
Yeah, and you can see Queso were purposely trying to force that split out there. So a 2-3 split. The Wukong down the south side at the moment with Zefter wanting to try and get involved in this one. Random, got to be careful he doesn't get picked off. There's the Cyclone coming through. He gets his 1-2. But Game Lord is getting turned around. The Hero's entrance comes through, but he's not doing a great deal at the moment. The Shockwave just kind of whiffs out there, and it's Queso they're looking good, but Game Lord are going to pick up 1, 2, 3 kills. The damage absolutely nowhere for Queso. Rui tries to get away. He's got nowhere to run, and Memorize the last man standing. It was a fantastic engage, but there was no damage.
And that's the problem. You saw it right there. Too much CC layered on top of each other. The Black Cleaver making these tanky targets easy to take down for Random. And that is the problem we talked about from Draft. You just have a heavy melee comp into a Wukong and a Galio. They're going to knock you up. They're going to taunt you. They're going to continue to knock you up. And Orianna, she wasn't even there for like 30 seconds of that fight, it felt like. And by the time that she arrived, they were able to clean up the fight, and Game Lord just showing why their composition is decent into this heavy melee. Now we're seeing a teleport come through here, maybe trying to catch someone out individually, but Random gets back. We maybe have a Baron to think about next soon. Let's take a look back here. Right, this is Zefter. Actually really gets away with it because they go heavy on his clone, and we see that the engage from Vejos comes onto Zefter's clone specifically. They did a huge amount of damage, the Black Cleaver doing great work for Random to pick up some kills on the sideline, and by the time that Redemption got there was no gap-closing ability to threaten him, and Redemption was able to get a huge shockwave off and massive damage to a very clumped-up Team Queso. And I think actually that last point is actually really important for the way these team fights play out. Team Queso in general are going to sit on top of each other. They want to be a big death ball. They want the Diana to bring everybody into the Nasus ultimate, dealing damage over time. They want to get big value out of the Cole Meek from the Renekton. They're looking to be a grouped up death ball, and that's why the Orianna comes in so big versus this composition.
It was Zefter with a 3-man knockup with a Cyclone into a 4-man knockup from Vejos with the Galio's hero entrance, and then Show comes in with a wave, and that is just goodbye, Ibu. Don't even bother fighting this one, just get the hell out of there because you can't do a thing about it. Acolyte will fall, and that's got to be Baron.
A little bit of a shaky early game for Game Lord, but their comp is coming up clutch right now. It does deal with what Team Queso are bringing to the table. Vejos has been huge on this Galio, and Andre overextends just a little bit. He's trying to stop this Baron, but they're going in again.
Go for the pounce, and that's going to be Andre. Has to get away from this one. They try and turn it back around, and that is never going to work. He got himself a quick double, though, out of nowhere. You're going to love to see it. Rui's popping off. He could go back in. He gets another. Rui's going off.
word, Ruiz. Absolute monster on the Diana. And Game Lord just unable to find the kill onto the most important member on this Team Queso roster. They're trying to balance this Baron damage right now. The center ultimate to buy them some shield. This will be Baron secured for Team Queso off the back of Ruiz alone.
Unbelievable. I tell you what, cue up the replay for that, because let's have a look at how the hell that played out.
We'll see it in just a moment. Here we go. Let's take a look back at that fight. Peel off Baron. Baron done a lot of work at this point. Andre able to flash away from the shockwave. That was an absolutely ludicrous Diana ultimate.
And look at Andre off the side
Exactly,
here.
just waiting for his moment, just waiting for his moment. Ruiz had the stopwatch, or rather the stasis, and had the flash available to escape. Played that excellently. Just well-timed defensive abilities there coming out from Ruiz. And already Game Lord had expended too much and not able to get enough from it. That was a big, big win for Team Queso when it really felt like Game Lord had turned the tide on this game.
The quadrat for Ruiz. And, you know, honestly, I can't fault Game Lord for that. It was the right decision to go for Baron then. They got
they're going in for another
They go
engage here.
straight away. The Grand Challenge comes through, and it's going to be on Ibu this time around, and he will get taken down. Meanwhile, the rest of the team are fighting at the back there. Andre tries to back away, and they realize the death ball is not great at the moment. But here comes Ruiz around the back.
Again.
And Ruiz is lighting them up. Redemption in trouble, and Andre and Ruiz are unstoppable.
Absolute monster, Andre, again, with Ruiz in the back line, able to find this. They're going to go push down that bot lane tower, and they should be able to take the game with the Baron here. Absolutely easy as you like. And Ruiz, the hero for Team Queso in this game, has found them the first win in this series.
Incredible first match. Team Queso will take the first game in the series, and it's all about the man in the middle, Ruiz.
You could hear
what a showing
I was
from
watching him all the way through this series. He was absolutely going mental. Every team fight win, and they were given as good as they got right there. That was absolutely ludicrous from Ruiz. He was really strong that game, and the Diana came in clutch right at the end.
I need to catch my breath
Little
on that
bit
one.
out of breath,
A little
mate.
bit out of breath on that one.
Did you have to run?
No, it's just absolutely shocking gameplay. Ruiz just took control of that game at the end there on the Diana.
Ooh.
Two pivotal fights to win Team Queso that match.
Yeah.
Incredible.
Yeah, it was the Diana was the only thing that could threaten redemption on the Orianna. It was the only thing that could really put pressure on one of the key members. You know, I actually think, as D-Man said, there was some decision-making that wasn't wrong there from Game Lord. Like, that you saw random Killer Instinct Baron laner went straight for the backline to take the center out, but you expose your Orianna when you're not trying to play front to back, when you're not trying to clump everybody up and make use of your heavy CC team fight. They just separated out, and a separated out team fight, Andre and Ruiz, they're just sitting in the sidelines. They're waiting for their opportunity to jump in.
Yeah, they got the leaps, they've got the dashes on the Diana. They basically moved the pieces and enabled the jumping around the fight.
Where was this against Unicorns of Love? We were asking for that 1v1 all game long. And suddenly Ruiz is like, yeah, I was still playing Diana then, but I just didn't want to do it against Twisted Fate. And we're like, what is happening? But oh my word, what a statement. I mean, it was a quadra into possibly a quadra or triple or something like that, yeah.
That could have easily been a penta though, but they wanted to make sure though. They wanted to throw both Andre and Ruiz at the situation.
We shouldn't discount Memorize, by the way. Memorize was there the whole time doing the siphoning and everything going on.
He was supposed to be a brick wall,
and
that's what he was. he was a brick wall, and that's great from Team Queso because I genuinely believe Game Lord's comp was. You saw it in team fights. It had the
there was no damage in that dragon fight, and then suddenly
Ruiz comes back.
He just got that.
But I think Game Lord need to reflect and think that Baron call was not good. I mean, you got one kill.
No, they got two. It was a 3v5.
But regardless, Baron, they were low HP. Baron in Wild Rift is punishing. You need to have a massive advantage to be able to take that objective. And I think they didn't have a very quick Baron either. The team fight wasn't supposed to, or their team wasn't a very quick shredder. They didn't have a proper AD carry, for instance. So yeah, I think they just need to take a breather, reset. But Queso, great start to the series.
Fantastic. And we're going to take a quick breather while we throw over to Carmeline, who's going to break down a segment from that last game.
Hey. Hi there, guys. Thank you very much. Thank you for throwing it back to me. So I decided to bring one particular clip that I found really, really interesting here. In the very beginning of the game, after the first big team fight, we can look at it right here. Clip 1, as you can see, top lane situation right there. You can see Ruiz standing alone in here. You can see Random and Sefta coming right down this way. But wait, because he's not alone. Let's click play. They're right there. They're gonna go for them. Look at the health bars. Really high in this case. They haven't really caught up to Reese just now. But look at what's going to happen. Really interesting. Okay, we're gonna go for Reese, but you have to take into account Reese is at Diana. Relatively easy escape for him. Andressa joining him right now. Coming right from here, Andres said, again, playing a Kha'Zix, you almost didn't see how he jumped right into there with leap, but then again, a champion has it relatively easy in order to do these kind of things. Also, look at this shield. Their health is going to be destroyed very easily. Look also at these health bars right here, almost full. Now, continuing with the clip, look at it. Suddenly, the thing reverses entirely onto random right here, and the rest said, and Reese both together. Reese really low in life, no ultimate anymore, no Moonfall. And finally, here, the entirety of Team Kai'Sa coordinating together to go against him. Show doesn't arrive on time, and even if he could, he's only got Tidal Wave and very few tools in order to win back the game. So once again, I think this very first play showed how really strong Team Kai'Sa can truly be, even though in the very beginning it didn't look like that, at least according to your predictions. So that has been my clip choice for this game. Hope you enjoyed it, and throwing it back to you at desk.
Thank you so much, Carmeline. And
I feel targeted.
You feel targeted?
Go to your predictions.
I stand by my statements. I'm not gonna back down. I stand by my statements.
We love a bit of a hostile work environment here. I feel like that's being cultivated between all of us as the weekend goes on. But that's enough about game one. Let's look ahead to the future as we get ready to jump into game number 2.
Here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. What an exciting first game that was as game 2 gets underway. Pick and bans in just a moment. The players just had a quick breather to figure out exactly what they're going to do between then and there. But, oh my word, momentum. If we want to talk momentum in esports, it absolutely is with Kai'Sa right now.
Yeah, and I think, there is 2 outcomes in this. Too hypey, and you sometimes lose grip of where you want to be and lose sort of go a little bit too far in terms of that tactical play, or you feed off it. And I think that's really good because it's the first time that I've seen Gamelord, especially because they went 5-0 yesterday, it's a bit silenced. Like Gamelord were the team that, after every game they were shouting, "Let's go!" I'm going to take away some of the words that were previously spoken in that sentence, but they were really going in. And I think Gamelord now a little bit more somber, a little bit more sort of reserved. They're going to have to rebuild and refine themselves in this next game. They had their moments there. They were hyping it up as well. But I think Team Kai'Sa played that excellently, and massive credit to Ruiz. What a player on that Diana. I think he single-handedly salvaged some of those situations, and I think single-handedly put them on a platter.
Is that right? Kai'Sa stay on the blue and Gamelord stay on the red?
You get choice.
Do you get the choice? It's choice or first ban, right?
No, it's just choice of side when you lose.
Choice of side, right?
Choice of side when you lose, I believe. So,
right.
Gamelord.
So they chose to have the first ban, basically, the first pick.
But they also value R5 counter picks. So the benefit of red side is that you get that option to counter pick something, either compositionally or lane wise, and that's why they've chosen red.
I wasn't sure since it was the best of 5 we were going with the old tried and traditional, but it is tried and traditional in terms of bans. The exact same bans of game number 1 so far, which means the Lee Sin will come through. It is identical.
Do we ban the Senna here?
Do they? Yeah.
I genuinely think the Senna was something that Team Kai'Sa or either Gamelord were struggling to deal with, I think, in that game.
No, they stick with Camille.
Okay, well, Senna's open again here for Team Kai'Sa if they want to go for it. And you're not going to pick a Nasus if you're Gamelord, and if you have to go for that Orianna Galio rotation again, you have to be pretty confident that you've got something that's going to give you the edge, especially in that early game that was so difficult for Gamelord to wrestle.
I mean, Kai'Sa have proven that they don't need that Orianna alongside the Senna. The Nasus worked certainly very well for Memorized throughout that. As you mentioned, he needs to be that tanky brick wall. The wave clear was purposely leveled, as we saw when we looked at him for the stacks, and we could see that he was maxing out the E. I was going to say the E. It's not the Siphoning Strike.
You can just say, like, first ability or third ability, mate.
It's the third ability.
Third ability. There you go.
No, I need
Everyone knows what you're talking about.
No, I want the name, the exact name. No, I have the name, the exact name. It is the Spirit Fire.
Well done.
There we go.
I'm sure you've elevated the knowledge of our viewers.
Everybody out there that knows all the spell names will be happy. But it is A slight variation this time around. So the Senna was locked in along with the Galio, but this time the Aurelia coming through.
Aurelia gets
I'm a
locked
big
in
fan.
here. Yeah, I love Aurelia. I think she's really strong in Wild Rift right now.
The remake that came through certainly worked out well, and it's transferred so well into Wild Rift.
Yeah, absolutely. And also she plays quite nicely on the device too. I'm still not very good with her, unfortunately. You have to be very good to really master her, but great pick. And the Vi
I can pub
comes
stomp with her, that's about it.
Absolutely can. Vi comes through, the Acolyte Renekton gets locked in again, but the Vi is an interesting pick for me.
They didn't go for the Orianna, which was available because they obviously realized, no, I don't think Game Lord wants it. So the Renekton does come in, as you say, for Acolyte, and that means that the Darius coming in for random.
See, I really like this. The Darius comes through now, and that is much better into full melee comps or heavy melee comps. It's actually how Game Lord dealt with the Unicorns of Love, Senna,
and that to go with it, the Corki as well,
and
for the
Corki
shred.
as well, exactly. Now the option is here for Team Queso. Do they go for another Nasus, or are they going to pick the Orianna, which is available, and it is a ranged option that pairs quite nicely with the Senna. But the Twisted Fate coming through, that is interesting. Single target lockdown is a little weak to the Aurelia, though, so you'll have to be a little careful in the mid lane. Well, it's not even, it's Aurelia jungle. Of course it is. It's Aurelia jungle coming through the Game Lord.
Yeah, because the Galio's in there. There is the Nasus once again to pair with the Senna in the Dragon lane. And of course that leaves a support. Is it going to be the Nami once again? The Nami disengage is certainly very
apparently double
useful. Don't think it's going to be a double Galio.
I will get confirmation.
Gotta be honest. We will just we'll figure out exactly what it is, whether it is the Nami that came in with. Honestly, every support is pretty much available to.
I mean, Galio. I mean, I'll be real. Galio could be a support option here. There is a potential for Galio. Obviously, it's not double Galio, but yeah, it could be a support option Galio, but it's obviously not double Galio in this particular instance. Yeah. Well, it's a surprise. We'll find out.
It's going to surprise you and us. Everybody will be surprised by this, apart from the players. They know exactly what it is, of course. So, yeah, the game's about to get underway. Team Queso won the first one in there. The correct pick and ban will come up, apparently.
I have been told.
I tell you what, I'm on baited.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. It's Jarvan. It's Galio support.
So it is Galio support, yeah.
Or Jarvan support. Both of them have been
actually could work, yeah. Or it could be Jarvan jungle and Aurelia top, or there's all sorts.
The only problem that when you're playing, it won't be Darius support.
No.
The only problem.
So it's Aurelia mid.
It's Aurelia mid, very likely. It's good into Twisted Fate. It could also be the Jarvan mid, which we saw into Twisted Fate over in the Southeast.
Yeah, that's true. That just played out. Was it this morning or was it yesterday? I can't even remember. Let's get the game underway. It is game 2 here in the semi-finals of the Wild Rift Origin Series Championships. Once again, it is Team Queso, 1 game up in the series. Incredible first game. If you just joined us, where the hell were you? You saw some magical gameplay coming out from Rui and Game Lord. Game Lord, wow. Honestly, they were looking good. They were looking golden. They thought they had it in the bag. They got it down to a 3v5, went for Baron, and it all went wrong from there. And it snowballed very quickly out of hand. Acolyte joining just briefly for Ruiz.
It was in the same in the first game, and the reason that this happens is it allows Acolyte to get a very quick level 2 going back to the Baron lane. And versus the Darius, this allows him to establish a very quick lane priority, which is nice. And you can see here, Random will not hit level 2, and Acolyte will take 1 minion, and he'll hit level 2, and now he has automatic lane priority in this lane. And that's actually something that has happened both games, and it's happened again here to Game Lord, and that means Acolyte has the immediate edge in this Baron lane matchup.
Just to starve him of the gold, try and slow things down. All these small advantages do add up to pretty big ones. As you can see, Acolyte already building that gold advantage there. Finally is the level 2 coming through, but with a little help from his friend. Of course, let's talk about the Vi jungle. Obviously, you know, a tried and tested and a fantastic engage for Queso.
Absolutely. Got good single target lockdown. It's one of the good ways to actually put pressure onto Redemption here. Now, Zephyr has walked up towards this top River Scuttler. We actually have an engage from, oh my word, Vejos went 2v1 and forced it onto Andre.
And still going. I mean, he knows that he can bully out Ruiz, but with the range minions and the cannon minion there, that is dangerous.
So this is really interesting. Look immediately at Jarvan. He's heading back down. They're trying to double scuttle this. He's already smited it for the HP, and Shkow's coming in.
There's the slow. Corki's going to come across. Redemption will be there, but of course the 2 Dragon laners are both involved as well, and Andre will back away.
Andre gets away with that. I could see that Zephyr was trying to punish him for it, but wasn't able to. They weren't able to do it quickly enough. Actually sacrificed that top River Scuttler to try and get a double scuttle advantage here in the early game. But Zephyr will settle for the top scuttle for the time being. Probably head back towards his own jungle now.
Whew. Okay, settle down, settle down. 400 gold differential that has been accrued by Queso. But of course, with that playing out as it was, Acolyte was also heading down in the jungle there, so he's just gifted the advantage he had over Random back away. The roots come through, but Show won't worry about that one. Redemption collects his gold down the bottom, and there things will level out as they all go back to buy for the first time.
Ibu's been getting free stacks on this bot lane as well there, because obviously Xiao being a melee champion, if you're not able to go for the engage, you're not able to look for the fight versus Ibu, he's just going to be able to stack off you very nicely. And again, Ibu was an absolute force in that last game. Definitely something to look at.
Oh, under the tower, gotta get it.
Here.
Vejos trying to get away from this one. Zefta is gonna come through. Rui's using the Destiny just to give him the vision, but there's no one there for the follow. Meanwhile, the top lane engage comes through. They go for Random, and that is a triple. That's what they're after. Ruiz does use the dunk! The dunk at the Ruiz! Andre's gonna tick! It's a two-man kill. They do indeed also get in the mid lane Andre down, so they actually got 3 for 1 there.
Random just 3v1.
Yeah, got 2 kills.
And got 2 kills out of it. The big thing was the Decimate. He got a huge heal back from the first ability there on Darius, and that was allowed him to set up for a couple of dunks that worked in his favor. That is an injection of confidence that you need if you're Game Lord coming into this game.
Whew. All these advantages, they're going to clock up. I feel this one's going to be a burner. This is going to go the distance, boys. I can sense it. Here we go. Let's have a look at the replay. So this is the engage at the top. As you say, does manage to get the cleave in and then gives him that heal back, enough to get the double dunk off because he got the reset. Ibu was dived under the turret. Very nicely juggled with the turret aggro, by the way, as well. Zefta gets away with that one.
Yeah, and they also give the kill over to Vejos as well, I believe, which is going to allow him to have a little extra edge. Big priority now for Game Lord. And again, they've got good anti-melee tools in their comp.
We're 4 minutes in already. I don't know where this game is going. Time is flying by. I'm not going to lie. I wasn't expecting Dragons up already, but here we go. We're at that time of day, and we're going to go straight in with the gold card. Catching straight in. Show's in trouble. Trying to get away from that one. There's a fail flash came out from Andre, though, and he wasn't able to lock him down.
They just had the vision advantage there. They knew exactly what they were getting into when they dived into that brush. And that's going to allow that first Dragon in the game go the fate way of Team Queso. They've used a lot of ultimates to get that done.
Zefta wants it, you know.
And Zefta's looking for it.
That's too risky. Too risky. Just give it up. Give it up.
We've got the package, though. We've got the package.
It's going to come in. He goes to the dunk. Doesn't manage to lock it down, though. The Vine, meanwhile, is going to get locked in there. Will try and come away. But he's in all sorts of trouble. They're going to catch on to the mid laner as well. And that is going to be memorized, picked off at the same time. So a 2 for 0. They didn't get the Dragon, though.
Doesn't matter, though, because the Ocean Drake is relatively low value comparative to the other Dragons. And I'm sure Game Lord will just be happy with the edge. And it's allowed them to gain natural pressure on the bot side of the map and maybe pick up the first tower of the game here.
Yeah,
which would be a big win for them because that'll be a gold injection. They're already 2,000 gold in the lead. This will be a lot more in their favor.
And let's not forget, the Rift Herald is up at the moment. That's where Queso are now going. We already see that Game Lord are transitioning to try and just cover off that top turret. Maybe there's a focus on that, but it will be the Rift Herald, so that's a small thing going Queso's way after losing. Consolation prize. That's the word I was after. Thank you. But let's have a look at this.
I mean, you have the Corki package, so you absolutely go for this every day of the week.
And the knock-up, the Hero's entrance. I think he was mid-slide to go out of the pit, and the Hero's entrance caught him.
Yeah, absolutely. And just a flash over the wall to finish it off there. So it was a nice play from Game Lord. I think Zefta made the correct decision here because they had the package on Redemption. It's a really great zonal control tool, especially around these neutral objectives. Wasn't able to outsmite Andre on the Dragon. It would have been the icing on the cake if he had. But that's a double objective take, but they do lose the first tower of the game.
But look at this. Look at this. All that Acolyte work at the start is completely undone. 1,000 gold difference going Random's way already. That's not good news because they want to try and sort of split lane as much as they can. And Acolyte, 1,000 gold down, that's going to be very hard work for him against Random.
Yeah, Random now, any kind of fight that he gets, he'll be able to just dunk down and very quickly take advantage there. Something else that's worth noting is that we have this discussion in Wild Rift about the value of first Rift Herald. Like, what is the value of first Rift Herald? Usually, it's to ensure that you can get first tower of the game. If you lose Rift Herald to first tower of the game, and the enemy takes that first tower whilst you're going for Rift Herald, usually you've lost a bit of value of that objective.
They want the tier 2 turret, don't they?
Yeah,
that's what they're going for. Yeah. They're trying to lock it down. The red buff will come across, and there is the engage. Zefta's going to be locked up here. I don't think he's going to be able to get away from it. He won't. He gets taken down. It's Acolyte that manages to pick up one. Can he get Vejos down as well? Vejos comes through, gets himself a second. The Aurelia will fall, though. So it is at the moment a 2-4-1 in favor of Queso, but the re-engage is coming back. I'm not sure it's the right choice because Ruiz is back here. The gold card goes down. That's going to be locked onto Random. Random, though, will just turn around. Andre goes down. I do not agree with that. Re-engage. Oh, Redemption gets away with it.
Very, very, very greedy from Gamelord to make a very aggressive push into the red side jungle there. Maybe stronger than they felt they were, especially when Random has got a huge chunk of the gold on your team. I think you need him there in these skirmish and teamfight situations to ensure that you're threatening those melee champions to the greater extent. Again, brilliant route from Ibu. He's been fantastic on this Senna so far. The individual lockdown potential of the Team Queso roster is very, very good. But this is the problem when you have a heavy melee comp into a Galio. You know, you're just able to get taunted up and dealt with very quickly. I don't know why Xiao flashed over the wall there. I think he was tanky enough to be able to stay there for a bit longer. But again, once Random joins the fight, he is a big threat. Flash from Ruiz forward, just to try and stop him from getting in. But unfortunately, Andre gets locked up and Random picks up those double buffs.
Yeah, just a bit too deep there, but that is generally the problem of Vi, and that is Aurelia following Memorized all the way through. The drag back comes out from Random. No way you're getting away with that one. Destiny used, but that's purely for nothing to give the vision, but away they go. And I gotta be honest, it's looking similar to Game 1. Gamelord in control, but they gotta be careful of those team fights.
Yeah, I think Vejos right now still relatively squishy. If he goes in, very easy for Acolyte and Andre to lock him down. They have the single target CC from Ruiz as well. So picking your moments as Vejos on this Aurelia will be very important to you. Although look at this, an overextension from Ruiz and Redemption's gone in.
Yeah, that's going to be Ruiz in all sorts of trouble. He's not going to get away with that like you can with Diana, that's for sure. And down will go Twisted Fate.
Speaking of Diana, Diana actually would have been a really good option in this game.
Yeah, was available.
It was indeed. You can see the Rift Herald dropped mid here to create some pressure around this tower.
Yeah, we almost forgot about him. He's still he's been hanging around for a while. Will finally go down, but I don't think they're going to get any value out of it.
This is one of the extra uses of Rift Herald. You use it to create some natural priority around the second dragon of the game. Unfortunately, because you were a man down, you kind of lose the usefulness of that priority.
They're not even going to challenge.
Yeah.
Not even going to challenge, which actually I think is the right choice.
I also agree with you there, Demon. I think it's the right choice not to challenge because there is that package available for Corki.
Got to be careful of the mid. You can see the Viper under the pressure. Andre on the top lane. The hook comes through, and Ibu taking incredibly low. Gets the root down. Still yet to fall. The tower doing the damage. Vejos will fall, and you can see Redemption also taking it out. Show has to flash. Acolyte's not having any of it. He wants to try and follow through, but there is no support, and they can't come through. A 2-for-1.
A little bit always looking to Ruiz keeping this fight alive. Ruiz
well, Andre's joined the party.
Alive.
It's too deep. A 4-man tower dive, that's too risky, and you can see Gamelord immediately clump together. They gather up the forces and making sure that they can't get picked off one by one.
Yeah, Zesta's actually aggressively pushing them back here. They are just trying to clear this wave out, though. Still, I'd say Gamelord in the lead, but not by much.
No.
Ruiz and Team Queso, they're keeping this game very much alive.
Yeah, everybody out, the Death Timers as well, back on the map, so it's a fight that could keep extending. Both these teams, they want to brawl, there's no doubt about it. You know, we were talking about the objective-focused Queso that we had before. That seems to have slipped away a little bit here for me, and at the moment they are kind of chasing the fights for Gamelord.
Still think the big difference for Gamelord is that they have Random on this Darius, as well as his very good anti-melee threat, so that makes Acolyte, Andre, and Memorized a lot more
Gold
vulnerable.
card goes in. Vejos going to be the target. He has to go gold. Andre can get the knock up here. In comes Memorized. There's the Wither. You're not getting out of that one, Vejos. Completely caught out, and that was pretty much telegraphed from a long way out. He should have been backing away before then.
They were maybe thinking about Baron, but I heard some obvious no-calls coming out from Team K, so they know it's risky. However, they lost a lot of priority mid, and they lost a lot of priority bot. This might be mid lane tier 1 that can drop in favor of Gamelord right now.
Yeah, Memorize comes through, nothing you can do, and that is a tower, and I'll take a tower for death any day.
Absolutely, especially mid lane tier 1, which really opens up the map right now for Gamelord. They can get a bit more vision down into that blue and red side jungle, and that leads to natural objective control, especially coming up towards the Baron and the third dragon of the game. That's an important tower, probably the most important tower that you can get in the game. It's the same for League of Legends PC. And that now opens up the map much more frequently and able to kind of move in and make aggressive plays around vision.
There will be the Cloud coming up next, and Ruiz has been pretty hot in the gold card so far, so certainly been hitting them, but doesn't have that split push power that it would have had on Diana here, especially against the Norelia, which is looking like it's going to be most likely. Here comes Zefta. They really want to focus on Ruiz, trying to lock him down. You can see Andre is just waiting in the distance, but quick flash comes through, tries to take the gold card. He's got to be careful. He tried to look for the re-engage. I don't think they realize. Look at the lack of wards right now. The coverage is not there. There's zero vision in the entire north side of the jungle. That's a worry. They're going in the mid lane. That's going to get him caught out. That's going to be memorized down. Ibu picked off. Destiny will come through, but he gives them all the vision, and that's the danger call. Now they realize it may be a Baron play.
This is actually a little bit of a risky Baron again. I think you're still going into 4 members, but it's a quicker Baron because you have the Corki this time round, and you have the Java for that standard. Scowl just trying to provide a bit of zoning away. The calls have got to be for Baron at this point. You've got to commit or you don't.
Acolyte goes in. That's a big crocodile to try and lock them down.
Oh, he stole it!
The smite steal comes through for Queso. The stun card goes down, and they can turn it in their favor. They get themselves a double and back out of there. And Gamelord absolutely screw the pooch on the Baron again.
Absolutely the wrong decision on Baron. 2 games in a row now, and it is a massive issue for Gamelord because this creates a lot of natural pressure for Team Queso, especially around this 3rd dragon. Gamelord need to get better with their neutral objective calls. That was not the right decision. You did not have a big enough man advantage. You either commit to the Baron or you peel off, and they did neither in that situation.
I mean, they had a 1-man advantage. They'd taken down the support player. It wasn't like they got a big pick. They hadn't got the smite fight in their favor. They hadn't removed any danger other than just taking a support. Nasa's off the map.
In that situation, it is 99% better. Let's watch it back again. Committed, at this point, you're 30% HP Baron, just go for it. Like, just go for it before Andre can get in. You've got Scowl running distraction. They should have just forced the Baron. If they were going to commit to it, they should have just forced the Baron. But at the end of the day, they played it a little bit sort of nervously, I would say. But we have another engage coming through.
They go straight in on the mid. This is against the Baron up team as well. Tricky engagement. They may well feel they can catch something. Redemption has to go gold. They do manage to get the dunk down. That is Acolyte and Andre picked up here. Zefta's going to try and go looking for it. Random very low. Memorize tries to get around the side. Not going to get the pick up this time. And it will be a disengage. So that's a good fight for Gamelord against the Baron buff team.
Absolutely. The Gamelord now. Redemption caught out by the gold card.
Ah, the shout tells you all about it. That will be a turret going down, and that's the power of the Baron. You're gonna get that regen, you're gonna get those buffed up minions, and you're gonna get the damage down. You cannot afford to get caught out by a gold card so easily.
Shouts are huge right now for Team Queso and Gamelord. They're going to be taking a long, hard look at themselves because that was another game that is thrown off the back of a terrible Baron call. And, at the end of the day, in that situation, clear vision and set traps. When you have a 1-man advantage, it's not enough to get the Baron. Clear vision, set traps, force the engage.
I mean, I had said it not 30 seconds before the fight when they got the single ward down. There's no vision up there because I was actually looking at Queso's lack of vision. But as you mentioned, Gamelord didn't have any vision either, and that is always punishing. But here we go, the Drake fight once again, and no Baron remaining. So it's back to even Stevens. You can see the gold very much close to one another, just 1,000 between the two.
One good team fight for Gamelord, and they can still bring themselves back in here. But the Team Queso, they're going to try to catch out Redemption.
Siphoning Strike used already. It is Redemption. They go in and down he goes. They're caught out. They're locked down by the center as well. It's working well. As you mentioned, Ibu doing a fantastic job of that. Oh, Ruiz is going for the back door. The Peke play from Ruiz. Would you believe it's happening? The Spaniard, an homage to his team. Further future history may be being made here by Ruiz, but it's not going to happen. The rest of the team will come up and they can just finish the job here. They're still chasing Random down. Meanwhile, around the blue buff, this is not a done deal yet. Random, he gets the dunk off. He just double dunked on Ibu and memorized.
It was a good attempt by Team Queso, but they didn't have enough minion wave to work with, and Gamelord again survived momentarily. They are 2 for 2 overall, so it's just a 3-man versus 3-man right now. No major advantage can be gained anywhere on the map as it stands. But with Zefta respawning and Redemption already back online, it could be a quick Baron force right now for Gamelord.
Okay, all right. Let's take a breather. Take a breather, because this is about to get hot and heavy. Here we go. The Baron engage comes in. What's happening here?
They have to. This is their one play to try and win the game. They have to go for this.
Wild cards come through, gold card pulled. That goes on to Veos. That's the right target, but at the wrong time in that moment. Andre's going to get focused. He has got himself off. The Baron will get picked up by Game Lord, and that's a danger. Sho's going to get picked up. He's not going to quite go down, though. Random has fallen. That's a big card to fall, and that is a fantastic ulti coming out from Ibu, catching them all. Here comes the gold card from Ruiz. Run, hide, do what you can, Game Lord, because you're in all sorts of trouble, and that will be a 3-for-0. Baron or not, they can finish the game right now.
They can really just push for it right now. They've got huge death timers to work with. Zefter and Scout desperately trying to defend, but I think Team Queso are going 2-0 up in this series. Nothing you can do if you're Game Lord, and the Spanish Giants are going to go 2-0 up.
Zefter doing what he can. He might be able to delay them. Gets the flag and drag through. 1 down, 2 down. Doesn't matter. It will be Queso taking themselves a 2-0 once they get the minions through.
Once they get the minions through.
I tell you what, the spawns are coming. Random's up in 6.
They've got enough time. They've got enough time.
Here's the super minions. That's what they wanted. That's what they wanted. Whoa, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The Spanish shouts are true. And Queso take it 2-0 over Game Lord.
I love it. Ruiz is on it.
Look, Ruiz deserves to pop off there. Like, I genuinely thought he was going to end the game there with the backdoor on TF. I was getting primed for it. But turn around at the Dragon fight. What is going on here?
And Senna.
Ban Senna? Is that the assessment?
Been fantastic.
It's a problem. They can't effectively deal with the Senna.
The roots have been on point. The ultis, he's hit like so many 4- or 5-man ultis. It's incredible.
Ban Senna. Legitimately, there's a reason teams ban this. It's an incredibly strong competitive pick. You know,
I got a feel when it comes to the pick and bans that they're realizing that we've let Senna open. They know they've got to leave it open, so they're expecting the first pick, but they haven't figured out how to work around it.
Camille, I know it's comfort for Team Queso, but it is not as big of a pick of competitive pick as Senna. I think right here, Game Lord struggling to deal with Senna in terms of like what they're actually offering in terms of team comps. You need either an assassin or someone that can dive. And Queso are kind of running anti-melee. Game Lord are kind of running these big anti-melee threats like the Galio and the Darius. It worked to an extent, but you let the game go too long, the souls get too big, and suddenly Senna's really popping off. And I think Senna is a major problem here. Game Lord need to ban that, in my opinion, going into the third game. This is absolutely upset my expectations. I'm not going to lie. You know, I came in thinking Game Lord. I think everybody came in. But 1-4 Queso, 5-0 Game Lord.
Just
you
like
came
game
in and
one,
expected it, right?
Just like game one, they had control of that game, and they threw it away to Baron play, just as game one did. It was incredible.
Well, I think actually that's what Will over the Weatherman section has actually got lined up for us.
See, where Carmen gets angry that you spoiler, I'm happy that you teed me up so well. The Baron play, right? Second game in a row that you think Game Lord, they've got the early game, it's looking good. Team Queso, though, they're not interested in going down without a fight in this game. As you can see, Baron's about half health here, which is, you know, it's a good place to be. Game Lord, health bar's looking fine, it's all good. But as we run through, this is where the problems start, right? You've got people peeling off here. Shao, obviously, this is his job. He's the bouncer in this situation. He's got to make sure that this choke point is completely unsafe. It's not something that you can go for as a team. And we're just going to change to red real quick, and we're going to just show. But the problem here is, right, Veos, where are you off to? Where are you going? Who are you going to see? Shao has now decided to turn back on, as has Redemption. So the problem here is you've got these kind of differing opinions of what you should be doing. People peeling off, people going back on. The Baron is still going low. It's still being done by members, but it's really not consistent. So what we'll do is we'll keep playing here, and you can see, now it's just Shao. He's moving in to try and get to this poke, but he doesn't win this 3v1. There's so many members of Team Queso coming through. You can see members trying to break through the other choke point as well. And now we've got the problem. Veos, he's just moving back this direction. He hasn't been involved in the Baron, which by now realistically should be pretty much done. And as we run through this clip, now Shao's moving away from the choke point. It's just complete chaos in the Baron area right now. The Baron health hasn't moved at all, basically. And as we just run through, you can see how Andreas manages to find his way into the pit. The Redicton's there. The ultimate comes through from Vi. The smite is going to come down as we finish off this clip. And just like that, Team Queso, they're going to take the opportunity to steal the Baron, get the tempo advantage, and then take the game off the back of it. 2-0. Guys on the desk, as Carmen said, your predictions, not looking so good right now.
I'm getting really sick and tired of this hostile work environment. I feel bad for you guys just constantly being peppered by these two.
I don't mind because, you know, I think anybody would have looked at the performances yesterday and thought that Gamelord come in as clear favourites. I don't think we're unfair to say that, but we've just seen a renewed Team Queso.
Hey.
Either they held something back or they're just completely reinvigorated.
They were leading both games.
Yeah.
They were leading both games. They had a goal advantage, they had a kill advantage, they had a tower advantage, they had every advantage, and both times they threw it at Baron. It's like watching old Team Dignitas of days gone by where they used to throw it away in the old LCS. Many years ago, I'm going back there, by the way. But actually, very good point. Very good point by Viper in there. If Veos had been in the pit, that Baron was done before Acolyte even got even close to being in that pit.
They should have burnt it. There were two options there, right? Either you don't start the Baron at all, you clear vision and you bait the Baron, or you just force it and don't peel off.
It's harsh to point out because obviously, you know, we're at in the heat of the moment, you don't look at it. And where Veos was going, he was actually looking for this classic up the river peel, which you would normally expect, right? You would normally expect someone, but they didn't come that way, so he was literally nobody there. But again, going back to no vision. No vision at all, and that was the big loss for them, really.
Okay, so more discipline around the Baron. You have to deal with Senna, as you're saying, Kieran, as well. Those are some adaptations these teams are going to have to look into. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, game number 3, Gamelord, Team Queso.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is the Wild Rift Origin Series Championship semi-finals. And at the moment, Team Queso, the boys in blue, leading 2-0. I don't know what you want, Ruiz. He keeps shouting at you, scoundrel. He's pointing at you. It's pointing at you.
He said, look behind the scene. He said, look,
oh,
we're
I
2-0.
see. 2-0. I see what he's pointing at now.
He shouted just as we came back in. He goes, look, guys, we're 2-0.
Yeah.
Like, hyping his team up.
Comfort game. Love it.
Building the energy. Ruiz is both in-game and out of game leading his team right now.
I gotta be honest, Gamelord were pretty quiet during that break.
Yeah, I know. I mean, look, at the end of the day, you've got to mentally recollect yourself. How do you come from a 4-0 clean sweep day? How do you come from that to this, where you're 0-2 down in the series? This is only reverse sweep territory for Gamelord now. One slip up, one mess up in game, one game that doesn't quite go the way that you wanted.
Ooh, okay. First time in the Wild Rift Origin Series Championships history, Ziggs is not banned first out on the red side.
Yeah, the
He's
Ahri,
been left open.
The Ahri gets taken out. Well, I don't know. I'm not going to say it because if you usually
Senna ban.
Usually, if you're going to
called it.
Yeah,
you called it.
Well, you have to. I think you have to. The Lee Sin ban comes through here, so they're going to ban the Lee Sin away.
They're leaving the Ziggs open.
Are they going to leave the Ziggs open? Do they have a tool? They're going to ban the
They're leaving the Ziggs open. This is the first time he's not banned. Do they go for it?
Ziggs B1, surely.
Either
that, I mean, they're trying to bait him with the Camille. I guess they're trying to bait Team Queso with the Camille because that's previously been banned, and the bait is taken. They take the Camille.
Ruiz is dropping his headset, shouting, cheering. He's got everything going on right now. He is a man of confidence. The Ziggs being left open, but as you say, the Camille was also left open, and there is the Ziggs. And I feel they left that Camille to say, okay, we know you want this really desperately, and it gives us that Ziggs.
Yeah, they go for the Ziggs ban. This is very, very... Ziggs pick. That's very uncharacteristic to see Ziggs left open on red side. It is a huge gamble for a lot of teams to go, we're not going to ban Ziggs on red side, we're going to leave the option open for you. But I think they banned the Kha'Zix and left the Camille open. This is one of Memorized's best champions, though. This is going to be the Rakan locked in. Xayah Rakan is old school Team Queso.
Yeah.
If they lock in the Xayah, that would be a very old school combination for Team Queso that worked for them previously. And they have the Camille Galio combo. This is killer. Camille Galio combo is very difficult to deal with.
Yeah.
Hextech Ultimatum into Hero's Entrance. Someone ain't escaping that.
And not to mention Camille can cover some serious ground. If he's going to be jungle Camille, we'll see. Could be top lane, because we'll see whether it's Acolyte or Andre that's going to be playing it. Would assume so. The Braum coming through for Gamelord, though. And we were talking about, obviously, the team fight potential. Both these teams have shown some fantastic team fighting. Gamelord have led both matches so far, and they have a lot of damage coming through in this team so far.
We're going to see the Ezreal and its mid lane Ziggs. Sometimes you see bot lane Ziggs. That has been sometimes where you've seen teams flex that over. I'm going to see the Galio, the Corki comes through here. So a lot of range damage. That's going to be bot lane Corki, we assume. Usually it's Xayah Rakan that we see locked in, unless this is going to be Renekton coming through as well. So that will be Renekton. A lot of single target lockdown. If you're looking for a way to threaten a Ziggs in a team fight, you have the Galio Camille combo, followed up with the Rakan. Ziggs is going to play this very carefully. But this is an old school pickup here for Zefter. He's going to go for the Olaf. So tries to shred the front line. Doesn't worry too much about the knockups and the stuns. Lots of CC heavy comp coming out from Team Queso. And Olaf is very good at dealing with CC heavy comps.
Going to try and run through that back line and get onto the Corki. Interested that they did go for the Corki instead of the Xayah, though. We'll see how it works out, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get in the game.
The Game Lord need to do something about their game right now. They need to step up. Random playing top lane Wukong, Baron lane Wukong, should I say. Still with League of Legends PC blood running through my veins. But it's the Baron lane Wukong. This is something that Riot have been trying to push in their balance changes over the last couple of patches. They've been basically empowering his self-healing from his first ability on minions in lane. Now, it is something you can play. A lot of people opt into tank Wukong builds. So I'm interested to see Random pilot this. I don't think we've seen much of this in competitive right now.
No, absolutely.
They're falling for it again, D-Man.
Trying to get that level 2, yeah. And it's going to put Random behind. But, I mean, Random went behind, but he still came out on top. Despite the fact he went behind. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a level 2 early for Acolyte, and we'll see whether that gets gold staffed or not. We'll see how it plays out through. Now, Veos is going to be a bit of a bully here, but he's got to be careful, because as you pointed out, Ruiz certainly can wave clear, and he can be punishing as Veos is being found out here. This can be very, very dangerous, because you're so squishy early on as a Ziggs.
Yeah, Veos making a huge mistake in this early laning phase, and now Andre, he's looking for blood. He can go over the wall here, maybe flash in as well. But going to be an immediate pickup of the Honey Fruit just to keep Vejos a little bit safer. But Memorized on the side too. There is a barrier and there is a flash available. Memorized, and I mean, they go for it.
He gets the entrance in there, doesn't get the knock-up that he was looking for, and he has to get out. Yeah, tank too much damage. The Windsor Wall can still do a lot, though, but Vejos will be happy about that.
Yeah, 2 flashes for 1. They do burn his barrier. Ignite down for Ruiz, though. They were trying to set an early precedent in this laning phase. But alas, Vejos gets away with it, burning a couple of good summoners away. You can see, Random now.
I mean, we know how powerful Queso's combo is here with the Grand Entrance, with the Hero's Entrance, and of course with Camille going in, as you say, with the Hex Tech. Hello, bit of a dive. This has tried to work out last time. Didn't counter this time, though. Zefter caught out Red well.
Yeah, you see Ruiz rotate down to prevent a potential dive happening for Redemption and Scout on the bot side of the map here, especially because they left Ebo alone while Memorized roamed up towards the mid lane. Does look like Zefter's trying to clear away as much of these minions as possible. Ruiz being zoned away from his own lane, by the way, at this point. Ruiz still level 3, so forced to take a very long way back into lane. He's actually lost out on a lot of experience here, and he's starting to fall behind Vejos, as well as the fact that this is a huge wave pushing in Vejos' favor. Ruiz.
It's a big one because it's going to be the 5, so the ulti comes in already for Veil, so he could decide to try and force the issue here. Gets the satchel charge as well.
As a Ziggs, a bit difficult to do that, I think.
Yeah, I mean, as all in as you can get.
He's not going to go too hard on it, though. It does kind of what you're really interested in doing is just limiting Ruiz's map power to influence the side lanes. And by just zoning him away, you've given yourselves maybe an extra 30 seconds to work with to set the waves properly so that Ruiz can't come in and make a mess of your side lane with that ultimate.
You can see the goal balance back and forward between, obviously, the top lane advantage. There's going to be the Grand Entrance. Now, Memorize has to get out of that one. Ibu didn't really have too much follow-on. The Phosphorus bomb didn't come down, so didn't have too much to come through on that one. He will just back away. Both will back and buy, because you know what it's getting close to. Dragon and Rift Herald time. 3:15, 45 seconds to go.
Again, Game Lord just taking that slight edge in the early game. This has been kind of the story of this series. Game Lord do get the edge in the early game. They manage to run with it into the mid game, and then they make a fumble, and Team Queso are there to pounce. Acolyte goes in looking for a little 1v1 trade versus Random. Very difficult to trade versus an empowered stun from the Renekton, so Random unable to do so. And you can already see there is a grouping up from Team Queso, just trying to set up for these next neutral objectives.
It's been the Rift Herald both times so far that they have focused on. Certainly Queso looking for that way. If you're wondering why, obviously they've chosen blue lane, blue side once again, by the way. It's their choice. And you can see they're trying to get the punish onto Random, forcing him to be non-issue. But Game Lord reading into this one, also checking over towards that Rift Herald. There is going to be a back from Random here. There's the Rift Herald being pulled out by Queso.
They're going to start it up. They have top lane priority. Random forced under his own tower for the time being. I'm wondering whether Game Lord just going to try and rotate down for the dragon. Zefta.
They've been caught napping. I think they've been caught napping.
And surely they know they're going for Rift Herald. Like, they've committed so many resources to it, and now Game Lord is slow to
I
the
think
dragon.
they're too late. Yeah, I think they're really slow to this, and Kaizo could challenge them here. If they don't read it quick enough, they see Zefta going down. He's kind of telegraphed it, and I got to be honest, I'm interested to see where they challenge for this one. I don't think they're going to. I think they're going to allow them to take it. They're not too worried about the Ocean Drake.
Yeah, Zefta gets back there in time, and again, it's just a trade for trade, trying to go for the cheeky little steal with the Winds of War, but the smite is good from Zefta. And they'll be happy enough with the result here, Team Queso, to get the objective they want.
It's a very different game, though, from Queso this time. Obviously, the last two games, you kind of think of Rui as being this monster that has done so well, be it on the Diana or the Twisted Fate. But this time, I mean, it's going to be a very different style of play coming in with the Galio. It's going to be, yes, they're going to get that big Hero's Entrance drop, but he's not going to be that big punishing mid laner that you're expecting. He's actually going to be in trouble here because Zefta tries to get in front of him, forces him to get away from that one, pops the Ragnarok and gets the slam down and survives! Incredible first blood.
And they're going to pick up the first tower of the game here as well. Redemption already there with the wave. They're going to drop that Rift Herald mid. No, Random might be forced to use his ultimate just to clear this out.
It's going to come through. There's the Cyclone going down. Random will get it. There's the Hero's Entrance. Oh, sorry, the challenge coming through. The stun comes through. Doesn't quite work out. And in the end, it's a 1-for-1.
Vejos with the fadeaway bomb picks up the kill there. And you can see that Team Queso were desperate to get a trade for that bot lane tier 1. Again, Game Lord coming out strong. They've got to start their comeback at this point. You know, this is a reverse sweep on the cards if they have to get their way through to the final. And Team Queso have all of the advantages here. Game Lord, though, very defensive Galio ultimate coming out from Ruiz there. He was scared of the dive potential from Game Lord, and that's a big ultimate that's burned.
I guess they felt they were going to lose the mid turret. It was kind of worth to burn that ulti. He's not going to have it available for a while now, but they did lose that bottom tower, so at the moment, 1-for-1 in terms of tower, because the top tower did fall. Queso managed to take that one down while we were watching the kill on the bottom side. Here, let's have a look at this again. This is in the mid.
Oh, that was a really nice.
That's a true shot, wasn't it?
Yeah, true shot barrage coming out from Redemption across the map. Andre, they were just desperate to put this this Herald mid. Great Hextech ultimatum from Andre, but watch the fadeaway bomb here. Memorize just gets picked up by an empowered basic attack from Vejos. And it is a 1-for-1 trade, and they nullify the Rift Herald, which is really important here.
Yeah. Obviously takes away the small advantage they had, and it is a small advantage, just 700 gold between the two teams. And it is Game Lord holding that one. Zefta's just strolling down the mid, kind of telegraphing a bit of a move here as they all continue to walk down here. They're stacking out, maybe expecting a bit of presence on the bottom side. Rakani's kind of sneaking around there. Acolyte's going very aggressive on Random, forcing him to back away, and I feel Zefta's been caught out in the river. Zefta's in all sorts of trouble. He's going down and gone, but they can turn it around here. You can see Game Lord trying to push this one. A breakable, not enough to stop the damage. Sho does manage to stop anything coming through, and in the end, it was a 2-for-1.
Maybe trying to threaten this mid lane tier 1. They have that Ziggs Satchel charge to work with. This should be a tier 1 picked up in the mid.
Yeah, tower to go with it. I mean, 2 kills and a tower when it was Queso that engaged and got the kill. That has backfired badly.
I was just about to praise Queso because something that they're doing really well here. Let's take a look back at that fight beforehand, though. Yeah, it is Zefta caught out. He goes 1-to-1 versus Andre. They knew he was there, so the Hextech ultimatum comes through to deny as much damage as possible.
Great Glacial Fish.
He gets caught out just at the edge of the Ziggs ulti, and the rest of the team are there to back him up. But something I was about to praise Queso for, and it's something that they've done all series long. They have played really well around strong side vision. They've put a lot of vision into that blue side jungle. They committed 4 members of their team to that blue side and played around the vision knowledge that they had. It's something that Queso have done really well throughout this series, and something that I think that Game Lord haven't done as well. Game Lord have not played around the vision that they've got.
It's what's cost them 2 Barons.
It's what's cost them 2 Barons. I think Game Lord haven't played around the vision as well as some of the others. Andre, a little bit overextended here. We'll be able to get away with that hook shot. We have a Infernal Dragon spawning momentarily. Random's ultimate not yet up, but will be by the time this Infernal Drake spawns.
So for Queso, they've come down, they've got the ward coverage that they were looking for to try and get the coverage they were after for this Infernal. Game Lord a little out of position, but here comes Vejos. Vejos has just been back to buy, don't know what he's picked up. True Shot catches 3 of them, starts the dragon off, in they go. Hero's Entrance going to come down, that's a great knock-up coming through. It's going to be Andre that's going to try and get away from this one, and the damage at the moment is coming out from Game Lord. You can see Zeftor's very low, though. They try and turn it back around. They don't really have the damage to answer it. Random sticking off the side. He's looking to try and sneak in and get one of those big slams down. But this is going to be a disengage, a 1-for-1.
Don't think they can really do enough versus the range of the Ziggs and the Ezreal at this point.
They're chasing.
However, with the jungle is down, no one can go for this dragon. It's too much of a 50-50 at this point, so not willing to commit to the Infernal. Really, really excellent fight. Great knock-up, great chain of CC coming out from Team Queso there, but Game Lord were able to peel back towards their own tower and play from range once more.
And another great true shot from Redemption to start things off as well, catching multiple members. So, you can see in terms of gold, the advantages, the disadvantages. Big advantage for Veos this time around. Ruiz obviously was the man that's carried and caused them these big upsets in the last 2 games. He's not going to be the man they can rely on. So looking towards Acolyte maybe, who's obviously got that 1,000 gold lead right now to try and help out in these big team fights. That big Renekton can be deceivingly damaging.
There's some big ultimates now here for Andre and Acolyte. They've got theirs available. Random now has his 2. So the teamfight ultimates are all there for Game Lord.
They want to delay it for Rui's ulti, don't they? They want to try and just delay as long as they can. Oh, that's a good bomb catching onto Ibu there, actually. So Veos causing the problem. The chip damage, the true shot takes Ibu down half, and in they go. And Andre just has to get out of there instantly. Doesn't have the damage, and this is Game Lord looking huge this time around. Acolyte tries to run, but this could be an ace if he's not careful. Andre will fall, and Ibu, the last man standing. That was a convincing turnaround this time, a 4-for-1.
Much better from Game Lord this time around. You can hear it in their voices after the team fight too. This is a Baron call that is safe, D-Man. This is a safe Baron call.
That's if Zeftor doesn't die.
Zeftor might early here. They are trying to go for the Infernal Dragon with the Corki soloing it out right now. Evo is trying to at least claim something back here, and actually Game Lord don't have the vision to recognize this.
Yeah, I'm not sure he can do it, you know. I don't think he can do it. He's okay, Andre's coming. There we go. Now he's safe. So they have managed to get at least the Infernal Drake from that one. He's going to try and push the tower as well. They're trying to maximize the deficit here. And it's the right choice because they know they're up against the Baron up team here, but he's got to be careful. Ibu could get caught out by Random. Random will join the party and the tower's safe.
Baron will be the big play here for Game Lord. What can they do with this? They have a Ziggs. Great siege in that champion. They need to make use of this Baron power play. They want to ensure that they're getting value out of this buff because they did just lose the Infernal. Baron goes away, Infernal does not. So Game Lord do have a bit of a challenge on their hands to make sure they're getting maximum value out of this Baron buff.
Yeah, they want to push all 3 lanes if possible. They have just Baron up the top lane. It's the mid where the pressure's going to be, and then they've also Baron up the bottom lane. Ibu's going to have to try and protect that one at the moment. You can see Acolyte on the top, but it will be the first tier 2 turret going down.
It should be a relatively easy siege onto the tier 2 towers in both the bot and mid. It's about whether they can actually get a permanent addition to their structures in the form of one of those inhibitor towers. That will be the challenge right now for Game Lord. However, Andre committing to the mid lane to try and push things in. Maybe Game Lord with the next wave here can maybe look to threaten this inhibitor tower.
Those true shots are doing so much damage. And I'll tell you what, he's catching Ibu every time.
Yeah.
Which is a big punishing. Man, take down that Dragon Laner. Certainly put him on half health before the fight even begins. It can certainly put a doubt in his mind.
You can hear the guys back. They're even just bantering between themselves.
Yeah, and I'm seeing smiles back on the face of
Game Lord look a bit more confident right now.
If I was the coach, I'd be saying, look, guys, we've led both of these games, and we've thrown it away. This time, they left no doubt. They went in after a 4v1 to get that Baron. You know, one man's not going to make a difference. Well, I mean, randomly, one in 100 chances maybe, but here we go, trying to get a chase down mid. Not going to catch anyone out. Andre can just dash out of that one, no problem, as he goes over the wall.
We're going to have that top lane tier 1 finally drop here for Game Lord. That is something that has been plaguing a bit of their map presence on the top side of the map for some time, and that should drop now. We'll make a healthy 9k gold lead or 8k gold lead in their favor. So I've made use of that Baron buff. They're going to keep pushing though. They haven't got the Baron buff anymore, but they do have that wave to work with. Maybe pick up a tier 2 on this top side. You can see that what we're seeing from Team Queso is they're trying to mitigate other lanes as best they can. You can see that Acolyte is actually pushing heavily here, but you have to be very careful versus the Ziggs. Too easy for him to take towers very quickly.
Yeah, and this is actually the true shot again on Ruiz and Ibu. They do engage, but again, those carries are just so low on health. Random will come in, he's tanking the turret, and will the mirror will fall, but he gets away from that one. And Game Lord, they will back away. And I tell you what, Acolyte, ballsy to stick in that bot lane while that was all happening.
I mean, got great comms from Queso to say, no, they can't get it. Don't worry about it. We'll just commit. And they're going to pick up another tower here. It's going to sort of nullify some of that gold lead. Mid lane tier 1 might actually drop as well. You can see that Andre, a couple hits with his first ability.
That's big.
The Precision Protocol picks it up. That is a great response from Team Queso in the face of what was a very rough situation.
To take 2 turrets from that situation was, you know, it was ballsy, and it paid off. It absolutely paid off. Baron back on the map. 9-4 in favor of Game Lord this time around. A more traditional game, I think it's safe to say. 6,000 gold lead for them. But in terms of teamfight presence, it can still be risky.
They've got no wards. They have 0 wards on the map.
Neither team.
No, this is just Game Lord. This is just Game Lord's point of view right now. You can already see that there's strong ward coverage.
They've only just come back to base to start sweeping, so I'll let them off.
I'll let them off. They need to start getting their own vision down. There was definitely a threat of Team Queso trying to sneak a Baron in that situation, but they don't feel strong enough at this point in time. One thing that Queso does really well, by the way, very good at managing their waves. They're making it so that it is very difficult when Game Lord gets some kind of win to go for at least an easy objective because they have a built-up wave in their favor. Queso are very good at managing their sideline waves. So Acolyte overextends just a little bit.
Jeez, the damage he takes. Down the half health he goes. The Mountain Drake spawns, by the way. Well, that's all been happening as well. Game Lord, though, you know, they've got to be so careful. With the power of Ziggs and Ezreal, they can put somebody, even Acolyte, onto half health in a matter of seconds.
You can see there, the ward, that ward is like the most ultimate ward right now for Team Queso.
It's a chance for them. Ruiz, you can't go too deep like that. He's going to get caught out. There's the big Mega Inferno bomb coming through. True Shot Barrage passes over. Andre comes in. They might be able to pick themselves up a kill here. Random's very low on the back line, but there's just nothing to follow in. The hero's entrance comes far too late. Zefta will back away from that one. Memorize is going to get caught out. It's a 3-for-0. And I got to be honest, Game Lord, they may be able to push and finish here.
They've got Evo to work with. Evo is actually chunking people out with late game Corki, but it's at least going to be an inhibitor tower, you feel, for Game Lord. Don't know if they're going to be straight up end the game.
It's a 4. They got all 4 down. I mean, there's 25-second death timers. I think Baron probably the right choice.
Call. I think Baron is the sensible call if they can go for it, but they have low HP bars. You have to be very careful, and you can see that Evo right now is just sitting on the sidelines. I don't know if Queso can go straight for this Baron. I think
they've left it too late.
I think they've left it too late here. They've chosen the inhibitor over the Barret at the end of the day, and that's perfectly fine.
Yep. I'm agreeing, and you know what? It's the right call. After the last 2 games they've had,
I think you play it safe, right?
They've got to play it safe. Yeah, they know that they've got a big advantage. They've come out 3-4 kills ahead in the last 2-3 fights.
We'll take a look back here again as well. It is just the fact that Ruiz and Team Queso have very limited vision of where Game Lord are. And again, split up team fight. Wukong super good into melee comps, and Braum especially doing absolute work for Game Lord right now. Individually picking off the immediate targets, stunning them up, and allowing both Vejos and Redemption to back out of the team fight and keep their range.
That's the first time we've seen some hesitation from Queso.
Yeah.
Like you said, that Cyclone was perfect. The hero's entrance wasn't there because Ruiz was the one that got engaged upon. He came late. It was like he obviously didn't want to fight right now. So the first time we're seeing a bit of hesitation in the team fight prowess.
It's also the first time that I'm seeing Game Lord play sensibly around vision. In their first 2 games, I really don't think they gave enough respect to how strong Queso's vision control has been this game.
Do you think they're listening to us?
Look, mate, as much as I like to think I know a thing or two about Wild Rift, I can tell you what, I'm not as knowledgeable as these guys.
I've said this many times across many esports. If a team is relying on the commentators to tell them what to do, they got a problem.
Exactly. As much as I like to think that I know a bit about Wild Rift, these coaches know far more than I do.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, any observation I'm making, you can guarantee that the coaches are either making the observation similar or a better
again, Ibu caught with the True Shot Barrage. The Mega Inferno bomb comes in, they engage, but it doesn't matter. The carries are out of there. Ruiz will go through and gets gold, but there's nothing to show for it. The Rakan will fall of Memorize, and again, I've got to be honest, that Inferno turret is certainly going to fall.
Inferno turret!
Inferno turret!
Andre was trying to do his best. I think Andre made the right call here. He was trying to threaten an inhibitor tower in the mid lane. I actually think Game Lord have got to be a little careful. Andre's committing to this. I don't know if you can straight up go for Baron without being At least in the
They've still got 4 up. This is so risky again. They've got a lot of damage coming down. Acolyte already sees it coming through.
And
you can see Andre off the side. Then they go for the peel this time around, and it's the right choice. The Mega Inferno Bomb will find its target. Acolyte will fall. True shot for Barrage.
Get the Baron alive.
Andre still goes, and they have managed to keep the Baron in tow, and they will collect it. And now it is surely Game Lord's match to have.
Andre just about trying to escape here. Will get away from it. I really like what Team Queso were doing in these situations, but Game Lord are just too far ahead. You saw Andre pushing down mid. He was like, I'm going to threaten the inhibitor tower. I'm going to make it difficult for them to choose Baron. Maybe go for a little hookshot steal over the wall. But at the end of the day, Game Lord are just too far ahead in this game, and they have these ridiculous late game carries, these hyper carries in the form of Ziggs and Ezreal, and too much time given over to them at this point. Game Lord would have to do something monumental to throw this game. And they already have 2 inhibitors that are creating natural priority in both the Baron lane and the mid lane here. With the Elder Dragon spawning relatively soon, they don't really even need to go for it. They can just look for that 3rd inhibitor and try and secure themselves the game.
And it was all really from the pick and ban.
Yeah.
I mean, it was Game Lord that took the risk. They left. They banned Senna, but they left the Ziggs open. They gambled on it, and it worked. They reckoned the Camille would go through. Here's the engage coming through. There's just no damage to follow on. It is a Baron up Game Lord that will just run through the back line, straight through the inhibitor turret. The Nexus will fall. We have a series on our hands. Game Lord take game 3.
That is what we were expecting. Changes in draft, a little risky draft, as D-Man correctly pointed out. They left that Ziggs open and said, hey, you've got your Camille, boys. Take it, take it. And then they took the Ziggs themselves, and it was huge. That range that they were able to give themselves, the disengage of the randoms Baron lane Wukong created so much space for both Redemption and Vehos to just be able to pummel from range. Very difficult at that point if you're not able to use the Camille Galio combo offensively to really get any work done in a team fighter's case. So Game Lord controlled that game from start to finish. They definitely played it safe. I'm glad they did, because we've got a series on our hands.
Game Lord, for me, the biggest difference there, Kiernan, was the Baron plays. Being able to go from messing up Barons on multiple occasions to right at the end there, incredibly disciplined. They started it, and they were waiting for them to come in and fight, and immediately they kept the Baron alive, they took the fight, got picks, and then they were like, okay, this is easy, we'll just take this for free.
And it was the indecision in game 2. We were talking about the peel, and obviously we were talking about the Vehos was down here, one was over here. There was indecision of like, are we going and stay on the Baron, are we going? This time around, they did peel away. They actually managed to keep it still going though, somehow. Didn't know who stayed on it, but they did manage to fully peel this time around. I mean, they were a lot further ahead than they have been in any of the other game. There's no doubt about it. That big 4v1 fight.
It was better control around Baron, which is what we wanted to see from Game Lord. I think, arguably, I'm not going to say that the Baron was the sole reason that Game Lord lost these games in the first 2 games, but it was definitely a large contributor to the way that Game Lord played those games out. This time, much more disciplined around that objective. Took the objective when there was a major advantage in their favor, which was the most important part. And then, as D-Man correctly said, the peel off from Baron to go for the engage in that situation was super nice. So I think Game Lord just a lot more structured around their neutral objectives. Their draft was risky, but paid off. And I think right now we're looking at a reinvigorated Game Lord coming into the game.
I cannot think of a single team fight that Ibu went into that with more than half health, because he was getting hit by a True Shot Barrage or a bomb coming out from the Ziggs. He was getting hit by them before the fight even began. So every time they went in, they were at a disadvantage, and it absolutely worked out. This time, Game Lord's advantage that they had in all 3 games actually paid off.
I think one of the things that stood out for me with Team Queso as well was they were constantly finding small wins when everything was going up against them. You saw split lane pushes coming in, they're sneaking away towers, they were keeping themselves in the game.
I think that's something that is really important to point out, because even in the face of what was insurmountable gold leads presented by Game Lord, you still saw Queso making really good, as I praised them in game,
objective plays,
great plays around turrets, great plays around controlling minion waves. The setup on their own minion waves was really strong, because every time that Game Lord got something, the reason the game went so long is that every time Game Lord got something like an objective or a Baron, they had no minion wave to capitalize on it with.
Okay, well, that's enough from us on the desk. We're going to throw it over to Carmeline, who's got a play to break down from that last game.
Hey! Hello, guys. Thank you very much for giving me the permission to talk about this clip that I've chosen right here. And, well, as you can see, we've got a team fight coming up right in the lower end of the river. But, first of all, what I want to remark, notice the health bars of every single player appearing here on the screen. We've got plenty of them hiding here in the bush. We've got some others here spread, trying to group it together. Once again, full life, all this up. Now, let's watch a clip, shall we? Okay, let's click play. You can see them moving a little bit around. Good vision from both teams right there, as you can see. And here as well, the ultimate for Ezreal clashes. Let's look at where it goes. Right here, it is gonna cover all this zone right there, hitting two of the potentially most important players in this team, in this game, just because of all the damage they can cause. Now, we keep on watching. Look, as again, this happens. Now, what they can do, what Team Queso decides to do is, yes, you know, we're gonna try, and with Galio's grand entrance, Hero's entrance, we're gonna try and clash here. Will they be able to do it? Look at it. 3 different Game Lord members just being stuck in the air by this ultimate. However, look at Random as well. Random, Wukong, joining them in the team fight right there. I'm gonna delete this just to watch it in action. Right now, once again in the air, but several Team Queso's members being stunned. Look at this, and Evu, which is the part that I really wanted to get to. Evu playing a Wukoki, good range, but taking into account the composition of Game Lord's team, you can clearly see how he was struggling a little bit to get into the actual team fight. So what we end up seeing there is Evu wanting to do something, Game Lord turning around and turning this team fight in favor. We're gonna end up finish watching the clip here. So you can see Team Queso having to retreat, but Game Lord already gaining that advantage that will go on to win the games. As you can see here, more kills coming up, trying to chase a little bit around here. But once again, Game Lord having really good calls in this game. And again, putting one at least in the scoreboard. So I'm gonna send it back to you guys at the desk.
Yeah, thank you very much. I mean, fantastic. What she just pointed out there, obviously the counter effectively from Random was brilliant. I mean, they in fairness, like Queso did it well. They layered on the knockups. They layered the stuns down. They got their the hero's entrance coming through, getting that. Well, I think it was a 4-man knockup. Maybe they got caught with it.
Yeah.
But then the follow-up was just lacking, and immediately the Cyclone in the backside's like, you're going to layer on top? Well, that's perfect for me. Cyclone, bam, Random catches them all, and then they're caught in a 4-man knockup.
They also had the advantage of geographical terrain. You know what I'm trying to say? Terrain. They had terrain advantage. The blocker there into the river was actually providing a huge amount of value in terms of preventing the follow-up. So yeah.
Yeah.
All right, well, we're going to tie a bow in that game as we look forward to game number 4, I believe. Let me do maths. Game number 4, Team Queso versus Game Lord, coming up right now.
Thank you very much. Yes, here we go. Game 4. Wow, are we going to be going the distance? Who knows? Game Lord have led all the way so far, but the choice is to start on the red side.
Yeah, I think actually Team Queso get the choice here. So they lose, they get the choice in the series. Whenever someone loses in the series, they get to choose.
So they've been choosing red side the whole way through?
Yeah, Game Lord have been choosing red side the entire way through. So when you lose in the series, I believe you get the side choice.
Let me make a note. Read the rules.
Look, D-Man, it's okay.
It's been a while.
Boomers have poor memories.
No, but the problem is the best of 5, they change it every time around, every time we come into it. But anyway, that's how it is. Let's get the pick and bans on your screens. They are right there. And we'll see if the shenanigans continues, because the mind games are kicking in. That's the beauty of these best of 5 series. That's when the pick and bans really come into their own, where the coach is doing the work out the background, figuring the analysts out. It worked so well.
Yeah, and I think
it works so well for Game
Lord. What you've got to be very, very careful of this game is like that Ziggs play again. I think if you're going to go down that Ziggs play again, I don't know if, fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice. Sorry, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. I don't think Team Queso. Sorry,
there's a saying in there somewhere.
I always get that one wrong. I really don't know if Team Queso are going to go fall for that bait again. I do think that the Senna is an important ban, and now that the fact that we have the Kha'Zix banned away, it does mean that we're either going to see a Senna or a Ziggs. Maybe Game Lord do go for that Ziggs play again. Now, if Game Lord do, they have to essentially They have to, if they ban the Ziggs, they have to essentially give up the Senna. If they ban the Senna, they have to be prepared to deal with the Ziggs as the first pick from Team Queso.
Well, the Lee Sin coming through, which means, obviously, as you mentioned, Camille, Senna, Ziggs, which are they going to go for? What will be that final ban for Game Lord? What will they leave open for Queso? I got to be honest, I don't think the Camille was that much of a problem.
They're going to trade it.
I think they would let that through. They go for the
banning the Braum and
Braum.
saying, okay, well, you take Senna, we take Ziggs. You take Ziggs, we take Senna.
Yeah, or the Camille.
Or the Camille.
All
Absolutely,
the Camille.
all three
All
are
the
open
Camille.
at
We
this
could take
point,
everything. Could take it all. So the Braum ban, interesting. So that tells me they're going for a comp where the big Unbreakable Shield could be a problem. Or maybe the Glacial Fissure, maybe they're going to clump up. I don't know.
actually think Ziggs is a really good answer to Senna, though, because you have the range to battle her, and you have a lot of burst damage to deal with on the back line. So I think if they do go for a Senna first pick for Team Queso, it obviously worked so well for them over the first 2 games. Game Lord do have the backup of a Camille to threaten them, and also a Ziggs to combo with it as well.
Well, this is where the coaches certainly make their money, that's for sure. This is the obviously still match point for Queso, as it was in the previous game. After picking up the first 2 wins, but there is a reverse sweep opportunity here for Game Lord. But let's not get ahead of ourselves just yet.
I'm not going to get him.
I want to look at
it. I think they're going to go for the Ziggs here.
What's in the book?
They're going for the Ziggs. So as Team Queso first picking Ziggs, now Game Lord have to feel confident that they can actually pilot the Senna. Because if you give over Senna as well to Team Queso, that might be a bit of a draft issue, I think.
I'm seeing a bit of a shake of the head there as well from Game Lord. I'm not too sure. I think they were expecting to fall for the bait, but they are going to take Camille Senna. Anyway, now the question is, did they expect something else, and are they now having to quickly change their draft?
I think so. I think they expected a Senna first pick.
Yeah.
I think they genuinely expected a Senna first pick, and Game Lord unfortunately read the draft maybe incorrectly here. Acolyte will lock in his Renekton once more. Now, Game Lord, their ideal scenario here is to pick up the Galio, have a fasting Senna Galio lane, and have the Camille Galio combo. That's not going to happen, though. Team Queso will lock in this Galio.
I mean, the Oriana's still out there, so there's obviously Oriana and Nasus. We've seen a bunch of options to go with that Senna alongside, but the question is what works for what they'd originally planned with that pick and ban strategy, because they've had those few changes to come through. So Game Lord, over to you, as it were. Does mean, of course, you know, honestly, the impactfulness we saw in the last game of the Ezreal, for example, is not going to be there. The Wukong will be the choice for random, it seems. So they want that Wukong Renekton lane. It did work well.
Oh, this is classic Game Lord. This is classic Game Lord. This is going to be fasting Seraphine bot, I think, for redemption here, with obviously the Senna supporting. This is something that you dial back 4 months on the calendar. This was the Game Lord one-trick Seraphine, and everybody banned Seraphine against them because that was the way that they had kind of got their wins.
So the Corki and the Vi coming through for Queso. So pretty much the same for Queso. You know what it's got almost combining, mishmashing what they've done for the last few games. You can see what it's going to be. It's all about obviously getting that big end hero's entrance in. There's a lot of damage to pile on top of that Vi.
Yeah, I'm a little concerned for Game Lord here because you have great follow-up for the Vi here. Mega Inferno bomb onto the target, followed by the Galio, his hero entrance. I'm a little concerned.
Oriana mid, Seraphine.
I think it's Oriana. I think it's Oriana mid. Obviously, we have these Senna Oriana bot a lot, but I think that Seraphine is more classically put into the bot lane, just because she can be a little bit vulnerable. However, versus a Ziggs, you're not going to be as vulnerable, so there might be a Seraphine mid in this situation.
Well, let's get, ladies and gentlemen, game number 4 in the books. 2-1 to Queso right now. Here we go. Let's check out how this one will play out. Game Lord have led all 3 games from the lane phase. It transitioned into some team fighting nightmares around the Baron pit, and Queso picked up the first 2 games. But now Game Lord, after picking that one back, do seem a little reinvigorated. But this is a very good pick for me for Queso.
Yeah, I think Queso have got a really nice composition. Great single target lockdown. Great follow-up on that Vi as well. A lot of initial damage going down onto Redemption too from Memorized there. But it is going to be Scout farming on the bot lane with Redemption and just supporting him in that sense. So it is, again, as we said, fasting Senna plus Seraphine bot. And that Seraphine will be the key pick. I think, you know, that's the reason we're seeing it here. Seraphine, in this particular circumstance, is a relatively sensible pick into heavy dive. If you can play a little bit further back as the Seraphine, then you're going to be able to essentially set up great situations for both Vejos and Redemption to shine. But I think we have to keep our eyes because they have it's a very squishy comp, you know. Like that is the problem. It's an extremely squishy comp here for Game Lord, and you make one wrong move versus a Galio and a Vi, you're going to be in a bit of a rough spot.
So we'll see this one plays out with Random, of course, being the top laner. Obviously, the right-hand side is not quite right because Zefta is the jungle with the Wukong, and Random being on the Camille at the top here this time around, like it was on the Wukong previously. So we'll see how that one translates. Zefta just having a little look around that mid lane, bit of lane tax in, and you can see Andre doing the exact same. So both with the pretty much same idea. There was a ward coverage for Queso to pretty much follow the exact pathing that Zefta was doing, so they kind of knew he was coming.
They're trying to create some priority for the scuttles. This is what Andre has done every single game. He'll path mid, creates a natural priority mid that allows him to go for a scuttle relatively risk-free. Looks like they're going to trade top scuttle for bot scuttle here, but Vejos is going to hang around.
Yeah, it's going to try and cause problems. You can see Rue is actually pretty low. There's the damage. Here comes Redemption. They might go for it, you know. Might go and peek in there. There's the first fight being caused. You can see they're going to lock onto Show. Show in all sorts of trouble. He's going to get picked off. He's going to be the focus target. Ibu will catch him. First blood comes in. Redemption has to flash away as well. And that did not work for Game Lord.
Can hear Ruiz just going for it. Andre does get caught out here, forced to flash away.
And they're going straight back in for this one, but the rest of the team are there. Ruiz has no mana to throw any more bombs. Andre will be able to walk away from this one. The shield comes through, and it's bait. They turn it back around. Zefta goes down. Andre picked off. Is he going to be low? No. Random will get away with it. He comes in, and in the end, it was a 1-for-1. But I gotta be honest, I still feel Queso came out on top.
They absolutely did, because look at how much free lane Acolyte's getting now, and how much Random lost to make that play across the map. Team Queso absolutely come out on top there. I understand what Game Lord did, but you don't want to fight as a Seraphine and a center lane in the early game. Too much CC to play up against. Unfortunately, the follow-up from Game Lord wasn't there. Vejos had no mana to work with as well. And that was a very risky attempt to shut down a single Rift Scuttler.
We're going straight into it. This was the replay earlier on as well. And I just don't...
There's too much CC for you to try and deal with in the early game. I'm not really sure on the thinking there for Game Lord.
Okay, so the first fight was about objectives. You know, looking to try and get, obviously, the Scuttle Crab down, gives you that vision and River. The second fight, nothing to be gained other than pure fighting.
It was purely to try and claim something back from a very awkward situation.
Chest thumping is what it was right there. A bit of manly prowess backfiring. 23 seconds on the clock to see whether, of course, the Rift Herald and the Dragon will be spawning. And it has been the focus of Rift Herald for Queso in all 3 games so far. We'll see if that remains the same, because we do have 3 members down the bottom. Here we go, backing away.
Fight on the top side of the map, though.
Oh, they're fight. Yeah, they're going to get on towards our Acolyte. Acolyte's in all sorts of trouble. Acolyte looks like he may well go down, and he will fall as the Dragon spawns.
Yep, Dragon is up. That is Infernal that's going to get started up by Memorized here, but they have lost a major player in these early objective fights. Looks like they're going to trade Rift Herald for Infernal, though. With Scout and the Redemption trying to stall them. I can hear calls for stalling. I can hear saying just try and buy enough time, but I don't think you're going to have enough time here. I think actually you're playing a risky game versus a Vi.
Yeah.
I think they're trading Infernal for Rift Herald. So that is an Infernal Drake for Team Queso. I'd actually call that a relatively big win for them.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, to quickly transition off it, obviously they lost Acolyte. There's a lot of damage gone down on this top turret as well. The Redemption has managed to put down. So Acolyte returns the lane, but you know what? I'll take the Dragon as well. I think they're okay with that.
Yeah, this is okay for both teams right now. Very small goal difference separating them in this early game. Queso definitely given a little bit of early confidence with those fights around the Rift Scuttler, but it is Game Lord that have managed to bully their way back into the lead here. Infernal is a huge pickup, though, especially with the Ziggs and the Corki. Lots of scaling magic damage on your team. I think that is something that we should keep our eyes on, though. Lots of scaling magic damage, but not necessarily lots of scaling AD here.
Yeah, a big part is the fact that obviously we're looking at the opposite lanes. They're not quite lined up exactly. The Random is the top laner, has completed that Triforce as opposed to the Black Cleaver, obviously, for Acolyte. But the main one I'm seeing is Zefta has completed that Black Cleaver. So if they do go into a fight at the moment, he's going to have a big advantage over Andre. Andre's still trying to build that item.
Yeah, and it's a great facilitator of both Redemption and Random as well, having that Black Cleaver in tow, because you're reducing armor across the board. You can see Andre.
That's why they want this fight.
Here. They're trying to get the Galio into position to use the hero's entrance on any kind of engage. They've kind of left Ibu on an island at the bot side here. You can see that Redemption and Scout are just power farming their way in a 2v1. I would say that favors Game Lord overall at this stage in time.
Yeah, and they're trying to force it in and around. The Rift Herald will go down, so they wanted to force the mid-fight. They get on towards Memorizing, realizing that it is the Galio there. They lock him down very nicely. Completely misread the situation. Didn't expect all 5 members of Game Lord to turn up there. And the Rift Herald should be able to get the start down. Oh, the big shockwave comes in, pulls 3 members in. The Rift Herald will fall, so they can't quite dive in the tower, but there could easily be a lot more damage done to Queso.
Oh, that was so... I mean, Scout held his ultimate there. That feels weird to me. He held his ultimate for so long. It felt like it could have been an easy setup for them to get a triple kill, but they will eventually pick up this tower in mid, and Game Lord will be happy with the outcome here. First tower of the game. However, bot lane...
Top lane as well. I mean, yeah, Ibu's going to get the bot lane, but top lane is going to go down as well, because you can see Random is going to work on that tower. So 2 towers, top and bottom. Sorry, top and mid taken for Game Lord. Bottom turret falls for Queso. Let's have a look at this one again.
I think it's a bit of an error for Memorize. He'd already used his taunt. I don't know if you noticed just before this fight, his taunt got cancelled. And so he had no way to actually set up this fight. Great shield from Redemption. They're already getting hurt by the poke from Ziggs. But as we said, that shockwave, 3-man, a little bit more AP behind Veos there, and that would have been disgusting. Again, Shout held onto his ultimate, though. That, for me, felt a little awkward. But at the end of the day, they got what they got. It was the tier 1 in the mid. That's what they came for. They walk away with it.
So far, Random has generally been the gold leader throughout, and he is once again. I don't know where he manages to find it, but he does. He manages to squeeze it, eke it. It's going to be the bottom turret. They're going to trade a top for bottom turret here, it seems. It is going to be Acolyte that will just back away from this one. Yeah, he's pretty much read the situation. They're going to trade. The question is, who can get the tier 2 first? Because you can see the race. It's Queso that's ahead right now.
They're trying to go for it. I mean, this could be an inhibitor tower if you don't play this correctly, and you can see they're already back.
I mean, a Corki Ziggs, that's a lot of damage. It can go down. Yeah, they have to back from this one. They have to realize the danger.
You're going to see Random already make his way down.
They got the turret. They got it. They got
exactly,
the tier 2.
And you can actually see that Memorize is clearing waves behind the mid lane to make it difficult to push onto the tier 2. So that is actually a win in favor of Queso here. Gold leads are minimal right now for Game Lord. 10 seconds until the dragon spawns as well.
They are, I don't know who's making the calls on that team, but they are very, very good at object control. That's looking like a danger sign in mid. Yeah, the pings come down. They're walking straight into it. Acolyte will fall. He can pop as much as he can. The Dominus don't think it's going to be enough, but he hangs on. And now they turn it back around. What is happening here, ladies and gentlemen? Queso turning it on. They get themselves 1-2. They go, Acolyte will get out once again. Ibu trying to put the damage down. He's got him with the package. That is deep, deep, deep from Ibu, but it pays off. He gets himself another down, but Random has turned up to the fight, and now danger signs for Queso. They've got to get out of there. He finds another. It's a 4-for-2 to Game Lord. My word.
What an absolutely nutty fight, D-Man. Like, people were taking swings left, right, and center. Absolutely insane. But Random, once again, he is the hero of this team. Questions have been raised about Random's status as the best Baron laner in the European scene. I think this series is definitely making a case for him. He is stepping up when his team needs it. They're even going to come away with the objective too. That is a huge win for Game Lord.
They're sweeping through. They're going to catch on towards Veos. Veos has to flash away. But actually, he didn't flash away. He just managed to dodge it. Instead, Game Lord are going back in again. What is happening? And Queso will just step away from that one. Realizing the dangerous situation, Game Lord are hunting.
I think there is warning signs for Game Lord, though. I don't know if you noticed in a few of these fights, but some stray Zig bombs. Yeah, stray Zig bombs.
That's all. Here we go.
Corki. That was the catch. Very tanky Acolyte, with the support of Memorize, able to get him out. Now, they kind of went all in onto Zefta's clone, which unfortunately meant that Zefta was able to set up another fight here. Watch this. Great shockwave again from Vejos. He's been huge. But Ibu able to do a massive amount of damage. He has that package available as well. It was a great package from him. Just about Redemption gets away with it on the backside of the fight. But watch Random. He is the big threat to Ziggs in this fight. No one peeling back for him because they went very aggressive to try and capitalize on Ibu. And Random, with that gold lead, is really converting it right now for Game Lord. He has been a monster this game and has picked up the Blade of the Ruin King as well. Usually, if you're concerned about your safety as a Camille, you'll go Sterak's Gage or Guardian Angel. He's not concerned about his safety. He wants to kill people. He's gone Blade of the Ruin King here.
Redemption building stacks, you can see. Looking pretty dangerous so far.
42,
and has been doing Serious work, that's what it's all about. That's the starve. Now, just stay away from that Baron for right now, if Game Lord, if you please.
I want to see 5 games, dude. I want, as much as I want my prediction to be right, I do want to see 5 games here as well. I think that'll be a great start to our semi-finals day.
Absolutely. Oh, can we roll out Silver Scrapes here? Did we get that?
I don't know. Did we get the permission?
I'm not too sure if we can pull that one away from League right now, but we'll try. As it is, I mean, it's only a 3,000 gold lead. It's not huge. It's not massive.
It's not big.
They've come back from 4K gold leads already, and they've got to be very careful they don't get caught out. Both teams, though, hunting for fights here.
Take a look at the item spikes. Vejos is sitting on his Rabadon's Death Cap, which is pretty huge. Working towards that right now for Ruiz, but it is Vejos who has hit that spike a little bit beforehand. However, a lot of defensive itemization has already been locked in here for Team Queso. 3 Gargoyles in chance, 2 Stasis in chance. They know this next fight is going to be big, and so therefore they've invested defensively to try and negate a lot of the burst damage coming through from both Vejos, Redemption, Shkal, you name it, it's there. Bit of a change though, we're going to see Redemption picking up a Locket of the Iron Solari, very sensible, versus heavy AoE damage coming out from Ruiz and Ibu. So I like that pickup, going to provide a small edge in some of the mid-game team fights right now for Game Lord.
Sweeps and baits, I feel, from Game Lord. They're trying to bait it, but I think Queso are just going to go for this mid-turret. And the question is, will they get caught from behind? Here comes Zefter. Watch out for the Cyclone. He's going to stealth himself in there. There's the Cyclone, but they dissipated really well. They try to turn this one back around. Zefter's on the back line. There's going to be the grand challenge coming through, and that will be one fall. Andre goes down, but now where's the damage coming from Queso? It is evacuation time, and I don't think they're going to get away from this one. As Random puts more damage down. Acolyte will be picked off. Memorize will be the next focus target. Ibu caught out as well. Random is just running through the team, and it is Redemption that is collecting the kills on the way. It's a team ace for Game Lord.
When Random needs to step up, he does, and Redemption's there to give the support damage. Huge engage from Game Lord. Great call as well from them to go for that very risky engage when they're not exactly huge leaps and bars ahead. Zefter creates the distraction, allows Game Lord to focus down onto Andre, who gets isolated, locked up. His ultimate becomes useless due to that Hextech ultimatum, and that is an inhibitor tower drop now from Game Lord. Big conversion for them. We should be looking at a 2-2 in this series right now because Game Lord have got a massive advantage to work with.
2 tier 2 turrets and an inhibitor turret off the back of that fight.
Wait.
The Mounted Drake just spawns. They're pinging it, they're running for it, but they're going to run right over a ward.
It's the back timings they were trying to capitalize on here. They were trying to capitalize on the back timings of Game Lord because they overextended for that inhibitor tower, but you can hear the rest of Queso not keen to make this play when they're so far behind. Random gets taunted up, but there isn't really a follow-up.
They're going for it, though. Andre goes in. That's going to be the box coming through. Is it going to be enough to try and lock them down? Veil's taking a lot of damage, and Veil's in all sorts of trouble. There is a great shockwave coming through in a moment. It is a 1-for-0, but I tell you what, warning sign still for Game Lord there. They almost got punished.
Random walks straight into a face check, but he's just so strong right now that it didn't matter. Game Lord able to get away with it. The center ultimate was big from Redemption, captured everybody, huge shielding coming out.
That proved to me that if Ruiz and Ibu can set up their damage, can get it down, you can actually see them drop. I mean, Veos was down to nothing, Redemption was down to nothing, and, suddenly take them out, and there's a lot of damage off the table.
We're looking at some key item spikes coming through right now, Demon. We have the Solari Charge Blade. The Infinity Edge should be being built up right now as well for Ibu. Though that item spike will be pretty dangerous, especially since we're not really seeing much defensive itemization towards magic resist coming out from GLD. Game Lord are actually going for armor, when realistically the main sources of damage to worry about from Team Queso will be that magic damage coming out from Ruiz and the 80% magic damage coming out from Ibu. So just be a little cautious.
There's some very squishy targets.
Yeah.
I mean, Seraphim, squishy. Senna, squishy. Orianna can be squishy, can get caught out. Could build up a bit of defense, but it is squishy at the moment, no doubt about it. So, a pick here or there. Let's not read too much into that 10,000 gold differential, because as the game goes longer, which, yes, I know 15 minutes doesn't sound long for a League of Legends game, but in terms of Wild Rift, it's a pretty long game.
This is a decent length game. You're absolutely true. Absolutely true. That's not a phrase, Kim.
Death time is also pretty big as well, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. And this is what we've been talking about all series long. The ward coverage, the sweeping. This is being put to use, and the Baron's being started. The bait is being set.
They're going to get that ward down. They will see them doing the Baron for the time being. Andre not yet in position. Looks like Game Lord are committing to this. But
Acolyte's not here. He's so far away. This is going to be a peel. Memorize taken down so low. They're going to go from that one. Ibu finally coming in. They are getting the peel round. Ibu's getting the damage down, but Andre comes in. Is it going to be enough? The Cyclone focuses on Ibu, and Ibu's going to turn this back around. Zefta comes in there, but the damage is being done on the front line, but in comes Acolyte. Ibu, if you can get the damage down, but he's just too late for the party. Gets one, gets two. Oh my word, he's turned it around. He's certainly stopped the Baron. Random finally joins, and he will get the ace, but is it enough to finish the game? 30-second death timers, I don't think so.
Maybe mid lane is still open though. Random is pushing his way forward, has a wave to work with. Double, he's actually going for it. They're going for the end here. This is going to be a bit risky. Hopefully looking for a teleport coming out from Vejos. Vejos has sold his stasis, is going to teleport into this bot lane. They have got 10 seconds to work with. They might be able to get this.
Random's got the damage, there's no doubt about it. Vejos joins the party, and I think they can finish it right here, right now. 5-second death timer coming through, and it will be Game Lord taking game 4. We're going the distance, ladies and gentlemen. The reverse sweep is a possibility.
I'm loving this Trid. The players just absolutely incensed after every win.
They're doing the story for us right now. They're yelling everything I was going to say here.
This is history repeating itself. How many times have these guys faced each other and it's gone all the way to game 5?
Absolutely.
Number 2 seed, number 3 seed coming out of Europe. You expect it to be close. I'm loving the return of Game Lord. There was a little bit of a gambit there for Team Queso at the end there with the Baron. They were already a little bit behind, but maybe missed timing going towards it and getting caught out in the fight. I love what they were trying to do, though.
Basically, they had one chance, right?
Yes.
The back, they saw a very heavy push to get that bot lane inhibitor tower. The back timings would have been slow from Game Lord, so Team Queso had to go for it. It was the Hail Mary play. The Hail Mary play to get yourself in that game, take yourself to the finals of the Origin Series. One series away from getting to the Horizon Cup as well for Team Queso. So it was a gambit play. I think that it was the right decision given the stage in the game you were. But that draft again, it was a gamble from, you're leaving the Ziggs open, dare you to take it. They did, and they had an answer this time round.
Oh, power picks coming in here, though. We've had the Senna that got through, the Ziggs that got through. I mean, I'm not sure what else you're going to be able to do to adapt in the pick ban here. We're talking a lot about it. Is there any changes you'd like to see, Kiernan?
I think major changes for Team Queso is either say, okay, we need to start limiting some of these power picks on our end, because what Game Lord's strategy has been adapted to is, let's leave as many open. You take one, we take two. That's been the play that they've been looking for.
The irony is that we thought Queso had a really good pick there.
I think
we thought they had a really good teamfight pick, and the problem is they just couldn't get it going. They just couldn't get the synergy going.
I got one word: random. I got one.
I mean, he has made a big difference.
The Camille that game was influential, and I think random.
And we should point out 4 games now. 4 games they've starved him and done the level 2 versus level 1 to starve him of gold.
No, they didn't do it that game.
Did they not?
They did not do it.
There's your reason. There's your reason they were doing it in the first place, Lee. You see what happens if you don't put that focus on random. We're going to go ahead and throw it over to Will. He's got a clip from that last game to break down for us.
Well, we're talking about random. Fortunately, I mean, with a lot of the big plays in this game, he was involved. Let's have a look at this one. First thing you're going to notice immediately, my man Acolyte is about to enter the wrong neighborhood. As you can see, he has absolutely no idea what he's about to get himself into. But as we go forward into this clip, watch how Acolyte just doesn't die, really. He spends so much time walking in. We'll just play this one. Look at the health bar, look at this. But what you can see here is he's got mates on the way. All of these guys are going to be coming through. Let's keep an eye on this man as well, though. Let's keep our eyes on Random and what he's going to do about this situation. He is currently nowhere near this play. So let's have a little see how this one plays out. Damage coming through all over the place. Keep your eyes on Corki as well. Ibu putting out a lot of damage at this stage. And this is where I kind of want to start taking stock. So keep your eyes on the Corki, members going low. And this is where the package comes on through. So from this situation, we're in a position for Game Lord. Dead here. Vejos, Redemption, and Shao are all in a situation now where they're kind of in a bad spot. They're not really going to be able to take part in this fight any further. So there's only one man, one player who can do things for Game Lord right here. And once again, it's Random. So Ibu gets a couple of kills and then dies. We're going to be able to see that one first. Very impressive stuff coming through from the Corki. It should also be noticed that Redemption is just so low. One more auto and that one goes the other direction. But we're not here to talk about Ibu in this fight. No. We're here to talk about this situation. Because yeah, going forward on the Corki is really, really good, but that's kind of what you're expecting. That's where the damage is coming through. But the Camille on the side is about to rescue the fight, is about to rescue the game to an extent for his team. Gonna be able to take down Ruiz very, very well and keeps going towards Acolyte as well. You can see down at the bottom as this clip plays out, is gonna be able to get the double single-handedly, going from not in the fight to winning the fight for his team. They go off the back of it, get the objective, and then they get the game all tied up 2-2. Reverse sweep could be incoming. What do you guys think?
Oh, I'm starting to believe in the reverse sweep a little bit. I think Gamelord have had some strong momentum coming into the second half of this series. It was ultimately their choice to go up against Team Queso. A little bit of regret in the earlier stages of the maps if you were a Gamelord fan, but ultimately, it's all come down to this. Game number 5, Team Queso versus Gamelord. Only one of them is going through to the grand final. Join us after the break.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to a very tense studio here. It is the Wild Rift Origin Series Championships, and we're into game number 5. Queso and Gamelord. Bit of chanting back and forward. Here we go.
I love
we were talking about best of ones. This is a best of one now.
That is a best of one now to get yourself into the final. A little bit of banter between the two teams. Still some smiles between the competitors. You love to see it. These guys play each other on the ladder all the time, scrim each other all the time. They're still good friends. You know, I think realistically coming into this, Gamelord as well have switched sides. For the first time ever, and now on blue side.
Yes.
Team Queso have opted to take red here.
So still going for the Ari ban.
Yeah, that's Gamelord going for the Ari ban. The Ziggs ban here from Team Queso. They don't want to let that one go over.
It's back for the Ziggs. 100% pick or ban for the Ziggs so far throughout this entire tournament.
This offers up an interesting discussion, though, D-Man.
Are they leaving the center open?
Okay, no. Yeah. Do you know what? They've just banned Camille, so the discussion is gone.
Well, that's your point, but my point was about the center. The Gragas does go as well, which Queso have been banning all the way through the series so far.
I'll give a bit of caveat for that. I think Random was the, I think might even still be the #1 Gragas on Europe. There is an internal rating system on Wild Rift, and I think Random may still be the #1 Gragas on the server. I'm not entirely sure, but the Senna gets banned here. So we are looking at basically an even draft at this point. No major power picks, glaringly obvious. And it'll be Lee Sin that has been banned previously against Zefta, getting locked in for game.
Yeah, banned by Queso all the way through 4 games so far, and the first time it's let through into there. And as you say, Zefta, who has had a pretty darn impactful performance so far, but the Galio being picked up by Queso, will that be matched with maybe a Rakan? No, it's going to go for the Darius.
That's very interesting. You see the Darius locked in very early, especially when you're not looking into heavy melee. Galio Darius is a very good anti-melee duo. Galio is a great anti-melee duo. And I think, you know, Gamelord have yet to lock in a very, very heavy melee comp. We're going to see Random lock in the Fiora. This is a very difficult matchup for Darius, but it can work. We'll see the Orianna taken very early on for Gamelord as well. So they're going to give themselves some range to work with, but no real front line to speak of as of yet.
Yeah, this is a very aggressive comp coming out of Gamelord, no doubt about it. As you say, no big tanky front line, so maybe the Braum to come into as the
Braum would be a good
likely,
option. Yeah. I think you've hit the nail on the head there, Demon. I think Braum would be great in this situation for Gamelord.
Are we going to see the Xayah Rakan? We did have the Corki Rakan last time. Here we go. So it's Queso bringing out the Xayah Rakan combo.
That's the old school Queso. Yeah. That is exactly what they ran through the first 2 Origin series. The Xayah Rakan going back to their roots, trying to make it work for them. I would not be surprised to see Ezreal Braum. I think Ezreal Braum would be the best answer here. The other one could be Janna, but Braum will be the lock-in. I think you correctly mentioned it is the sensible pickup in this scenario. Very good single target lockdown of those frontline threats. And Kha'Zix for Andre. Kha'Zix for Andre gets locked in here. Very comfortable draft for Team Queso.
I mean, it worked well. It worked well last time. I'm salivating at this pick. These picks are great. This focuses on fantastic team fights. Let's see how it plays out, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 5. Winner takes all. Game Lord bringing it back from 2-0 down, both on match point to reach the finals. Unicorns of Love and Rix GG will be facing each other after this series to see who the other finalists will be. But my word, let's see. We already have some fun and games starting out here.
It's a lane swap for Team Queso, looking to catch Random out in the 1v1 here. Random's going to go a little bit more aggressively. You can see that Acolyte has... Okay, are they full on trying to catch Random out? They're baiting him out.
They're baiting it and saying, look, I'm doing my same route. I'm coming up here.
Right, they've shown it. Random's just going to go over the wall here, surely.
It's going to get the knock up. The entrance comes through. Random should just be able to go away from this one. The ward goes down, but the coverage is there. And Ibu will just get a couple of shots off, force him back, and they're going to go for the switch. So that's going to put Game Lord behind a little bit.
They're trying to swap back, and you can see, actually, the Game Lord are going to stay.
No, they counted. They realise, okay,
yeah.
They're trying to bait. Oh, one went back.
Oh,
no. It's only memorized. It was only memorized. So I think it'd be okay.
This is very interesting. They're giving up a lot of individual experience here over to Redemption and Scout. No one is absorbing bot lane waves for Team Queso.
Yeah, Acolyte's losing out.
Yeah, he really is. And looks like they're going to try and punish that as well.
Random's still at 1 though. Reload's still level 1, hasn't yet to do anything. And you can see the punish trying to come out from Acolyte here. Just going to just get the ward down. So Acolyte will get to lane. But he's got to be careful because there's 3 here. Zefta's in the jungle just above him.
I'm trying to zone him away here. Acolyte.
Random's got nothing here. Still level 1.
Random also
hasn't been in lane.
In a bit of a rough spot. Acolyte's actually absorbed pressure from the mid lane right now and absorbed experience from the mid lane. Random, unfortunately, is constantly zoned away here. He's actually going to back off entirely. But it is actually Acolyte that came out on top because he shared that experience in mid.
If by 10 minutes I'm saying Random has the most gold in the game, I'm going to be pretty mad because you can see he is level 1 while everybody else is level 4. We're getting close to ultis already for Zefta, for Veos, for Redemption, and for Ruiz. But meanwhile, Random's just hit level 2.
They're going to commit a lot of resources to try and protect Random to get towards this tower. He has got the riposte available. Scout has moved his way up, and they'll notice that Andre is there. So Random should get this wave.
Yeah,
at least he's going to get
3,
something from it. So that's a pretty good response from Game Lord overall.
Yeah, so... Whew, okay. We knew we'd be having fun in this series, didn't we? But my word, I didn't think we expected this much fun as we reach Game 5. If you've been watching throughout, then thank you very much. If you've just joined us, you have missed an absolute belter of a series. Get your buddies involved here. There is some prime League of Legends being played out.
Acolyte being zoned away a little bit by Redemption, but has been given a bit more freedom in his lane now. Random a little further behind than his counterpart, but is starting to absorb some experience. They've actually committed Scout to the top side of the map here to allow Random to start to absorb some golden experience in this matchup.
Cheeky little punch to the face from Shao just to make sure Memorize sticks around. And I mean, we've got to talk about the team comps, obviously. We were mentioning the Game Lord. Yes, they are very aggressive, and is this kind of trying to punish that aggression effectively to take one of those weapons out of their arsenal? Hasn't worked that successfully. Obviously, it worked well at the start, but Game Lord, he is going to be lacking on the gold. There's no doubt about it, but Random will be. Sorry, but has got the levels back now.
But I think you've given a lot of solo experience and solo gold over to Redemption here, and actually it's working out in okay for Game Lord. They're still in an okay spot. Memorized and Ibu are just pushing this wave in towards Random. He's going to be able to absorb these waves regardless. Scout was just preventing him from getting dived. I think this is okay. Game Lord, you are essentially trying to clamp down on one of Game Lord's strongest players, and I think that's why this entire lane swap came through in the first place. A, it's a terrible matchup for Darius. B, you want to put Random on the sort of the burner. But I think at the end of the day, Game Lord have managed pretty well with what was a very unique tactic coming out from Team Queso very early on here.
I do worry that they've kind of just ignored Zefta, who is on the Lee Sin, that's been banned throughout the entire series and has been happy to go about his business. Now, we know that Queso have been focusing on the Rift Herald. Andre comes up, here comes the Memorized and Ibu combo, and it will be a simple Rift Herald for a Dragon.
That's what we're going to see. Rift Herald for Dragon, and Game Lord will happily just make that trade.
Oh, they've caught someone out. That's going to be one, and that's going to be Random, actually, that was taking a bit of damage. Got caught out there by Ibu and Memorized, but of course, it's very hard to lock down a Fiora. Can just get out of there. There's the quick true shot barrage across, and the trade does indeed go through. The Scuttle Grab's being picked up, and this is going to be a tower for tower as well, I think.
Yeah, it'll be tower for tower. We're going to see a collapse on the bot side of the map here. We're going to see, I think, Zuvehos back, but it will be first tower of the game. No Rift Herald used here for Team Queso. Will give them a nice little edge, but the gold lead still favors Game Lord at this point in time.
We'll see whether they hold that Rift Herald for the next dragon in a few moments' time. And as you say, they didn't force it there. Random, though, fancied that fight, you know. He was having a little bit of a chase there. A little bit of tit-for-tat in the middle as well as Memorized and Ibu take a bit of damage. Who's coming out on top right now?
I think the real issue that I think TKSO got to deal with this game is that if you let Game Lord have a relatively risk-free early game, you're looking at an Orianna, a Fiora, and an Ezreal who scale incredibly well. They can essentially manage range incredibly well as well versus, you know, what is essentially going to be a useless Darius.
So, right. So, can we talk about this? Random
talk to me.
Has more gold than Acolyte. 400 more gold. Now, okay, 150 from the Dragon. But, you know, considering he was level 1 when everyone was level 4.
Acolyte was put under the cosh as well.
He was a
you know,
bit, yeah.
he was
not as bad, though.
Only in terms of experience, I would say.
Yes.
Maybe not in terms of gold. In terms of experience, he definitely had a relatively solid early game. Vejos gets locked up there. Memorized did not want to pull the trigger because he had the support of both Random and Shkyle. The only problem I have for Team Queso is they do not scale in terms of raw damage output. And actually, when it comes to the way that you play team fights out, both Orianna and Ezreal are going to be able to maintain range really nicely with Xiao essentially providing that barrier between them.
They're setting this up.
He's on a ward though, right? Yeah, they know, right?
Yeah, I don't think he's on top of one. I know there's one in the river, but I don't know if he's on top of one. I don't think the tribe.
Oh, you meant Zefta. Yeah, they're trying to bait it with they know that Andre's there.
Here they go. Zefta's just going to come down. I assume they know he's there. There we go. There's the kick, and that's going to force him out. And I think Andre was the actual focus of the target there, but they didn't bait him hard enough. Here comes the rest of Queso, though, coming down the river. There was also the back from Acolyte there, just making sure he had the cover, but nothing ventured, nothing gained. This is about as tense as I would expect for a Game 5, by the way.
I think also you've seen Rubius just burn his ultimate. That's a pretty nice ultimate to take off the board here for Game Lord. Especially that you've got the Infernal Drake coming up relatively soon. Should be back on the cards by the time that objective comes into play, though. Very tense, though. Very tense Game 5. But I do, you know, like I said, this is a game that has been relatively risk-free for Game Lord, and I do favor them in that situation because of how safe they are at range in these team fights. I'm going to keep hammering that point home. You know, you've got an Orianna and you've got an Ezreal. This Ezreal now has the most gold in the game. You do not want to have an Ezreal that's got the most gold in the game working towards his Triforce and eventually into a third item, and that is when things are going to get scary. Seralda's Grudge on top of Manamune and Triforce, Ezreal becomes a real nuisance, and you don't really have a good threat, maybe outside of the combo between Andre and Memorized, to threaten an Ezreal, you know, succinctly enough to kind of at least carry you through the remainder of the game.
Yeah, and his True Shot Barrage fight starters in the previous time he managed to get on the Ezreal Game 3 were phenomenal. He was catching Ibu every single time before the fight even began. Ibu was coming into it half health or less. Obviously, yes, he had the backup of the Ziggs that time around, but Zefta's sticking around the bottom here. They want to protect this turret. The rest of Game Lord are coming down. They're going to throw down the Rift Herald, using that True Shot Barrage just to clear the wave and prevent any further losses. It is going to be a trade, of course, with the Mountain Drake coming up. They want to try and counter it with that. But they're going to have to be quick to start it. Instead, they're going to go for the mid turret.
They're trying to get mid lane prio off the back of a bot lane shove there. It's a little risky, though. I think Game Lord are out of position. They may end up giving up this tier 1 tower in mid, or there's Zefta's straight over the wall. Redemption is as well. They'll be able to clear this one out. Good amount of mid lane damage, though.
Oh, Ibu! The shockwave is pulled, but a swing and a miss.
You might wonder why Xiao put his shield the wrong way. It was to protect the feather recall coming out from Ibu there. He didn't want to get anyone locked up by it. So it might have looked weird, but it was the correct decision.
Top lane has joined the party. Don't forget the dragon is still there. The mountain being started off here by Andre and Ibu. And at the moment, Gabriel were back in. The Brahma's not there. Shoal's a long way from the party here. Random's got to try and join. I don't think they can find the True Shot Barrage. Nearly stole by Redemption.
Yeah, I think Team Queso played that incredibly well. Created natural bot lane prio with the Rift Herald, then immediately to mid to create some mid lane priority. Made it difficult for Game Lord to respond. What I would say, though, is that Game Lord did They didn't overextend. They didn't make any silly decisions around what is a very, very tempting objective to contest. So I think Game Lord know how important it is not to make one wrong move in this particular game.
Oh, jungle invade. Here we go. That's what we want to see. Random go for an Acolyte and kind of proving a point to say, you know what? I am not scared of you. I've beaten you a number of times in lane, and I feel at this point he has the better of him.
Absolutely. 1v1 in favor of Random right now. They've also burnt another Ruiz ultimate that hasn't been impactful here. And another little area of the game that they can potentially work into their favor. Game Lord need to capitalize on that. Redemption's being given a lot of gold in the jungle as well, so they're trying to essentially accelerate this Ezreal. That's the important part. Vejos and Redemption are going to be the two carries of this game if they can get it working. And Random on the side lane is starting to become a nuisance for Acolyte. Happy to go in the 1v1, happy to take him on.
Game Lord are looking for a fight right now. They want kills. It's 0-0, 10 minutes in. This is kind of unheard of right now in Wild Rift, I've got to be honest. They're looking for the kills and they may well find it. Memorize goes in. Not too sure about that one, but will get out alive.
Just about escapes with a sliver of HP, but Team Queso come out on top, getting the bot lane tier 1 in their favor.
Nice indeed.
Nice
Shout
indeed,
it out.
yeah.
Then it is. You know what? They traded. They traded and they got away with it. Memorize very nearly went down. Andre waiting on the wings. They're looking for this one. Up comes Ibu as well from the side. They go for Vejos. Vejos is the focus target. In comes Ibu. It's not going to be enough though. And again, another escape still remains without a death.
They're threatening just every single time. Game Lord need to be careful about their positioning. The vision for Team Queso is really strong. Ruiz has got flash available. They are trying to threaten a...
They're going to dive
They're going to
Redemption.
dive him. They're going to dive him.
They're going to dive Redemption. Show comes back. That could be dangerous. Obviously, the Vejos is there as well, so now they realize it can't work, and now the counter could come through as Random tries to get around the side there. Ruse will back away from that one. Andre is still waiting in the wings, but nothing can come from that. Stood on a ward.
Low HPs from Game Lords right now. You have to be very careful if you're in this situation. It's so easy for Team Queso to pull the trigger and find the engage onto your backline, especially with Memorized and one of his best champions. Team Queso, they're threatening every single time.
Andre still waiting.
Yeah.
Still waiting around the side, and they're not going to catch Redemption. They thought they caught him. They may well have. Show comes down. Facial Fisher. Shockwave goes out, and Memorize will get away. Andre also taken very low. They should be able to finish him up. No! No! We hit the 12-minute mark, and still no death.
You can see how much it means to both of these teams right now. No one wants to put a foot wrong. Both teams just trying to find. There's a little attempted snipe, but I don't think it's going to get any work done, as both Andre and Memorize get back to base in time. The vision control for Team Queso has been impeccable again, something that Game Lord does need to step up here. They're not sweeping enough or sweeping in the right areas, haven't got enough ward coverage of their own right now.
I feel that we're going to have one team fight and be done.
You think I
feel that may actually be it. Yeah, this is getting scary. I don't think there's enough towers down for that to happen yet, because objectives have been pretty slow, in all honesty. We're at 12, nearly 13 minutes, and there's only 3 towers down, 0 kills, 1,000 gold between the two. Really not a lot to decide it. Game Lord, sorry, a little bit out of position. I'm so used to Queso being on the blue side. Tripping myself up, and that's going to be Zefta coming in looking for Ibu. Thought he'd caught him, doesn't catch him because, well, as you can see, Xayah is very tricky to pin down.
Yeah, it was a really nice Feather Storm there from Xayah to ensure that she keeps herself safe ahead of this neutral objective. But it is a Feather Storm that is down for this neutral objective, and that is the important part. The kick's still available. No, actually, Zefta has used that kick, so hasn't got that available for the time being. The Ocean Drake will spawn here. Game Lord just getting mid lane prio at this point in time.
I mean, it is just an Ocean Drake. It's not a big deal. Yes, it's going to be a decent amount of gold for everyone, but in a tight game like this,
you don't take the risk at this stage.
This is just not worth. And with Game Lord having the position and still ward coverage is looking good for Queso. They're now all time out, so it's a little late for them to get involved here. Draken down to half. Zefta already in there. Here comes Andre and Acolyte. They want to get involved. Andre comes in for the smite fight. It goes the way of Game Lord, and now the fight kicks off. At last, we have some kills, and it's Queso coming out on top, and they can chase this one down. Andre comes in. Acolyte pulls in Vejos, gets him back down, and it is a 4-0. They're going to turn and burn for Baron.
It was a really weird setup from Game Lord. They went for the Drake. It was just an Ocean Drake, but they split their DPS across the wall. And unfortunately, Redemption and Vejos were way too split away. They couldn't zone away the Team Queso roster, and they're going straight for Baron here. I don't think Zefta can make a difference.
No, he's too far away. The Baron will go down, and Queso will lock it in. They all left it a little late there. Everyone was back in. Someone hit it, please. But right, okay. Finally, we have ourselves some kills. Let's have a look at the replay and try and break that one down.
I think it really is just a setup for the fight here from the Game Lord. They were, again, way too split on a neutral objective. You can see the Vejos and Redemption doing nothing. Redemption actually tries to get into the fight with the Blast Cone, which was a mistake. And they jump over the wall and catch him out. The shockwave wasn't big enough. And honestly, the Game Lord don't want to play these types of fights. They want a big open terrain where they can kite backwards with the Orianna and the Ezreal. And that is a huge loss for them in an absolutely crucial game of the series. Random has been able to do absolutely nothing. But there is still good, healthy gold leads for Redemption and Random. They're in a good spot.
And this is the first time that Queso have truly led the game, as opposed to picking up off a mistake from Game Lord. Yes, you could argue it was a mistake, but it was a pretty even game at the time. Let's see how the Baron power play can work out for them here, as Ruiz and Andre will try and get them pressure down on the turret, but they've got to be careful. They're being collapsed on, but look at the help. The help is coming in the jungle at the moment, as Ibu will pressure down the mid turret, so the mid tier 2 turret also should fall here.
I think, unfortunately, Game Lord in a situation where if they don't go for a fight, they're going to end up losing a huge amount on the map. And Team Queso are in a super strong spot now with this Baron.
All 3 tier 2 turrets, I think, are going to fall here because the damage has been put down as well on that top turret by Acolyte. True Shot Barrage comes across. They really want to focus onto Ruiz, not the ideal target. They're looking for it. The pick comes in. They get the knock-up, and they get the one down. That may just hold them, but they're losing it in him turret for it.
Yeah, Darius, he's going to try and go for it. Unfortunately, he doesn't have the minion wave to work with. If they can just keep this alive, that'll be a nice little win that might push this Baron back for the time being.
He can walk away, regen the health, keep his team alive, and was that the...
Random went down.
Okay, it was just a pick. I thought it was the turret. I was like, wait.
Random went down. He just
it's exciting to get Random down. Don't
you take those little wins. You take those little wins.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Queso. 5,000 gold lead. Inhibitor turret on nothing. Let's have a quick look at this. This is the initial engage.
This is the initial engage. Actually, no, this might be where Random went down. That's where Random
went
down.
So just Andre getting in.
He just overextended a little bit, maybe overestimated how much riposte would get him in that scenario. Elder Dragon spawning soon, but really, 5k gold lead, it is a decent advantage for Team Queso, but might not mean everything heading into this final set of fights. And you really feel like it is going to be this final set of fights because we're 17 minutes into the game, and you could literally sneeze on that top lane tower and it drops.
You hate to see the double wards going down like that, but this is the tentative time that it is for Game Lord. Look at that, just feathering off the side. They want to finish off the inhibitor turret. They're going for the top inhibitor turret. That's what the focus is, and it's absolutely the right choice to go for us. Queso will force down the first inhib turret and just completely mind game Game Lord.
Yeah, they've got great control of the blue side jungle. Game Lord could do nothing about the control. They're going for the collapse. Memorize looking for the engage.
Going in for it. That's a great knock-up coming through. Memorize will get out alive somehow. And in goes Ruiz, trying to put the damage down. He will get himself the knock-up in, try and walk out of there with the damage that he's got. And it is a 2-for-0 trade. Game Lord are reeling, and the Elder Dragon is going to Queso, surely.
It's low HP bars, though. They're waiting for the E. Pulls him in right there. There we go.
It's now or never. And Queso look to take control, and they will. Random will fall into the team ace, and surely the game for the Spaniards. Team Queso coming into this, the team that everybody wanted to choose. And my word, as it backfired, as Queso will take the game. What a fantastic performance. I think they speak for themselves. Team Queso into the finals. 3-2. They were 2-0 up. The momentum swung against them for Game Lord, but it will be Queso in the final. Oh, what a series.
End of the day, they played it well. They had an excellent play in that last game. You could see that both teams were really, really tentative about how they were approaching these fights. But one wrong foot for Game Lord, and Queso were able to capitalize.
I don't know about you guys, but that was probably the closest thing I've seen to a Mexican standoff for the entire game. It went deathless for like 14 minutes. They all just stood there, holding over, ready to get that revolver out.
I don't remember
and the kills come in.
A Wild Rift game that's gone 12+ minutes without a death.
No, it's so tentative between these two teams, and you can see it means everything to Queso. You know, at the end of the day, you really felt like Game Lord had built the momentum back. They were looking for that reverse sweep. The draft was a more level playing field than it had ever been realistically. but just a couple of little errors just around some micro objective plays. They're going to look back at that Dragon fight and the way they split the Ezreal and the Orianna behind the pit, and they're going to think we made a big error there.
Well, a fantastic series that was to kick things off. That was only our first series of the day, wasn't it? Like,
we got to the best of 5.
Best of 5. To be honest, not many of us thought that was actually going to go the distance as well. And 2 games in.
I did.
Okay, all right.
I said it.
All right, no, that's fair. That's fair. I'll give you that.
Get the replay back on, boys. Get the replay back on.
I'm not going to be one of these people that pretended that I thought this was going to be the result. I think every sign pointing towards Game Lord dominating in the Origin series here. 4-0 yesterday, not really challenged by anybody, and I think at the end of the day, they came in as favourites and under due reasoning, and Queso just played better. They drafted better in the first 2 games. Game Lord were a little bit lazy, I think, to let the Senna through without respecting it enough, and I think they just drafted and played better overall, and a great mental fortitude to come into the 5th game of the day, in that series and say, do you know what, lads? We're 2-0 down in terms of this little micro best of 3 that we're playing, but insane.
And this was a prime example of you don't win a tournament in groups, because Game Lord looked magnificent yesterday. There's no doubt about it. They outdrafted everyone. They looked fantastic. They had such clean plays, whereas Queso looked very much at sea. And they've all gone away, and maybe whether they did it on purpose, whether they have gone away and just looked at themselves, or just simply outdrafted. I mean, the first 2 games was, in fairness, this could have been a 3-0. This could have been a 3-0 to Game Lord, because they had control of those first 3 games.
I'll give you 2 quick reasons why Queso were better this series. Vision control and wave control. Both were massively in favour of Queso every single time. The wave setups on the side lanes were fantastic. The vision control around the neutral objectives was unparalleled. And I think, unfortunately, Game Lord were massively lacking in those 2 areas.
I think the wave control was particularly important. Even in their losses, you saw them thinking about that aspect of the game, constantly going, okay, what can we shove out while they're pushing us in? What advantage can we eke out to at least keep ourselves competitive in the series?
Yeah, I think so. And I think, Queso deserved the credit here. They either were hustling yesterday, or we've just seen an absolutely renewed Queso coming into this game.
I mean, I don't think they could have hoped for a better first game sort of momentum shift of Ruiz making that massive play, getting the Quadra, turning it around in a 5v3. I mean, we should count out Andre was in there as well, putting the damage down on the Kha'Zix. But, the fact is that Diana play, that shifted the whole series. It shifted the whole momentum. And he has been such a vocal power point for Queso throughout.
I think that surprised me about the latter half of the series when we actually saw Ruiz move away from the carry-style mid laners and actually go onto the Galio. For me personally, I was worrying a little bit. You've just, you're having a star performance on your mid laner and you swap him out for something that plays a more supportive role.
No, I think Galio is a great pick into Lee Sin specifically. You saw it in the Unicorns of Love Grix game that started off our entire weekend. Galio actually really makes Lee Sin's life difficult, and Zefta, you need something to neutralize Zefta on this Lee Sin. But I think that game specifically, the start of the game, the way that Queso approached the nullifying random strategy really paid dividends, because random took a long time to get into the game. Random wasn't able to find many 1v1s versus Acolyte, which were giving him huge advantages in the previous game. And you shut down the star player of Game Lord, and you really kind of cage them in a little bit. And then unfortunately, I think has been the case pretty much throughout the whole series, Queso just had better objective control, they had better decision making around neutral objectives, and they were playing priority excellently. I wish I could go back and watch that 30-45 second sequence of play where they went Rift Herald bot, push that in, get some priority bot, walk mid, and then get priority mid, and then collapse onto Dragon when there is a split Game Lord. That was just beautiful. Yeah. It was a brilliant blend of micro and macro. It shows you the level of strategy that can go into some Wild Rift level games, and that was excellent stuff from Game Lord. Aside from Queso.
I mean, no doubt about it. Their objective control has been magnificent throughout the entire series.
We'll take a look quick at a replay from that series, and it's gone.
It was there for a moment.
It's there for a moment. You're blinking, you miss it.
Teased.
And to be fair, that's a lot of this series, though.
Yeah, blinking, you miss it. Yeah, maybe. I'm not too sure about that.
If you're taking a 5-game blink.
Just some incredible. I mean, I can't believe we've obviously got Unicorns of Love versus Rick coming up now, which is still going to be another mental series.
This was a great series. I'll eat my words. I genuinely thought Game Lord were superior here, but Team Queso deserve every shred of this final.
I think you had a bet with Carmeline about.
We don't talk about that.
I'm sure that Carmeline is over in the Weatherman section, but it's not a breakdown. Instead, we're going to be speaking with the victors. We got someone from Team Queso to have a quick chat.
Indeed, we have someone very special here called Andres, jungler for Team Queso. Welcome, Andres. Congratulations.
Thanks.
Thank you for joining us today for this interview, this winner's interview. So, first question that I want to ask you is, there has been a lot of debate around a Game Lord choosing you as their opponents in this stage of the championship. What do you think about it? How do you feel when they chose you as the rivals?
I think it was actually the best for us because we knew that like if now we beat them, like we are 100% going to win this tournament.
Oh.
So I'm glad for this. Like probably they choose us yesterday since our performance versus them yesterday was not the best. Like they kind of stomped us, but like we just mental reset. Like we weren't really in the game for that game. So today we were really good, really motivated, hyped, and yeah, I'm glad they choose us actually.
You're glad they choose us. We actually saw you very excited at the end of the game, just screaming like, yeah, Jesus. 5-game series, really impressive. Also, we've been talking about the pick, the Senna pick. Can you guide us a little bit about it, why they choose it? Then it was banned, so you couldn't play it anymore. Tell us a little bit about it.
Like Senna for sure now is one of the best picks. Like it's always pick and ban. Like he has sustained CC. Like her lane phase is good. Her late game is really good. She scales really well, and basically it allows you to play her. Like normally the ADC plays it, but as a super, and the super actually can go like a support like Gragas or Galio, but taking on the farm and going full damage, you know? So it's actually like 2 carries in one, instead of one. And yeah, I think the pick is just too good to leave it.
Okay, you guys, you know what Team Queso is probably gonna try and choose if it's open, due to all the things that Senna can do that Andres has just told us. Also, most people, I have to say this, most people didn't believe that you guys could win because Game Lord had such an impressive record during the group stage, and now you come here and you're like, okay, you know what? 3-2. So can you tell us what you think about those predictions, like the ones that our beautiful, amazing casters did, that didn't believe in you?
I think like in this tournament there were a lot of surprises. Like in the Origin series, like Rix was absolutely dominating everything. Like they won the 3 times. We actually kicked Game Lord, I think 2 times, if I'm not mistaken. So I don't really know why people think that, because we already kicked them from that tournament 2 times. But yeah, like as I said, there were a lot of surprises. Like Wall actually managed to go 3-1, and I think not a lot of people expected that. So yeah, like we knew we can't beat Game Lord and every team here.
Really interesting answer. People didn't believe in you, but you proved them wrong. And last question here. Okay, who would you like to face tomorrow, or who do you think is going to win today's game, second series? Rix versus Unicorns of Love, don't miss it. Who do you think is going to win?
Actually, I believe like Rix will go to the finals, but it's true that like Wall is playing this tournament really good, but the BO, the best of one, actually benefits Wall more than any other team, I think. Okay. So yeah, I think like Rix will go, will pass to the finals, but Wall also has some chances. Yeah.
Okay, so that's your answer. I'm gonna pass it over to the desk. So thank you very much, guys, for the interview.
Thank you so much, Carmeline, and a lot of confidence from Team Queso there. They still think that Rix GG are going to be the opponents tomorrow, even despite the Unicorns of Love still showing up, which is great to see. We kind of expected a Group A final, right?
I think he hit the nail on the head. He's like, you know, Unicorns of Love really benefit from a best of one. You know, they caught a lot of people off guard with their pick and ban strategies. We've seen, obviously, just in this series right now, pick and ban strategies can be adjusted and you can gain or lose out of it. And that's what's going to happen throughout that series. It's going to be very interesting.
Yeah, no, very much looking forward to it. It's going to be a really good best of 5.
Well, we're not going to stall you out any longer. That is what is coming up right next. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, it's Unicorns of Love versus Rix GG.
Picked off. It's a massive fight for the Unicorns of Love. Acolyte goes. It's a 3-0. That's just what the Unicorns were looking for.
I feel that the first day, Rix GG, they didn't show their whole potential. Maybe they didn't know what to expect from us.
But Rix are getting decimated by the Unicorns of Love.
I think that we can win. A lot depends on Rix GG play style. We are underdogs right here, but it doesn't mean that we'll lose. RixGG prepare well to show a good performance.
Favor, Leon gets one, goes through, gets the second, Doom goes off right now. One more time, the Penta for Leon!
The first day was very cool. The first time most of us are playing in LAN and in stage 2. Unicorn of Love, they're playing kinda aggressive and playing our own team fight, but we are feeling very confident and the better win.
The rest of Rix have arrived, and this is a dangerous situation because Doom is tasting the fear of Na'Vi.
To all fans watching us today, we will make you proud and vamos.
Cheer for us, raise the unicorns in chat, and we will show our best performance.
Rix, GG.
Hello and welcome back to the Wild Rift Origin Series Championships. We're into the semi-finals, our second semi-final, Carmen. The first one went all the way, and this is the one that I had my eyes on from the beginning of the day, so surely it can only get better.
I mean, these really two powerful teams, they've made it so far. Unicorns of Love just getting that first place, well, that second place in the end, really consistently. Really kind of unexpectedly coming from Group B, and on the other hand, we've got RixGG, who came in as a favorite from Group A and then kind of disappointed us and then won 3. So a little bit confusing here. We've got a Clash of Titans, definitely.
Absolutely. This is going to be such an exciting game, kind of the team of the biggest upset, a lot of people are saying, and Unicorns of Love played so well yesterday, only dropping 1 game in the entire day. RixGG only picked up 1 win, but people came in with them as their favorites.
Yeah.
I have no idea what to expect from this. I have absolutely no clue what's going to happen in this series.
You had to make fun, didn't you? No clue.
Oh yeah,
No
it's
clue.
completely unintentional,
Well,
but we take them. We take the bad puns where we can get them for free.
As my friend, I can tell that that was really nicely threaded.
Excellent.
Yeah.
You did it. But Carmen,
Yeah.
that first series, right?
Okay.
How are we going to top it? What are these two teams going to do in order to make this one the big hype matchup that we kind of all expected it to be? Because it's going to take a lot of beating for this to be the game. And as you can see, you've got the rosters on your screen right now.
Ooh.
What are we thinking?
Okay, so we're thinking first top lane, right? We've got Leon, Context Scoundrel, once again the best mechanical top laner in the competition versus Coolstar. Really had his eyes on him yesterday, and I think that's going to be the case as well today. On the other hand, we've got Ashe and Doom. Ashe actually playing, because yesterday we saw Faton quite a few games.
Yes, we did.
Do you remember? Running Course of Love. Then mid lane is Nailed versus Niche. Another very interesting lane, really focused around mage champions. And then, of course, Saku and GrizzlyQ versus Friend and Clue. And I think this is what I'm gonna be looking at. Yes, Sak and Grizzly have done an amazing job, even though, you know, with a little comeback in there. And Friend and Clue, I feel like they haven't really unleashed their potential, or at least they haven't done all they could have done. So I hope to see them doing that today.
Yeah, it's kind of a redemption arc story coming through for RixGG in this series, and for Unicorns of Love, it's riding the momentum. It's keeping the upset, and they talked about this in the previous desk segment when they were talking about what they expected from this series. Unicorns of Love benefited from that best of 1 because people weren't expecting them to come out so strong.
Yeah.
We've had an extra night. RixGG have had an opportunity to go away, think about what they're doing, knowing who their opponents are. Is there a world where RixGG come into this one off the back of a pretty poor day yesterday, if we're going to be honest, and dominate in the best of 5 format?
This is one interesting question, because we've seen RixGG, once again, we've seen go into several best of 5 tournaments, into several finals, mostly winning and in the first place. So it's not something unexpected if they do win. But once again, are they able to deal with the pressure of coming here as not the favorites for the first time in like forever? They've been winning again and again and again since June, or even before. Now for Unicorns of Love, we're seeing really strong encouragement right now. As you mentioned, not so much experience in the best of ones, but I'm a firm believer that they can truly make it.
Well, I'm excited to see how this one goes, because you say RixGG coming into this one as underdogs. I don't know if that's the case. Yes, Unicorns of Love had a really great day yesterday. They're coming in as the highest seed right now.
Yeah.
But 3-time champions. of all the qualification tournaments, Rix GG, yes, they were in different groups.
Yep.
But I don't know if there's a world where we can say that they're the underdogs. I think it's just a case of flown into a new country, on new devices, LAN setup, of course. Maybe they just need time to acclimatize. And I reckon Rix GG, players over there, they've had enough time now. Now we want to see what they can do for real in this one.
Yes and no. I kind of agree with you on the point of going to LAN. But, I mean, everything is going to be decided now. Now we're going to see if they've adapted well or not, because the picks and bans are here, Byfern.
They are. Fiora, first one off the table.
Of course.
I mean, you have to get rid of it. It's such a strong, can be flexed around the map a little bit as well, so always a safe one to remove. There's the Ziggs, as we saw. Ziggs got through a couple of games earlier in that first series, so not going to be seeing him this time around. But of course, there's time to adapt. This is kind of a clean slate draft. You get to play pretty much whatever you want that isn't in the full meta or easily targeted. But as we go forward, there will be some more adaptation. Really happy the Seraphine's off the table.
I'm not happy about this. I love Seraphine. Also, I didn't love quite the Senna Seraphine bot lane that we saw yesterday, for example. But doesn't matter. Virkin also not gonna be on this game. Another really strong support being played a lot by these teams today and yesterday as well. So once again, we're taking kind supports out of the table.
Yeah, and we could see a couple more coming away, really pinching that role. Stuff like Lulu, Nama, we've seen Braum has been popular as well. So there's a couple of options there, but of course, really strong picks. Up in that Baron lane, you've got Coldstar versus Leon. Galio actually going to be the one removed next up. So that's another flexible pick we've seen all over the map, but he's going to be nowhere on the map this game.
Oh, by the way, look at the unicorns looking for it. Cannot ignore it. It is so cute. Representing really well the team that he is part of. So the baby, right there, accompanying them for the last ban of the series, well, the series of the game.
I was about to say, it's best of 5, come on.
Okay, Gragas. We've seen quite a few roles, support, top laner, mid laner even, and that is not strange to us.
Crocodile.
No,
Crocodile.
please do not pick up the role.
But more importantly, Senna is available. Could go in that direction. It's something that we saw so much success on from Team Queso in the last series. We were having a little bit of talk in the green room, and people were like, you need to ban it. It's such a strong pick. It can be really flexible. Galio is one of the preferred things down in the bot lane with it, so obviously can't do that. But Nasus is still available if they want to go that direction. Orianna, we've seen played with it to some success, so we'll have to see if they want to go for that build around. They've got the first pick, Unicorns of Love. That being said, plenty of more traditionally strong picks to go as well, but there it is, the Senna locked in.
You talked about it. A real interesting pick. The ultimates have been just on point today. Dawn in Shadow, just hitting everyone drift. Also a really, really wide range. So of course, it's the kind of champion that you can play a little bit from afar with, especially as she's stuck in souls. And as a counter pick, we're gonna have Camille. Not as a counter pick really, but as a pick for Rix. Camille on the top lane. Really good choice here for Leon, and especially in duelists and split pushers.
I mean, it's really cool because Leon really great at this style of champion, loves to be in that dueling style, loves to be around the map making stuff happen. And
Listen is also there.
I know, I was about to get on to
Okay.
Carmen. I was about to say, because you
calm down.
mentioned, okay, Crocodile locked in, we love that, but you said the Camille kind of a counter pick to Senna. It is, because Camille and Lee Sin, they love going onto these slightly more mobile marksmen at the back. Senna's going to need to do a lot of work to get the range out of the fight. And with a couple of champions that can easily dive through, it's not a good time for her. She does have a Renekton and a Twisted Fate now on her side.
Wow.
So, what do you think of these two picks?
I mean, these two picks are really complementing her. So you've kind of introduced a topic here. I want to talk about Twisted Fate. Something that we've seen quite a lot lately, not being banned, and this is something that we discussed as well. When the champions are being picked, but not really being banned, so that means they're in a position where they can do damage, they're strong, but they do have counter picks that can help the enemy team beat them. In any case, got a few more picks on the table, such as Corki and Ezreal. Finally, two champions that can be interchangeable when it comes to being marksman.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's likely to be the Corki in that mid lane, Ezreal down in the Dragon lane, just because that's what we traditionally see from Ezreal.
Yeah.
There's the Nasus to go alongside the Senna. We've seen it a couple of games for TK, so look decent in both. We'll have to see if Unicorns of Love have been learning, watching behind the scenes. And there's Intel coming through as well. Interestingly, it's actually at jungle. This is the pick that we saw Phaeton play very, very well yesterday. And it's going to be the Braum to go alongside the Ezreal. So a really nice, safe bot lane from Rix.
Yeah.
2 compositions. They've both got a lot of good stuff going for them.
Yeah. The first thing that I want to comment on is how Xin isn't going to be played by Fatum, but by Ashi.
Yes.
So we don't know how Ashi really plays as champion. I mean, we can know from previous tournaments, but still, it's to be proven here on the stage. So, is it time for now?
Yeah, it's time to go into the game. First one of this best of 5 semi-final. Winner will face Team Queso in the best of 7 final tomorrow, Super Sunday, here in the Origin Series Championship. But we've got a couple of players here that I want to run my rule over a little bit before we get going. It doesn't seem like there's going to be big invades coming on through. It is actually Phaeton playing on the Unicorns of Love right now.
Oh, I've been baited.
We were baited by that one, but it makes a lot of sense because, as we mentioned, he played this champion yesterday, looked very, very good on it. So it makes sense that he'd be the one piloting it here.
Yeah, and there's something that I also want to talk about. Is this bot lane of Senna and Nasus. In this case, if we think about it, a monster of farming like Nasus paired up with Senna, it is a really good pick. In this case, Senna is in the hands of the supports of Grizzly Q, but it's still working quite well in there. You've got the range, you've got the tank, you've got a fighter, damage coming in from that bot lane. Now, if you compare it to Rix's bot lane, you have Braum in order to protect as well, who at times can be really squishy, especially in the early levels of the game. We'll see how he fares, but I'm seeing a really, really good bot lane for Unicorns of Love at the moment. Also, I cannot wait to see the matchup here in the top lane. As you can see, Coolstar being a little bit cornered by the range that Camille has. But let's see if Coolstar can, retake a little bit of his kingdom.
Yeah, I mean, he's been playing so well so far this tournament. We're actually going to get a little bit of a play in the mid lane. Snitch goes low, but gets the heal down and forces Phaeton back away. One more auto would get the stun. That is it. Is the damage there? No, it's not even with the butt. Actually, Phaeton goes low. Phaeton goes down. First blood to Red Buff. First blood to Doom.
Something to notice as well. Klue has lost both his flash and his heal, so very dangerous position right there.
Zakua and Grizzly Q, they're looking towards Snitch, but he's just going to be able to waddle his way out. Pretty easy for the Corki to escape that one, but Doom going to make his way to the top lane. Nice stun coming in from Leon, as Doom looking for it, can't find the engage, and will be forced to back away. Leon goes very low on that attempt as well, but crucially doesn't go down.
Flash is going down all the time, all around in every single lane. You could see here how Leon needed it to escape. You could see here how Klue also had to use it. Well, we're gonna see the replay right now. It's Snitch alone in lane until Klue and Doom arrive. Klue flashes in, also using the stand behind me to kind of help his laner. Faton also arrives and he's gonna leave really affected and then stop dying.
Yeah, the auto attack from Lee Sin crucial there to put that red buff burn down, which is what secured the kill after that first ability landed from Snitch on the Corki. Interestingly, we've seen a lot of Snitch on the Twisted Fate so far this tournament. Yeah. Now he's against the Twisted Fate on Corki, which is another one of these favoured champions we've seen from people. Doom hanging around in the top lane alongside Leon. We've said that one before, and I'm so sure we'll say it again in this series, because these two players, they've got really great synergy, and if you can get a Camille and a Lee Sin ahead, and more crucially, if you can shut down the Renekton, surely jobs are good and for Rix.
This is also something that we've talked and we've touched upon before, how Doom tends to farm and prioritize Leon's top lane just because of the potential that the player has. But in this situation, I feel like Snitch has also been given quite a chance to shine on his own, and bot lane, well, once again, Fren and Go have to deal with it on their own, but not much trouble going on for them, so it's fine. Now for the real side, Phaeton is protecting his lane nailed. He knows he can be attacked. And look at
nice kick from Doom. Sneeland's in so much trouble, and it's just as simple as that. And only 20 seconds before the objectives spawn, picking up a kill here is really nice. Of course, Twisted Fate has the ultimate to get back involved. But in the top side, Leon, he's also going to have to make a cheeky recall if he wants to be at full health to contest this Herald. Doom moving up. But good play from Rix.
Yeah, and no chances for them. They have to go back right now. Rix, they have just enough time if they wanted to get there. Really careful. Nobody seems to be looking towards the Herald though right now. They're looking more towards this first dragon that is going to be spawning right now. Wind Dragon right there. You can see them coming up a little bit. Phaeton, let's see if he tries to steal it. He still got his might. Ready to attack. They're up front to prioritize mid lane. Dragon for mid lane, that's a good choice. Herald perhaps right now as well. RixGG is not going to have the time to get there, but be careful because they've been spotted.
Oh, Snitch needs to be a little bit careful, but has the package rolling. Phaeton has been calling the ultimatum. He's going to be bursted down. Rix pick up the kill. Dragon's already gone their way, and now Rift Herald on the map, surely going to go their way as well.
Once again, they can take it. The question here will be, where can they use it? And of course, the answer that all of us, I think, have in mind is going to top lane to help out Leon with that, to get the advantage that Camille needs to actually be a damage dealer, because now besides hook shot and jumping around, she cannot do that much. Hectic ultimatum is not up just yet. It will be really useful for him. But instead, what we are going to be seeing there, not being thrown just yet. We're going to keep it a little bit alive to see what Yul decides to contest with.
Well, Fred needs to be a little bit careful. It looks like Unicorns Love want to dive on, and it's going to be a Twist of Fate using the Destiny Gate to secure the kill. Easy as that. Unicorns Love take the pick. Rick is going to respond though. Clue coming through just to make sure his tower stays alive. He's got other support. Glacial Fissure coming in, and Snitch is going to run forward as well. It's a 2v4 in this situation right now, though, as Camille a little bit late to the party. Leon going to be supporting, but Doom in the mid lane, he's got Rift Herald, he's got Shelly in support, and this could be not first tower, but a big one in the bot lane though. Rick's getting turned around onto Clue. Needs to be careful. He's burnt down. Snitch might go the same direction. Nice ornament coming on through, but he does manage to survive. On the side though, I don't know about that one, Leon. He's going to be able to dive away as Doom dives forward to save the top laner's life. But not going to be able to get too much more. Tower mid did go down though.
Yeah, and I think Unicorns have kind of put themselves on spot right there, choosing to go all together to a bot lane, leaving RixGG essentially to be able to throw the Herald right there in the mid lane, helping out Snitch in this case, who's playing Corki, who's been doing quite well to throw that first tower of game. But nothing is to be discarded just yet. We've got Friend and Close switching lanes, trying to get here to the top lane. And we're gonna see it again in a replay. The ultimate friends are arriving just in time. You can see Doom is still quite far away trying to get there. Ezreal tries to ultimate as well, but doesn't really hit anyone. And that leaves Unicorns Love the perfect chance to just go after RixGG and get those 2 kills in.
7 minutes on the clock here. Gold dead even. This game is on a knife's edge, and it's a little bit quicker than the last one we saw in that last best of 5. You know, no one going down until, what, 14th a minute? Pretty wild in that one, but a bit more action here. The teams are slightly more unleashed. Of course, it's the first of a best of 5, and we're going to be looking at the fight, though. Coldstar might have got a little bit over-aggressive, but does have the dominance rolling. The damage on the Snitch, but he's going to be able to dive away, but no one else. Coldstar from across the map goes down as Zaku looks to turn his wall around. Ultimatum for the Nasus. He's going to be caught up, and there's nowhere for him to go. A really nice there, but it just doesn't matter. Phaeton has to ult in order to stay alive, but he's looking for the re-engage potentially, but not going to follow through on it. Loses half his health bar to the poke and will back away. RixGG turn the fight around.
I mean, even if they try to re-engage, you have a Snitch right there to hit you from quite a distance, just to help you with that.
Bot lane, another fight going on. Please be careful. Lands the Winter's Bite for the stun as Leon moves forward. It's 3v1, but it's fine. He's safe. He's not going too deep. It looks like support isn't coming through just yet, but Doom en route dodges out the snare from Leon. So the Lee Sin is hit if they want to go for the fight, but so many members of Unicorns of Love are as well. RixGG, they're considering it, you know. They want to potentially look for some of these skill shots, but in the end, they're happy to back away.
I mean, these were full team members versus 2, and one of them is Leon, granted, but Unicorns of Love still wanted to fight for this bot lane tower, right now being quite aggressive towards them. They just don't want to back up just now. In the meantime, just leave Nasus farming top lane. I mean, Nasus' usual role right there. It's not a big deal. He can do well on his own, but this again leaves the opening for this dragon for RixGG to be taken by. And well, you can see the gold lead is not that big. The towers are spread up.
Snitch! That's a brave little package, but it's okay in the end. It'll be a 4v3 if they go for the fight, as Nasus is going to move through. Dragon for some farm on Zaku. As we know, Senna Nasus, you mentioned it before. Really, really scary moving towards the mid and late game because they just keep scaling up. But look at this fight once again.
Yeah, we are seeing here Coles are suffering quite a lot. You can see Camille and
Watch the Ezreal lot as well.
Going there. The ultimate that just gets the kill onto Renekton, onto Coldstar. But Unicorns of Love are gonna keep on try and chase. Leon is right there, really powerful already with Camille with quite a few kills in his pocket. So it's not gonna be a problem for RixGG to just turn around and try to get the kills onto Unicorns of Love.
And that's what they've been doing so far. The tower bot lane eventually falls.
Finally.
It took them a few attempts, and you could see Clue moving down, but was like, it's just me? Okay, I'll let this one go finally. But they do trade it on the top side. And now Friend is in a lot of trouble, but he's pretty safe. Will the gold card come through? He goes golden himself. But then the stun comes through. There's all the CC, and there's the easy kill for Unicorns.
I have to say, Grizzly Q's ultimate's having quite good. I mean, I know Senna's ultimate down in Shelly is already powerful enough in its own, but here it's being used quite probably to just, flank the enemy team, make sure that even if they want to escape, they don't have enough distance for the enemy to do so. And so, another kill for them. Real interesting one here. Leon keeps collecting them. And Friend getting caught in between there. Really bad choice. And really not warded enough to know what was going to happen. And the next fight seems to be around the barn, already being warded off. Look at Ricky.
No, they're going to be able to catch out Xin Zhao. He's going to force them to back away, but the Glacial Fissure lands onto 2, and there's the kick coming through as well. The ultimate from Ezreal won't do enough to secure any kills this time around, but it does force Unicorns of Love to back away a little bit. Baron's on the map, but I don't think it's a quick take for Rix right now. Sneeland has the gold card, so Doom won't follow up. These two teams, they just want to keep fighting.
Yeah, really aggressive against each other. This was a matchup that we've seen yesterday. We saw Unicorns of Love come out victoriously out of that with, I think, 14 kills over nothing from Rixie. But in this case, different situation, different day, different mentality. Rixie really wanted to take back that victory to prove that they are truly the champions of Europe. And, well, that is such a heavy charge to carry in your back. They're doing it. And I think this matchup is quite even right now. You have two different teams with different strategies that are going to face each other almost right now. Already mid lane, ready to start the team fight time, getting to late game really shortly. And look at them. The next step will be the Baron, heading towards the top lane right now, perhaps to flank a little bit to make sure that Unicorns of Love doesn't try and go to do it. So, Viper, an interesting situation in front of our eyes. Careful there with Leon, who could be caught in a sticky situation.
Yeah, Leon's going to be able to back away, no overextension this time around. And honestly, as this game goes a little bit further forward, obviously the Senna Nasus is scary. We're not going to deny that one. But we've seen how strong poke around these objectives can be. You've got Corki, you've got Ezreal on the side of Rix. You're not going into 5v5 fights with full health bars if you're on Unicorns of Love. It just doesn't happen. And we know how great Rix can be if they've got even the slightest advantage. One person goes slightly low, Camille, Lee Sin, they're going to be able to bundle in and maybe go for assassinations, re-engage opportunities with the kick and the ultimatum. And then suddenly, team fights all won. They've got themselves the very slightest of gold leads, barely worth mentioning in Wild Rift 12 minutes into the game, less than just over 1,000 in the bank over their opposition.
Yeah, really not that uncommon. Now positioning themselves a little bit here in the mid lane, trying to scare the enemy away, going for that dragon that hasn't really been prioritized in all the games that we've seen, like the Rowan was kind of ignored. Here, they don't even mind if it's not Inferno, it's still useful. Leon, on the other hand, kind of split pushing right there, getting back to mid lane. But careful, because Unicorns of Love, again, know where he is at. Just he needs Rixie to come help him, and that's exactly what they're going to do.
Ooh, Leon has to be a little careful, but he's got support in the wings. This could be a pretty big fight. Nice kick, nice Glacial Fissure landing on the ZachQ, but he's not taking too much damage. The wall of Nasus stands strong once again. Snitch in the bot side, not interested in the fight right now, wants to get the tower. But that does mean if Unicorns Love can force something, then they could have the man advantage for a few seconds longer. Rix under their tower, Doom in the flank. They're not going to be able to find anything as Snitch turns up. Now we could be seeing a 5-5, and that's the start of this poke. Grizzly Q already so low. Leland already below half health, and that's Doom going in, but he goes down instantly. Camille is dead. Lee Sin's almost there as well on the side. Snitch has to flash over the wall as the Destiny Gate comes on down. It's only going to be a slow, but it doesn't matter because Corki's already done. As Rix GG lose 2, hide under tower. They're against 5 here from the Unicorns, who are looking to put pressure on.
This is something that we haven't really talked about, but if you look at Rix GG's composition, the only real tank that you can use in here is Braum to stand in front of everyone else, because Camille, once again, okay, she has a little bit more of HP, but if you take a Snitch, it's Corki or Ezreal himself, there are not champions that are particularly have sustained both in lane team fights. And now here in the replay, you can see the first kills. The Senna ultimate once again being really interested, and it's nailed with the ultimate again. Destiny properly positioned. Just from far away, he doesn't even need to get up close. With the ultimate, he's able to do so. They get that kill that is going to be decisive in this game.
Ooh, Doom actually might have been caught out. Has to use the kick defensively, but members are showing up in response. Phaeton has to ult to keep his team safe. And Unicorns of Love will disengage without taking a kill, but without losing a member as well.
Really important right there. If they had gotten killed at this time, RIXZY would have probably been out of game due to the Baron just being the rightful taken. Careful there from once again doing the frontliner role for his team, but again, he cannot be the only one doing this. They have Leon split pushing the spot lane trying to get something out of there because in team fights they're really not doing that well.
Yeah, Leon on the side lane, he's trying to gain anything he can, but they've got a Nasus to respond to him, and ZachQ, having a decent game, has got a couple of items in his pocket, is going to be able to survive against Leon pretty handedly at this stage. So it's going to be difficult for the Camille to put on too much pressure, but as long as Rix can stand strong in the 4-man unit that is hanging around Baron, moving towards their mid lane tower, then things are okay for them in the side lane situation. However, Unicorns of Love, they've got priority over this mid lane. They've got priority over the objective if they want to go for it. But as we've said so many times, doing blind Barons is such a risk in this game.
Thank you for calling me out and repeating the same thing several times. Thank you, Raptor. Love you.
What? No.
Okay, then never mind. You know, I'm not gonna hate you for this. Or maybe I will do. But since we have to cast more games together, this one isn't even over. Why don't we talk a little bit more about what Rix situation is right now, because they're really paired up when it comes to gold, paired up when it comes to towers. The objectives have gone mostly in the hands of RIXZY, but I kind of feel like Unicorns of Love has been leading the game in sort of way. Like, I feel like they've been leading the pressure onto RIXZY. They have the team fights upper hand. And of course, versus Leon's Camille, they've got this amazing ZachQ Nasus who can easily contest it. So again, we're entering sort of a time loop in which these teams have to keep on fighting each other. They are gonna keep on trying and split push, but that's not gonna be so easy because they know what the other is gonna do. So it's all a matter of who's gonna take the next team fight, the next kill, and that may be able, allowing them to snowball finally. And look at it, it is starting already.
Oh, the fight's coming on through. Cole's not going to get knocked up. There's the Senna ultimate coming on through. Schneeland can't find the flank this time around, and is just going to run away from this one. Rix do have 4 members of the fight. Camille is moving on through, but the Dragon is the target. This one is a big objective to take if either team can secure it. Nice stun coming on to Clue on the Braum. Coldstar backing away, half health, even with the Dominus rolling, as ZachQ has also burnt his ult in kind. Rix, though, they're not full health either. Leon has arrived, making this one a fair 5v5. The health bars certainly favor Rix right now. Both teams trying to get towards this Dragon. It's going to be Rix trying to keep it alive as Leon can't find the re-engage poke coming through from the Ezreal. But now the Camille might have gone a little bit too far. Corgi's not here. Snitch has given up on this fight, wants to move towards the mid lane and try and get a different kind of objective, and should be able to pick it up because the Unicorns of Love are still yet to respond. Corgi not going to overstay his welcome as he sees the blue team moving, backs away with the turret.
Yeah, you're kind of forcing them to go there to try to defend. They've been really focusing on towers. I guess RIXZY taking one of theirs is also affecting them in sort of way. I mean, this is definitely leaving them out of the run for the Infernal Dragon here. Still, there are plenty of objectives to take. They haven't been doing badly at all. Again, this game is really even for both of the teams in every single term and concept. And Leon, once again, I know I talked a lot about him, but look at him because he's in mid lane. He's struggling a little bit there, losing life. Probably gonna die shortly.
Ooh,
but
a knockup. They're gonna be able to catch out Coldstar. He takes a decent chunk, but the Dominus rolls. He gets stunned up. Will he survive? Yes, he will for now. As Phaeton knocks the rest of Rix away. Leon, too low for the re-engage, takes a beating on the way out, but does manage to survive. Decent stun coming through from the concussive blows and friend Q. But gonna be forced to back away once again. No objectives taken. No one goes down.
Now this is just fighting for fighting, trying to get the other to lose at least one member of the entire team to be able to win those. And this applies to both of them because no one is dying anymore. Now, where is the weight of both teams? You can see it here in the scoreboard. In the case of Unicorns of Love, the weight of the team fights has been on snail lane basically. And for RIXZY on Doom, surprisingly, the jungler is carrying the weight of the team here. Leeson one kick can win a team fight, one bad kick can lose it. Let's see if that's the case.
Oh, the stones are snakes in the flash ball from Coastal. They really want to get out to the Corki, but he's able to back away. Now Unicorns of Love know that resources have been blown and moving back towards the objective. They want the inside track over the Dragon, but this fight could kick off in earnest if Leon wants to pull the trigger. Won't do so this time around, but the team from Group B, the team from CIS, are looking towards the Dragon. They've got control over the river entrance, and Ricks are going to have to break this one if they want to get the objective, but they're moving up towards another flank. They're looking towards a different objective. They have the opportunity to try and get control over the Baron area, but again, we know they can't take it. In the bot lane, minions helping Ricks out aplenty by securing them another tower and an inroad towards the inhibitor towers. And you can hear the package has been picked up. Corki is en route. Are they going to pull the trigger on this one? It's been a long one in the making. ZachU goes low. They try to get the engage on him. They can't get the kill just yet. The ultimatum has come down, locking people in place. They're fighting in a choke, but there's so much help on the side of Unicorns of Love. It's really hard to take them down, but Doom goes in, can't find the assassination, and is forced to back away. Super minions are being spawned in that bot lane as the minions, they do even more work and take an inhibitor turret.
So you will see him having Nasus and Senna on the team. We'll give you more stacks and more
are they going to go
power,
in? They're looking for the steal. Can they find it? Cold Stars in the mix. The Dragon going lower and lower and lower. Can they get it? It's going to be secured, and it's going to be Doom getting it. GrizzlyQ over the wall, but the fight is going to kick off in earnest. ZachU trying to get away. Will he be able to do so? No, he won't. As Stealing forced back. He flashed over the wall, but Fred follows him through as GrizzlyQ is going to be forced to back away. But Senna's not the objective. The Nexus is the one, and Ricks GG are going to take the first win of this series. GrizzlyQ not going to be alive to see it as Fred picks that one up, and it's 1-0 from the first seed coming into the tournament.
I think someone is going to have a heart attack here, and it's not me.
Absolutely insane scenes in that game. Tentative, close, and this is what we wanted to see from this series. We wanted to see the two teams coming into it. You can hear what it means to them, and for the first time maybe this weekend, Unicorn silence.
I mean, that's a way to silence them, though, isn't it? You looked at the first game's draft. For me, I was watching in the back room, and I was looking at the heroes come in, or the champions come in for Ricks, and I was like, hang on a minute. There's Camille, there's a Lee Sin here, there's Corki, there's an Ezreal. Like, if the Gragas wasn't banned and that got looked in, I was thinking, this is peak Ricks GG coming in here right now with their draft. But when we look towards the series as well, like the actual match itself, actually I think is one of the closest so far. When we look about 12, 13 minutes in, Will, the goal difference was negligible.
It was so close the entire time, and even in those last seconds, you could see all the build-up leading towards that Dragon, all the build-up leading towards the end of the game, essentially. We got to the point where it's like, yeah, one team fight win either way wins the game. I think that Ricks GG need to give a pay rise to their minions, taking 2 in the bot lane, doing more split pushing than Leon was able to do in that game, and then they just had an easy inroad to Nexus to end it out. But honestly, they played that last team fight perfectly well, and that's what earned them the victory.
Look, I was watching it backstage with the lad, and I know he's got something to say about this matchup. Let's throw it over to Kin, and he's got a nice little segment to break down for us.
Yeah, thank you very much, Trid. We have only one fight really to talk about because it practically was the only important fight in the entire game. Right? I'm going to play this out. There is one thing that we need to look at here. There's only one important piece of analysis. Everything else is right here. You've got to wait for it in a moment. Wait for it. 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 Oh my God! Doom hit Smite. There we go. The only bit of important analysis that you needed to hear about that fight was that our boy Doom finally learned how to smite an objective. So there we go. That's it. That's the fight. That was the only important fight to talk about. Gonna send it right over to the desk.
What made that even better was that the Ricks players kind of like looked up and were like, oh, that's about us. That's analysis segment. They were looking and waiting for something in depth. And you see Doom and Leon, who are closest, looking at it. Kiernan goes on. He's like, smite. And then the Ricks lineup is like, yeah, he hit the smite.
It went from celebration to character assassination so quickly.
Wow.
That's been pretty on brand for this weekend, though.
Yeah.
Like, it has been at all. But that was the first game. Karmaline, improvements coming in for the game number 2. UOL, what went wrong for them and what can we expect to see in game number 2 that might cause a different outcome for them?
I mean, they had the upper hand for most of the game, at least with the champions that they had chosen. They had Leon in their hands, like, okay, he's split pushing, but we've got Nasus opposite him, and then what happened there? Like the team fights, not really walking, not really facing who they had to face, not really focusing the right players. I think they underestimated a little bit Snitch, who, okay, hasn't been given the spotlight in most of his games, but he's quite good, and in Corki, he's amazing. So that's something that you really definitely have to improve. Also, Xenonassus, not sure if I want to see it again. I might want to go for something different.
Look, Xenonassus may have some place in some games. It might not be for Unicorns of Love. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we're going to jump straight into game number 2.
Welcome back to the Wild Rift Origin Series Championship, second semi-final, second game, an advantage. Rix GG.
Rix GG, unexpected for me, not unexpected for you though.
No, true.
Before it happened, but let's see what happens in the second game, shall we?
I mean, it was super close. It has to be said. Fiora are going to be banned away to start this one out, just like last time. Ziggs goes the same way, not too surprising, but the last game could have gone either way very, very easily. It was all on a knife's edge. It was all on a smite, essentially. But Snitch, this time around, going to have to go off the corky because he had a much better game today than we really saw from him yesterday.
I mean, I told you, I thought the spotlight, oh my god, had been finally put on him. Once again, Rakan also being banned. I really would like to see him being played by Grizzly Q, but it's not going to be the case because he's not going to be in the Rift as well as Ezreal. He did so much damage in the last game that it makes complete sense for them to ban him.
Fred had a very good one. Got caught out a couple of times, even on the Ezreal, where it's quite hard to do so because you're quite mobile. Yeah. But in the late game team fights, the damage showed it was definitely worthwhile. Gragas taken off the table as well. We'll have to see if Unicorns Love want to go the Senna route, but no, they're going to steal away the Camille. 2 bans against Rix, and then they're stealing one of their picks as well. Noticing as well, it says here on the screen that Unicorns Love have the win in the first game. Not the case.
No.
It's Rix who have the win.
I mean, maybe it's the number of losses. Like, you've lost the game.
That would be a very morbid way of counting it. But, you know, the Camille going to be locked in. That's really, really interesting coming through. They want to try and get that split push for themselves, take it away from Leon, which of course is going to be useful. And there you go. Look, Rix have now been given the win.
Oh, okay. This is kind of disappointing, but okay, we'll go with it. Now, one thing that I want to talk about is how Coldstar has been heavily oversighted throughout this entire tournament. Like, okay, he doesn't really play tanks. I mean, he does play tanks, sorry, but he doesn't really play split pushers or like game definer champions. And here you have him on a Camille. On the other hand, Rix are gonna be like, okay, you pick Camille, pick Senna this time, and also give us Galio.
Yes, exactly. And the Galio could go to bot lane with the Senna, could go mid lane, could go into a lot of different positions. It's gonna be interesting to see. Basically to the Seraphine. We're going to have to see where this one goes. Could go mid, could go bot lane as a support, could go bot lane as a dragon carry, potentially. We'll have to see what's going to be paired up with. We've seen the Sona. Wukong has been locked in for Rix. They want to be taking that team fighting potential, and their team right now is completely built for it.
It is amazing. I really love this competition coming from Rix. Right now, Matt, Unicorns of Love, just Irelia being brought up on the Rift. I think this is a bit that we haven't really seen lately, at least for Europe. And then she's had been brought again. Lots of potential right there, especially in teamfights. Let's see if that works out the way they intended to. But at the moment, lots of damage coming from Unicorns of Love.
Okay, we got the Irelia locked in. That's not the thing that surprised me. Garen will be joining us on the Rift for this one, alongside the Lucian. So, Lucian, Seraphine, bot lane, you've got to imagine. Camille potentially going into the jungle?
Could be, and wouldn't be a weird option for them. I mean, haven't they played like 1,000 things already from the side of Unicorns of Love on the jungle every time innovating? But you seem to want to say something about Fern?
Yeah, Pantheon just been locked in for Rix over there. They've already got themselves a Kha'Zix as well. So the Pantheon most likely going to be going... Could be top, it could be mid. Pantheon Senna? Potentially?
Could be.
We'll have to see what they decide to lock in as we move on to the Rift for our second game of the day. Keep your eyes peeled. It's going to be Wukong down in the bot lane alongside the Senna as Blue is piloting that one. Leon on the Pantheon is also super interesting. And it's Irelia going into the jungle. Seraphine Garen. And we're going to see a fight immediately kicking off. But it's okay, Carmen, don't worry. No one goes down this time around. But these two team compositions are, there's stuff going on.
There is stuff going on. Rixie is kind of aggressive, trying to pick a kill there and narrowly killed the first one of the game. Not really happening because, you know, we are just in the first minute, not even the first minute, so plenty of time to do that. Just retreating a little bit. This is a little bit of like, okay, I'm going home, I'm going to my lane. Can I pick a kill here? Yes? No? Doesn't matter. I'll move on. Now, looking at both teams' strategies, we've got on one hand Unicorns of Love with quite a good composition, but I'm a little bit lost, not lost really, but curious about the Garen pick here for Saki. He's already been aggressive, but I mean, having a Seraphim by his side gives him mobility, of course, but I don't know if that will work that well versus the Wukong and Friend bot lane. Well, it finally works, we've just seen it.
Well, I mean, Garen into Wukong's not bad. In the top side as well, we've got this Pantheon going on and through. So it's an interesting adaptation. You've seen the Senna, you've seen the Wukong alongside it, which again is not that surprising. Wukong does work well in this situation. And you think, hey, why don't we just go for a Bruiser down here as well? That could be a good time for everyone involved. But I'm a little bit concerned for Leon on this top side, honestly. He's gone for the Pantheon, which is a pick that we see not all that much of, because if he doesn't get scaling, if he doesn't get going, he becomes a little bit of a stun bot, which is not necessarily what you want from one of your marquee players. But that being said, they do always play through they do like to play through Leon, and Coldstar is going to have to be careful. Camille is quite a safe pickup though, so definitely one way he can stay safe. In the bot side though, Zaciu goes pretty low, but Doom forced to jump away as Friend not really in a position to help.
Oh, Friend, be careful.
Ooh, Friend might be in a position to die though, needs to be super careful, gets the root down, but Phaeton is the first responder on the scene, and no kills this time.
No kills already. Unicorns of Love presenting themselves as a risk for Rixie right now with his almost killed on Friend. Him being very low life, having had to spend his heal already. So Unicorns of Love in a really good position right there. Zaciu and Grizzly doing exactly what they intended to do. Both buying boots right now to get a little bit of that boost in mobility, particularly with the bump ones that Zaciu has acquired right now. And Phaeton only really a pick that I didn't really expect, but I think it's also working out quite well. What can they do? Okay, they're paired up, they're really even when it comes to gold, but they are gonna go for the aggressive one.
Yeah, Clue's fine. He creates it. He's just going to dash out of that one. No worries at all in that situation.
And what about this situation between Leon and Coldstar? You kind of asked the question, right? Leon on a Pantheon, what can he do? Is he going to be as powerful as in all the games? He hasn't really been given that role of a carry so much in this one. But then again, look at the global ultimate. That's going to be really useful in teamfights, unlike the last game. So we're gonna see what happens. Coldstar right now, kind of feeling like Leon did in the last game, playing a Camille. Okay, good duelist, good Baron laner, but what about the teamfight? What's gonna happen there? The Hectic ultimate, we're gonna have to open those. But okay, Warriors in the line phase, we can allow ourselves to think about the strategy later on. For now, let's focus on the objective, spawning quite shortly.
Oh, Leon's coming on through. He wants to get onto Steelan. Will be able to get the stun down. The center ultimate coming on through to keep the team alive. And Phaeton can only stand and watch as First Blood given over to Rix GG. Unicorns moving members up. But are they going to look for the play? They get the slow, they get the root, but there's no follow-up damage over the wall. So Rix get away with it.
Really interesting in this one hand. Grizzly King Seraphim, I have to say, I really like how he's playing right now. Really helping Garen being able to not think about this composition, honestly.
Phaeton, though, has to flash away. Doom is there, but so is Coldstar. And it's just going to be the objective started up this time around by Rix.
Nothing really happening. Like, in the end, the Herald is kind of being left alone. They've got the enemy right there. Oof.
Ooh, that was close. Leon's going to come through. Really nice stunner down onto the target. The kill onto Steelan is inevitable. They look to the follow-up, but they can't find Grizzly Q with more than just a chunk of damage. And Rix again win the fight. Zaciu in the mid lane forcing onto Leon. He's going to be able to back away.
Backing away, but not that lone life, so he could technically return to the fight. Look at this.
Zaciu moving forward, gets the silence, gets the damage, gets the kill onto Snitch. As Clue might look for the re-engage, though, has the Cyclone, going to get the damage down, going to get the knock-off. The ultimate has been used onto Doom, keeping him in place, and the fight is going to keep continuing around the Rift. Herald, who wants to get involved, but the kill going over to Leon. Now they force forward. Can Doom get the assassination on the Coldstar? No, he can't. He stays alive as Unicorns of Love chase Rix away from the objective. Leon's going to be cut down by Phaeton on the back end as well. Disaster for Rix as UOL. They take everything.
Phaeton taking kill after kill, becoming a really powerful, really in this game that you don't really want to face right now, which is the reality that Brixie is having to see in front of their eyes as it unfolds. Leon being a little bit focused in there, but once again, he's a Pantheon, isn't that as important and in all that time that he's played, isn't it? French Shino!
There's just half health Kha'Zix on the map. That's all there is to it, really.
Just one leap and you are killed.
Yeah,
you're dead.
Taste of fear.
Taste of
dead.
And indeed, that's what just happened here. What? The dragon is still down the rift. Brixie gonna try and take it now that Unicorns of Love was, down one member who's just been respawning. Let's see what they can try to do to contest it. Going to the
Snitch gets the double taunt, the damage coming through. Leon's looking for a target, can't find a good one until he finds Grizzly Q, as the damage is big. That's the big. Can they get enough? But the color's breaking up the fight. As Unicorns Love needs to be careful, but the health bar so low. Snipe down from Friend, who's looking towards Phaeton. A couple more auto attacks will be enough. Will be able to get it. Doom's still alive. I have no idea how. The healing is massive. Stealing gets the kill in the end, but Friend, Senna versus Lucian. It's a lover's quarrel, but this time around, Senna gets the kill. Senna gets the rampage. And it's huge for Rix.
None of these teams wants to give it up just now. 6 minutes in, have just started Mosey mid-game for us here in Wild Rift. And yet, look at them fighting again and again, trying to get those little leads so they can, whatever they can. Snitch taking more of a supportive role. Here we've got the replay, you can see there how the rest of the team was arriving for Rix G, trying to get onto them. The Seraphine right there, being killed in the very beginning, being rooted once again for Garen. So the Unicorns of Love just having to retreat, Brixie just taking the team fight, but not just now. Kha'Zix, so in this case, we were talking about him being on the Rift and winning, and then look at him.
I mean, the thing that gets me there is the fact that Doom was able to be kept alive a second longer with the heal, means that there was like half the health bar of Lucian was removed by the last taste of fear coming through from Doom, which is what allowed Friend to clean up that fight. Yeah, whoever got the last kill in that one probably doesn't matter that much, but it's those inches that Rix GG are currently winning by. Phaeton dives on through, gets the stun, but Doom is there. Look at the health bar on Aurelia. Nice one from Seraphine, but the railgun comes through. Phaeton is the first target, and now they're diving towards Grizzly Q. He's going to be able to get out. Nice taunt, nice ultimatum, though, as this fight is kicking off. The Cyclone gets a knock up on a 2-2. But Rix are going to be able to back away. They get the pick, and they get away.
Just enough. I mean, I'm glad they didn't keep on pushing, which is what all teams would have done. In this case, they were cautious enough to just back away. But careful there, because of course there is arriving with Camille. Ultimate not up, that should be mentioned. You have to deal with him just being used in the last team fight. So now, next move here. Just apparently leaving the waves to just throw the tower down top bot lane for you. Focusing a little bit on the top lane, which is what Unicorns of Love seems to be hitting both with Camille and Lucian, trying to get a kill onto Leon finally, and onto Doom, who has become quite strong lately.
Ooh, Friend needs to be careful. He might have overextended for the poke. Snitch in the wings, Clue in the wings, and they might be looking for the re-engage. A nice little bit of damage from the center on the way out, but nothing gonna happen this time around.
The ultimate's being recovered right here and then. Snitch is still having quite a little bit of time until his is up, but no big deal, because at this time, well, just retreating, just waiting to fight a little bit, just push the waves, try to get something out of it. Zac Q gonna find himself alone.
Leon needs to be a little careful. He's half health, but Doom's in support. And Zac Q, pretty tanky, not gonna be too bothered.
It's a Garen. It's his role to be tanky, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Kinda. So, in any case, he's gonna stay here farming, no big deal. Now, Rift Herald there in the mid lane. Good opportunity to be taken by Unicorns of Love. But the question is, will they be able to hit the tower and throw it finally? Because Rix G is right there trying to stop this from happening. So it seems like Herald is just gonna try and hit tower if he can.
Ooh, Leon looking for the engagement. He's gone very, very deep. Going to be charmed up. Once again, the Radiant Dawn coming through as the damage is there. Leon gets away and actually gets the first kill of the fight onto the Aurelia. Cold Star going to be forced to back away. Zac Q still tanky, but that's a huge taunt coming through from Snitch as the fight is reignited. Cold Star goes low. Clue is in the mix. Still needs to be careful, but the heroic entrance will get the knock up onto Garen. He's going to be able to get away with Sneeland. And in the end, again, it's just a 1-0 for Rix.
Really good choice here. Once Snitch had Hero's Entrance, he was able to finally join the team fight, to finally take part in this and do the damage that he had to, leaving them with the chance to take this dragon away. More objectives piling up for them. But now, Unicorns of Love quite a few choices in there. They really have two split pushers, technically Ariel and Camille, I was going to call her, and Camille can do this, but I think they are playing mostly to Rix's rhythm, trying to be very careful around them, trying to pick up fights whenever they can, if they feel safe to do so. And this kind of worries me because I feel like Unicorns of Love is a team with such personality that just leaving themselves to be guided through the game by the enemies doesn't really work for them. So I'm expecting them to just, get their batteries on, as we say in Spain, and just try to get the game in their hands and controlled by themselves. Now in the mid lane, some champions in there trying to, look at each other in the eyes. Let's see if that happens.
Yeah, Battleline's being drawn in the mid lane once again. I've loved the initiative that Leon has been taking on this Pantheon. He's able to get a decent amount of distance if he's got Flash, if he's got the Proto Belt up, and then he can dive on through with the stun. And that's been what's been starting the fights for Rix this entire game. Have to mention Friend as well, though. Been having a stellar performance on the Senna, is able to be getting those stacks coming through, and they haven't really lost out too much, because if you look at the Garen as kind of the carry in the situation, Friend has more gold, but so does Clue.
Yeah, they are quite paired up, which is something that I like. It shows that the vital of the resources has been quite good. Now, what can they do with it, right? Like, buying items, of course, is one of them, but also getting some kills here on the way, getting ahead in itemization in comparison to Unicorns of Blood. Look at Corsa already identify what the potential threats can be, trying to focus on the top lane, which is next objective for Rixgy. Here is a matter of time, until they end up having to face each other once again. In this one, they are not being shy, they are trying to fight as much as they can. Teamfights are not a problem for either of them, but we have to consider, once again, the lack of tankiness coming from Unicorns of Love in particular. Okay, they have Garen, but besides that, okay, they do have mobility, but they didn't really have a really strong front line. They have to rely on Camille's ultimate to be able to start those fights and engage as well on Grizzly's Q's Seraphine. So we're going to see how far this takes them into this game, but I don't think it is going to last for much longer. Said Carmen before the game went on to 30 minutes.
Yeah, before Carmen casted the longest game in Wild Rift history. It's a brave statement. I don't know if you want to have jinxed it that much, but long games are always super entertaining and super intense, because at this stage, okay, it's maybe a little bit early to start making these assumptions, but big team fights could spell the end of the game for either team in terms of the tempo. Yes, there's enough tower standing for both sides. They're not going to be able to push through and destroy the Nexus, but sometimes the game can be finished before the Nexus explodes. So, keep your eyes peeled on where the next battle line will be. We've got Baron buff on the map. RixGG do not have a slow Baron, but we know that they have to take picks if they want to be securing it. On the other hand, though, Unicorns of Love, they've got some decent champions right now at decent spikes, so they could look to take the play as well.
The Baron is up there, as you said, but even though they've got a little bit of vision right there, they don't really seem to be going for it. Perhaps Corsa, the one roaming around, just trying to check that RixG is not trying to take it once again, but Unicorns of Love is focusing more on the mid lane, throwing that first tower and really on taking the Rift Herald, the Baron. So let's see what happens there, but the Inferno Dragon is going to be spawning in 15 seconds, so they have got two objectives that they could fight for.
Yeah, both of these objectives are super impactful, and both of these teams will want both of these ones. The ultimatum used onto Snitch this time around. Leon puts up the wall, and the damage coming through is massive from Rich. Cold starts to focus, and he's going to be forced out of the fight entirely. Phaeton has to go golden, but I don't know if he'll survive too much longer. The ultimate coming in from Galio means Zachu falls as well. Doom looking to clean up the fight, can't find another kill though. But it's 2 kills going over to Rix, and now they get their choice of objectives, and it looks like Baron is their selection.
Once again, we know Rixgy, once they start getting that lead, and look at Snitch, by the way, on that.
He's the bouncer, but he might be looking for a flag. Really nice torn onto 2, and Leon's ultimate's going to come through to help clean up the situation. They get the turn perfectly, they get the ace perfectly, and now they're going to move back towards the objective.
The objective being the Baron right there, no contestant, no answer for Unicorns of Love right there. They don't really have the effectives to do anything, everyone is dead. So just decimated by RixG, getting the Baron, getting the buff for the minions, going for the top lane tower already, moving towards there. And I mean, the power is in their hands. perhaps the only mini wave that isn't really there are the other two ones. Let's watch the replay though. We can see right here how they get taunted. The ultimate arrives, can double kill obviously for Pantheon. They retire right at the time. They don't really need to do anything else because everyone else is dead.
It was Snitch played that one perfectly on the Galio. It wasn't about making sure they didn't get towards the Baron. It was tempting them into that choke so that he could get the taunt, knowing his team was able to turn with the Pantheon ultimate and with Doom being so quick off the mark. And then the cleanup allowed them to get the kill. They're going to be able to get the Dragon as well as Coldstar. He's alive for a second longer. He's going to be able to actually get out of that one without too much issue. But the objectives are all going the way of Rix right now. Clue going in. Really nice cycle, and the heroic entrance is going to get a nice knock-up onto ZachQ as well. Fatal in the backline could be the first victim. He will be as the damage coming on through. Grizzly Q cut down by the Kha'Zix, who's going to be able to help get another assassination onto Seraphine this time around. As Coldstar also goes down. This could be the game for Rix GG. And if it is, it's 2-0 in this best of 5.
2-0, how do you come out from that? Well, I mean, in last series, we saw them kind of trying to do that, but can Unicorns of Love do it? I've got faith in them, I know they can.
Woo, that is the game going over to Rix, and 2-0, we've seen this one before. It could still go to 5, as you said, but honestly, that one, much more intense, much more initiative from Rix, and a much more obvious, better team in this one.
Yeah.
So hear me out, hear me out. I came back, came back onto this desk, and I'm just thinking a lot about onions right now.
Onions?
Onions. Do you know what onions have?
Are you hungry?
No, I'm not hungry. Onions
Layers.
have layers.
Yes.
And do you know what was layered beautifully that entire game by Rix? The CC they had available to them. 4 out of 5 members on that team have a form of hard crowd control. They managed to perfectly layer that onto any target, find these picks, force these fights in multiple occasions throughout that entire map. And I think that's one of the reasons why they were able to be so successful.
I mean, I said at the beginning of the game, I wasn't convinced by the Pantheon pickup for Leon because he's been so impactful in his team, and going on something that can become a stun bot in the later stages, I was a little bit concerned, but he made me look like a complete idiot, getting all the engages that his team's needed. The turret on the Baron, perfect from Leon, perfect from Stitch as well, it has to be said. And honestly, Unicorns, they were banning stuff, they were stealing stuff away from Rix that they saw in the first game, and then they're like, we're going to play the Pantheon, we're going to play the Wukong bot with Senna, what are you going to do about it? And the answer is pretty much nothing.
And Carmeline, this series now, it seems to have been like a little bit, yes, you. It's been a little bit more accelerated in this game number 2. First game, so close, came down to a bit of a knife's edge as this match went on. This game seemed far more in the control of Rix GG. Do you think that's an omen for what we expect in the rest of the series? Do you think Rix are just going to take this away now?
No.
No? No?
Do you want me to say yes and just end this?
I want you to give your honest opinion, Carmeline.
My honest opinion, okay, my heart is telling me Unicorns of Love has to win at least one game for that plushy unicorn baby that we've got there.
Okay, we are rocking the pink flamingo buff right now. We can't forget that. Coldstar's got that set up for us. We've also got D-Man set up in the Weatherman section. He's going to take a look at one of the fights from that last game.
Yeah, thank you very much, guys. This is kind of like when Unicorns of Love pretty much got the perfect engage they wanted, but they didn't quite get the right people they wanted. So I'm going to play it. This was, as you can see, 14 minutes in, so a long way into the game. A lot of happening here. So this is a perfect catch. So it's Coldstar that goes in. I'll just run the clip to start with. And immediately, Coldstar has gone straight in. So perfect. Got the knock-up, got Rix, got Snitch. Out the side, though, you can see Friend is fine. Clue is looking and thinking, yeah, okay, I want a piece of this. I want to get involved. Now we're going to see also the drop come through. So at the moment, you're thinking Unicorns of Love, they've caught them, they've got them. This is brilliant. Look, they've got the covered up. Sneelin's in the perfect position. They've got everything going for them. But then it all goes wrong. Instant, root, knock up. Everything's suddenly going wrong. You can see airborne, airborne, airborne. This is not good. This is where it's all going wrong. And again, look at Friend. Look at this, about to come across. The perfect center ulti, catching them all off guard. Sneelin, meanwhile, still looking good. Still looking good. But the problem is, the damage has suddenly gone away. Coldstar, who started things off, not looking very healthy. You can see, meanwhile, also not looking very healthy, and suddenly the death ball has kind of gone awry. And this is really where it all started to slide away from Unicorns of Love. They pick up 2 kills, I'm going to run it through. They pick up 2 kills off the back of this, which leads to the Baron play, and then leads to obviously them getting caught out. That was the tail of the game. It was running out. Still, at 14 minutes, it was very, very close. This series, I feel, has a bit more in it.
Well, 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 I think everyone at home wants a little bit more of Unicorns of Love versus Rix GG. Unicorns, yesterday, they were pure magic, and I feel like they need to encapsulate more of that, come back from this, and trigger the reverse sweep. There's only one way to find out if that was meant to be, and that's to join us after the break.
Hello and welcome back to the Wild Rift Origins Series Championship semi-final Saturday, as we've been calling it. And Carmen, Rix 2-0 up in this best of 5. However, we had a 2-0 in the earlier semi-final. That one went to 5. How can Unicorns of Love make this one go the distance as well?
Okay, so I couldn't explain before because Trid was just trying to get answers out of me, and I didn't have the time to explain myself.
Getting answers out of you?
Yeah,
How dare he? How dare he do his job like that?
I talk about not the only Unicorn plushie that they've got, which is Liquid, but also Unicorns of Love, being realistic, okay, being serious, mature here
yes,
right now,
of course.
on desk. Okay, so what do they have in your hands? Cold-Start. Honestly, I think he needs to start being a little more comfortable in the picks that he's got. I feel like he hasn't really been feeling his best. Peyton has been doing a great job, but then again, if he's not accompanied by the rest of his team, then what can we expect from Unicorns of Love? I feel like Zaku, Grizzly Q, perhaps in certain champions, okay, the sound was good. Was it good enough, though?
Well,
good enough. Was I'm gonna answer. No, it wasn't. It was more of a question to myself, you know?
Ask a question, then answer it yourself, whatever. I don't need to set up, it's fine. But we've let a lot of bounds go through, and the picks as well. Camille's going to be locked in immediately for Unicorns of Love. Cold-Star most likely on that one. Could be jungle, but Fiora, Senna, Seraphine, Ziggs, Rakan, Gragas, and he's the Crocodile, and he's back.
Not for Nectar, not once again, please. No, at least not top lane. Can we innovate a little bit? Just bring him mid lane, for example. We've seen that in other championships, like.
We don't want to mid because we got Stitch Galio if this Galio goes into his hands.
Oh,
so, I mean, it worked for them last time. Lulu locked in. Are you a little bit more happy with this pick at least?
I mean, Pix is nice. Yes, I can approve it.
Okay, Olaf. Actually, this is a great combination. Mid-game, he's not going to be CC'd. Picks on top of him. He's going to sped up and he's going to be huge. And the true damage coming out as well.
Like, literally speaking, he's going to be huge.
Actually, he's going to be massive. It's
and World Growth is also there to help him out if he needs it. So, I mean, many assets being delivered right there. But Rix is used Kha'Zix.
Yes.
What a powerful champion in the hands of this team. They have been performing amazingly on it, especially, I mean, Doom has been the one playing it actually.
Yes.
And Corki is a little bit running up the composition, not sold on this one though.
It could go into the hands of Snitch with Gallia going support, or it could be going down into the bot lane. Friend could be picking this one up. We'll get answers with the final pick, but Kai'Sa being locked in. Something that I'm surprised we haven't seen more of, and the Ahri coming through to the mid lane as well. I'm really excited to see what Unicorns of Love can do here. They've gone for a couple of pickups. Hello.
Hello.
Why are you screaming at me?
Look at the pics, Unicorns of Love.
I know. It's the Ezreal round out, by the way.
Yeah, but look at our Kai'Sa. Why are you not excited?
Well, it's the kind of thing where we expected to see these champions coming through when we were going into this tournament. We haven't seen them that much. So it is Unicorns of Love going for strong pickups that are a little bit not unexpected because they're good champ. I don't know why you want me to be oh, they picked Kai'Sa and Ahri. Wow. I don't know what you want.
You could be a little bit more excited here. Ahri was expected for Riz from Team Gezo, but was he really expected from like anyone else? Yes, because she's real powerful right now. But still, I'm happy to see her.
Well, we're going to see her on the Rift in a couple of seconds, as well as we move straight onto it for the third game of this series. Could be final game of this series if we see a win coming through from Rix. Unicorns of Love gonna need to go for the reverse sweep if they want to find their way into the final face Team Queso tomorrow in the best of 7. Some power on the table. It's going to be Camille in the jungle with Coldstar taking Olaf top, which is going to be very interesting into Leon's Renekton, which we know that he loves to play. I'm excited for this one, honestly.
I'm excited as well, looking at the itemization. Loads of BF swords going on for both teams. And finally, looking at the compositions for both of these teams. Leon on the Renekton, good split pusher, good tank. I like what he's doing. And now, on the other hand, Corsair on your left. Olaf is a pick that I'm not really sold on that much. I mean, I still liked how rounded the composition for Unicorns of Love was in this case. Olaf is a little bit of a coin flipper. Like, if he just falls behind, then he's down, and like all the champs to kind of scale with time. But I mean, it just depends a lot on how the team is doing, and if they are gonna rely on Corsair to match, who is usually playing tanks, then we might have a problem there going for the Unicorns.
Are you not convinced by Unicorns of Love mid-game though? They've got Kai'Sa, they've got Olaf. I'm excited to see what Camille can do in the jungle, but on the other side, Rix, of course. Doom on the Kha'Zix is terrifying. As you said, the Renekton, Leon, always going to be strong on this strong pick. And Snitch is back on the Corki. He played this one so well in the first game, it was banned in the second.
Yeah, but then in this one, he wasn't.
Oh, Charm lands, and a lot going on to Unicorns of Love. They're going to be able to pick off Clue for first blood, and the exhaust will mean that Corki has to get away. But we'll be able to do so with the Valkyrie. It's only one kill going over, but it is a first blood from the team that needs the win.
Exactly, and that's why we appreciate it and thank Unicorns of Love for potentially giving us a Game 4 series. But
that's an early statement with just first blood.
Okay, I always make early statements because someone has to believe in them, okay? Just let me be positive for once. My gosh. Oh!
Ooh, flash from Snitch. That's going to be a big resource burnt actually on the Corki in the mid lane.
Yes, it is. But well, no. He can just get away with it easily. No more kills for Unicorns of Love just now, 2 minutes in. For Wild Rift, that is quite a lot. It will be like the early game, but a little bit of time still to go. However, 4 minutes in, we're going to have the Herald, we're going to have the Dragon. The Dragon, not an Inferno, so supposedly FreeCG shouldn't be prioritizing it. But we never know, because in the last game, we did see them going for it. So good strategy right there. Now, looking at Unicorns of Love, I'm not gonna say how they can come back because they haven't lead in this game, so just, you know, some laning right there, some typical lane for Wild Rift games.
It's been a bit of an impactful start, a bit explosive coming on through, but only with that first blood, really. We've got a minute until we get the big old objective coming on down, which will be both of the objectives, as you said. The Dragon probably not the highest priority, as it's not the Infernal, as you mentioned. So we'll have to see who wants to fight over the Rift Herald. Or, of course, it could just be a case of one of these teams deciding that fighting isn't in their best interest. However, I'm excited to see what Rix can do in the next engagement, because they got caught out a little bit early, but they've got really strong early champs. They've got stuff like the Kha'Zix, like the Renekton, that can do work, and we're going to see the first real fight with ultimates available, and look at the impact that those can have.
A level 5 ultimates going up right now, as you said. Look at Jim trying to pick up a little bit of a kill in there, but not going to be able to make it. It's a Camille after all. She can do that just easily. She can escape without further issue. But now the objectives spawning in 10 seconds. What team is going to take them home? What team is going to take them to their scoreboard? We're going to see it, but for now, Rift Herald seems to be the one that they are focusing on.
Which is what you said. It's what you expected to happen in this one, and it's going to be Unicorns of Love who have priority over the river around that objective right now. But Rix do have opportunities, and they've got champions moving into that direction. But it looks like they've actually started up the Dragon again, something you mentioned they might do. And if the Rift Herald isn't taken immediately, it could just be a free objective.
It could be. And look at Unicorns of Love kind of rotating towards that while they are thinking of what something that they did before, actually. You know, if they want to take the Herald, let them, because we're going to take the first tower with this wave that we've gotten here. So not a bad strategy at all. We got the Dragon, we got the first tower. In the meantime, let Unicorns of Love try to focus on that other one or in the top lane. So it's a battle for who gets the first tower here.
Yeah, and it looks like Unicorns of Love will have the advantage on this one. They've got a decent wave, and all 4 members moved up there immediately. But, it does go over to Unicorns of Love in the end, but it was much closer than I thought it would be. but the Dragon is the advantage going over to Rix. Rift Herald now going to be started up by Unicorns of Love, but Rix Gigia not stopping at the outer. They're moving towards this inner tower, want to get 2 for 1, and will lose out on the Rift Herald happily to do so. Ultimate coming through, won't get the steal, but 2 towers and a Dragon for a Rift Herald and 1. I'd say that's worth.
Okay, Rix is supposed to play for a little bit more, like for 10 minutes or so. But, you know, Unicorns of Love with Herald, okay, give those towers back. They're gonna lose another one right here. Let the team fight start, surely, because they surely need to get some kills in here.
I mean, the Rift Herald only gets a chunk down, it gets the charge and not much else. So the investment wasn't really good for Unicorns of Love on this occasion. And nice little advantage gained by the red side. Rix, of course, go through if they win this game to that final tomorrow. They're looking good for it at the moment. That being said, Unicorns of Love, they're not out of this one quite yet, and I want to see how they do in the first real team fight, because we haven't really had anything except a couple of trades.
Yeah, true. I mean, and even in those couple of trades, we've only really seen 1 kill. And 2 towers, okay, but those have what happened across the rift. So I'm really hoping to see finally some action, as I said, because it's, I mean, it is determining for like a game like this. We know Rix likes to open a lane and just run with it, as they are doing with the bot lane. But we also know that Unicorns of Love do have more of a round team style, like they prefer to go for team fights. So we're gonna be seeing if they truly do that. They like to force team fights. They like to get those through engages. They've got plenty of engages there with a charm by Ahri, played by Snailane. They got the Ludo with the Wild Growth if they want to chase Kai'Sa. So plenty of champions that can allow you to do that, including Olaf's with Ragnarok. Once you were saying before, once he gets big, he just is unstoppable. For now, let's watch this mid lane, because once again, we want to see them fight. We've seen a little bit of rotation here. The Dragon laners have decided to move here to get the waves going, so to avoid the other team from getting that. At least that's something. And look at them trying to catch on to Snitch right now, which they're not going to do, but they might get the tower.
Yeah, they might be able to get the tower, forcing Stitch away, but in the top side, Leon on Doom might be trying to do the same to Sneeland. The tower will crumble. Unicorns of Love evening that one up for a second. But Rix, they've got the advantage in the top side. They've got the advantage in the mid lane as well. They're looking for another 2 for 1 offer.
They definitely want to do this. Like in this case, if Rix's convenience, it would be better to just be doing this. In Unicorns of Love convenience, it would be better to be facing each other directly, just because, once again, the teamfight composition that they've got in their hands, like they've got plenty of champions that can allow them to do that. But always fighting from afar, preferably. In their case, of course. Let's see if that's what happens for now. Just, you know, looking at each other in the eyes, measuring each other, but not really going for it, because it's not convenient to any of them, really. Like, if you can avoid dying and you can instead defend your towers, that might be better than just having to go into team fights that you might lose. But, you know, I think Rix is having a little of a different situation here. I think it's one of the first times that they're facing this kind of thing where they instead of being so aggressive, they are trying to take their time and just go for objectives directly instead of, you know, fighting. Let them go towards the Dragon lane here, towards the zone in the river, a mountain one, which will be really benefiting them when it comes to armor. Let's see if that's what happens.
Well, if they can take it, 5 members of Unicorns of Love barreling down the river, want to take control of the situation. And as you said, Rix haven't been pulling the trigger as much as they usually do. They've just been making the smart trades, which is never a bad thing, obviously. But it's a little bit of a different side to them. That's a lot of poke coming down from a friend on the Ezreal as the Dragon is started up by Doom. I can't see any real contest coming through from the Unicorns of Love. Coldstar is thinking about it, but he's going to Ragnarok and roll towards the enemy team. The objective is secured, but they might be able to get onto Stitch. He's going to be grounded and taken into the ultimate enemy. He has to go Golden to stay alive. Clue needs to be careful, but he goes up, goes down, doesn't hit any knockups, but keeps members alive. The first kill of the fight goes over to Doom. As you can see, Stitch getting into the back line. Coldstar goes down. Grizzly Q can't save him. Can he save himself? Yes, he can, but it's a double for the Kha'Zix. As Rix take 3, they take the tower, the Dragon as well. They're taking everything they can.
amazing play by Rix DD. I hope we get to see a replay of that one. In the meantime, we're just gonna go for the blue buff here in the enemy jungle. The Baron spawned in fairly short time, 10 seconds. There goes the replay. So we can see here how both teams have divided the efforts. Olaf going in first. Friend just trying to hit from behind because he's a natural. He doesn't really want to get in the middle of the team fight. And that's when things start looking grimy for Unicorns of Love. Being cornered under the tower, and even then, they don't really mind it. I mean, this player, Dim, is able to just play Kha'Zix and sacrifice himself, and including this situation might be one of those, just to protect the mid lane tower.
Friend isn't here yet, though, and neither is Snitch. And Unicorns of Love could have pulled the trigger a little bit more than they did, but now they're looking to get the charm. Can't land it onto Clue, who's looking for the taunt. Will be able to do so, but Kha'Zix is dead. The ultimatum lands, but it's under tower. Needs to be careful. Snitch putting down a decent amount onto the Olaf, but he's able to run away. It's a pick for Unicorns of Love, but they can't get much off the back of it.
Once again, I think Renekton and Braum in this case are quite buff right now. Quite tanky, so they can survive easily.
The fight is re-engaged. They get the charm on the Snitch. He's going to explode in mid-air as Leon needs to back away. It's a 3v5. Clue, Friend, and Leon standing against the Unicorns of Love combined might. The charm won't land onto the Ezreal this time around. And it looks like they're going to be able to stand under the tower, but Unicorns of Love will be able to take down the bricks. They're going to get a lot of damage down. Can Clue get a good taunt? Yes, he can. Onto just the Kai'Sa, but the Kai'Sa's the target. Phaeton goes low, but walks away. Will fall eventually as ZachQ is out of there. Rix GG continue to chase. So Doom goes low. Will have to dive into the blue buff, but might go down to it. Will be able to get away. Clue does the same on what must have been single-digit health. Oh, that was a close fight, but fewer people died than we expected.
This is when I regret Coolstar and Snail Lane not having Knight with them, because that will have been the perfect time to do so. But in any case, a really good team fight coming up from both teams, particularly from Unicorns of Love. Rix is, I think, experts in turning team fights around. It seems like they're going to lose, and then they don't. So really good strategy from them. Now, next stop, the Baron alive right there on the Rift. Will they take it? Will they not take it? Unicorns of Love is a little bit far away, but have noticed their intentions, know what they want to do, even though their vision here is not quite good. Let's look at their replay here. The turret was falling dry then. Leon had to hide behind the bush, and now you have a Snail Lane completely full of life, trying to get rid of the remaining enemies who were going to get away quite easily.
Yeah, it was very touch and go for a couple of them, but they did manage to get away in the end, as you mentioned. But Rix still in a pretty decent spot. They've got an extra tower down. Grizzly Q gonna be chunked on the Lulu, forced to back away. But Snitch isn't there, Leon's not there, so there's no real follow-up to the situation. They have to decide where they want their next target to be, where the next fight is going to take place for Rix, and if Unicorns of Love decide to respond. Obviously, something like the Baron or one of the inhibitor towers is a must, but there aren't really that many obvious options for Rix. They're lying in wait in this bush. They're trying to see if they can catch anyone out, but the answer is no.
What is your vision, Unicorns? Like, I see the vision there on the Stone of Baron, but what is your vision in your own jungle where they can easily attack?
What are you going to do, Doom? Who are you looking at? Who looks tasty? ZachQ looks a little bit tasty, but he's got Lulu on top of him. He's got Coolstar on top of him on the Olaf. It's just going to be the dragon at the end of the day. It's not fine cuisine. It's not fine dining like Kai'Sa is. But, hey, it's an objective.
I mean, better than nothing, I guess. It's a dragon. Yes, this is an objective. But for now, Unicorns of Love seems to be the ones taking the lead, trying to chase a little bit here. They know they are being watched, but the thing is, they don't have vision. Once again, vision is important, you guys. Just buy words and do that, please. This is advice for everyone who's watching, including me. So, for now, looking for a team fight right there. Oh, and that was lost by Snitch. Let's see if they can do
Leon
something.
dives forward. The fight's being kicked off. Olaf is big in the backline, but Leon gets the dominance down to make himself huge. The damage coming in. ZachQ on the backline, though. Can he get targets? They managed to get the first kill of the fight. Leon burns down as well. But Unicorns of Love in for retreat. Doom has to go golden in order not to take a massive amount on the backside, but allows Unicorns of Love to look for the re-engage. Camille will be able to run away. Has to go golden himself. Can Snitch find this time? Can Doom find the assassination? They will be able to find the kills, and will look for a little bit more. Friend is almost full health, but gets chunked out by Sneeland. And is not going to be able to continue too much further. Snitch is there in support. They're going to ride forward. Can they get on top of the Ahri? The blue buff is rolling. The damage is coming through. Cole's move forward, but Stone Snitch. The damage is there from the Corgi. Can he get a second? Yes, he can! He grabs the second, and Friend moves forward. Rix are going to go for the objectives. They can go for the inhibitor tower. Could they get a little bit more?
My gosh, what did just happen? They got the waves, they got everything in their hands to win this one. Unicorns of Love being left defenseless right there. Again, they had no vision, they couldn't expect exactly what was about to happen. Look at this now, the teleport coming from Fran. The Baron is gonna be theirs, Vapoon.
Yeah, it should be. Members of Unicorns of Love are making a beeline for it, but it's going down too quickly. They've got Kha'Zix, they've got Ezreal. There's just no world where this one isn't taken before members can contest. And it's going to be simple as that for Rix. They get the smite. Will they go for the fight? They get onto Zaxu. He goes big and has to flash away, though. They turn towards members of Unicorns, but it looks like Leon's the one in trouble. Snitch also goes exceptionally low, but gets over the wall. They're looking for the chase now. Unicorns cannot let them get away. They need to get any blue buffs they can off their opponents, but the answer to how many they can get is 0. Rix GG, they get away scot-free.
Something I've noticed consistently on teamfights by Unicorns of Love is how they keep on picking on Leon and Clue, the two tankiest members of the enemy team. We're gonna see it right here. Okay, Leon takes the lead, which makes sense for him to be focused on, but then again, Kalu is the second one being targeted. It's Snitch being able to hit just freely right there. Why? Once again, the question is why they are doing damage. Why not focus them before? Like, get rid of the damage dealers in the team. That's the basic. But Unicorns of Love right now having a little bit of a last chance to do something with this game and not lose entire series in a 3-0.
Well, it's the 3-0 that they're staring down the barrel of right now. They've got the Baron buff against them. They've got very strong members on Rix. In the top lane, the Crocodile diving on forward, but it's 2v1, needs to be careful. But there's the heroic entrance, there's the knockup. Phaeton gets caught out by the taunt, needs to be careful. He's gone golden into stasis. Unicorns Love all got away for now, but one member has been left behind. They manage to get onto Phaeton, he goes down. They're looking to put pressure wherever they can. Rix GG are keeping it on, and they're going to move towards these inhibitor towers. Which one are they going to be focusing? They've got the wave top, so that is going to be the target alongside the mid lane, which is actually going to be the first one to crumble. 16.5 minutes into this game. Can they get the engage? Can they get the fight? That would win them the game. That would win them the series. They're putting the poke down. They've got a big minion wave, but they decide to back away.
Backing away is the wise decision in this case. Is if you are not sure that you can secure the Nexus, then why risk it, Exactly. That's something that many teams have tried to do. We saw Team KSO doing that, like being like, oh yeah, I can take the Nexus. You don't have a whiff to do so. How are you going to take the Nexus if he's going to keep on hitting you? But in this case, Rix, they've been a little bit wiser in the situation, knowing that the Infernal Dragon 2 is going to spawn in just 10 seconds. Perfect opportunity to catch up onto Unicorns of Love, get a few kills in there, and just go for the win.
Now, the question is, where's this big team fight going to happen? It has to be around the Elder Infernal Dragon, surely. Surely this huge objective is going to be the battleground, because if the Unicorns of Love can steal it away, or if they can manage to get it themselves, that could be their way back into this game. But losing a team fight at this point is disastrous. Minion waves crashing mid, crashing bot with supers in tow. Unicorns of Love, they're going for it. They're rushing towards this objective. They need to take it if they can. But Rix have got wind and they're going to go for the fight. Members are going pretty low though. Leon well below half health, and they're going to lose members off the back. Big knockup. But can Zaxu do anything? He's trying to get any assassination that he possibly can. But the Corgi is the only one he's going to be able to revive in the backline. Friend gets the damage down. Unicorns of Love are routed away from the objective. Friend keeps free at base. The base though, it's being targeted by these minions. More are coming in. If the backs are stopped, it could be disastrous. But Cold Start is here. The dragon is going to be started up by Rix this time around. It looks like they're not going to be able to close off, but I thought the minions were going to end it right there.
The minions once again having to have a paycheck rise in there, as our previous guest mentioned. But Rix doesn't just care. They want to win the game. They want to win it right now.
Right now, Coldstone and Grizzly are going it, but they don't care about the enemy champions. They care about the Nexus. It's the clean sweep. Rix are going to the finals.
They definitely are on a 3-0 series, which I honestly didn't expect.
I mean, we had our 5-game series at the beginning of the day that people didn't expect. So, of course, this one has to be the quick 3-0, but all credit to Rix. This is a different team to the one we saw yesterday.
Absolutely.
I mean, you can hear it there. Leon being as vocal as ever, just right at the end. Mental Edge, he's yelling in the studio. The guys, they seem cool, calm, and collected, in high spirits. And most of the team, stone cold killers, let's face it like that. They're not like Unicorns of Love or Team KSO, where everyone erupts when moments are happening. They stay calm, they play their game, and they ultimately come out with the 3-0 victory. Rix GG, therefore, they're going through to tomorrow to face Team Queso in that grand final. But let's take a look back at this series for now. Carmeline, I've got to ask you as well, like, what do you think was one of the main factors of success here for Rix GG in this matchup?
I think they were finally able to play quite well around. Leon Doom did an amazing job on, for me, the turret top, the Snitch. Finally stepping up is something that I think we really need to see. Them rely on someone else. That finally happens. I'm glad for them.
I mean, we don't usually associate Leon as being that Renekton player. It's quite an unusual pick for them, Will. How do you think he fared today playing the Crocodile? I know it's a pick you personally love.
I love this champion, and of course Carmen hates him, so that's even better. I think he played exceptionally well. I think everyone on Rix really stepped up. He wasn't necessarily given the same level of attention that we might have expected going into the tournament just by what we'd seen previously, but he was doing everything right. He was able to dive on through. He was being an initiator for his team, and he was stepping up where he needed to. So massive credit there, but I have to echo Carmeline with the idea that Snitch and Friend as well, want to give massive props, really stepped up in this series. And as I said, yesterday, questions, today, answers.
I mean, Friend yesterday was a player we kind of highlighted that may have had some LAN jitters. Carmeline.
I have to highlight Clue too, because we've highlighted every single person.
Okay, that's fine. Doing a bit of a democracy here, but what we were saying about Friend anyway was a player we definitely looked as though maybe felt a little bit jittery on the LAN environment and maybe didn't perform yesterday, so it's great for them to step up. But enough from us, let's throw it over to Kid, and he's grabbed Snitch from Rix to talk about their victory.
Yeah, thank you very much, Trid. And honestly, that was a massive shift in performance. I remember talking to you yesterday. You said, first day, it happens. We're going to turn it on tomorrow. What did you identify that would give you the edge versus Unicorns of Love here? What was the biggest thing for you that kind of allowed you to come into this series feeling confident, you know, all the way from start to end?
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest thing Unicorns of Love showed yesterday is they had a really interesting draft pattern, essentially. Like, they played a lot of unique champions. And that meant that once we kind of identified those, and especially watching other teams play against them, like we saw the Rakan ban come through, and that's something that we were inspired by, because obviously Grizzly played an amazing Rakan in our game, like completely tore us apart, I won't even deny it. So I think we identified kind of like one of their key play styles, and they obviously like this Lulu style as well. But I think kind of once they'd showed all their cards, we were able to kind of predict what they wanted to do a little bit easier.
And for you guys, what was your kind of strategy in terms of your own draft? Like, what style were you looking to play? I know you talked a lot about that you hadn't shown much on day one, so coming into day two, you had a lot more to show. Like, was there a specific style that you liked to play, or was it just that you were trying to work on game by game?
I mean, I think even in this series, we played different comps every game. You know, we had like the Galio hard engage with the Wukong, and then we had like the Corki kind of peel front to back style. I mean, I think that's one of our strengths as a team, is that we're able to kind of shift and adjust to different styles, whether it's like playing around Leon being this big split pusher, or playing a defensive front to back. Like, especially Leon, I think, has expanded his hero pool a lot with things like Renekton, where he's able to actually play tanks now, which is quite nice. But yeah, I think we just kind of like wanted to mold and adapt to what they wanted to do, because I think we're actually really good at doing that. So that's kind of our mindset towards the series.
I was actually off screen, and I said, Leon's playing Renekton? but you know, it's a big shift for you guys, and clearly you've came in much more confident today, you know, going to those grand finals tomorrow, which is a best of 7, which you're going to go up against Team Queso. I want to now get your thoughts on that first series, Gamelord versus Queso. What went wrong for Gamelord, and what did Queso do you think did so well in that series to give them an edge there? I
mean, I think honestly Ruiz and Andrezed were just completely phenomenal today, especially like game 1 Ruiz was like super insane under Diana. I was losing my mind. We were all watching it backstage and or like in the studio, and we were all just like going crazy over Ruiz during these crazy Diana plays. It was super cool to see them really turn it on. I mean, I don't know, it's so weird. There's always been this weird rock, paper, scissors within Europe between us, Gamelord, and Queso. We actually don't play Gamelord much in tournaments, but whenever we scrim against them, and then whenever we do play them, it always feels like they have our number, and the games are like, we have to be 110% to even have a chance. And then whenever Queso play Gamelord, they somehow beat them, like fairly convincingly most of the time. We're always really surprised by it, and then we end up beating Queso. So hopefully that pattern sticks, and we keep going for that one tomorrow, because I mean, that's kind of the game plan, you know? We normally beat Queso, so hopefully we can maintain that going into the finals.
I got a question about Leon. Every team has that voice, right? When you're in game, Cold Star for Unicorns of Love, Ruiz for Team Queso. Over on the side of Gamelord, you've got a mix between Zefter and Random, really kind of being that big voice redemption as well. you guys, does it help having that in-game? Does having that vocal leader that's hyping you up and getting you going in-game, is that something that you really appreciate in like a LAN environment?
I mean, I think it's definitely something we gained from day one as well, as we weren't shouting that much, and clearly that was holding us back, because all the teams that are shouting a lot are doing really well. So we decided that Leon should be shouting more in today's games, and yeah, he really turned it up today, to about 11. So while I may be deaf, at least we won the game, and we can take that away.
No, Leon was, I think that's really good as well, because I think, knowing you guys specifically, you're a bit more, like we said, silent, cold hard killers, really, for the most part. You don't do the shouting. But Leon's definitely that personality for you, so that's fantastic. And of course, tomorrow is that best of 7. Have you thought about what lies beyond the Origin series, the Horizon Cup later on in the year?
Yeah, I mean, I think we've definitely, now that we know about it, it's definitely a great opportunity, and we'd love to definitely participate in playing the global teams. I mean, looking at teams like OMG and the Southeast Asian teams from around the world, and, even North America, who are apparently pretty good from what I've heard, but I've yet to see it. It's really exciting to have this international opportunity ahead of us should we be able to win tomorrow. So I think it's definitely something we're all looking to achieve and be a part of. It'd be a really cool experience.
I'm very much looking forward to the quadruple mid-strat as well. Anyway, for the time being, Snidge, thank you so much, mate. It's been a really wonderful day of semi-finals. You guys played fantastically, 3-0. You should be very proud. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Kiernan and Snitch. He's going to have his ears tested after Leon shouting, apparently, but we love to hear it. Vocal leader in the team. It always adds some extra energy to the LAN environment, and that's been one of the best parts this weekend, seeing all of those players turn up the energy, turn up the enthusiasm. But that's it for day number 2. We've had 2 semi-finals. I think the first one, definitely the more unexpected of the 2 when it comes to outcomes. But when it comes to that first series in particular, a personal highlight for me that stands out was the performance and the time, the effort that Ruiz put in. I'm going to look at another play here, this quadra kill that was basically a penta, and I think it was testament or one of the main factors of why Queso were able to come away with the 2-game lead that early into this series.
I completely agree, and such a strong performance individually from him and the rest of Team Queso, coming in with that upset, taking away the victory and booking themselves a ticket to the final tomorrow.
Oh, it's going to be so exciting tomorrow, but Carmeline, got to do a little bit of reflection. What about you? What's been a favourite moment for you today?
I thought you were about to ask me about Team Queso once again. Okay, so...
I'm toning that down, don't worry.
Thank you. For me, Game 2, this series, right now, in Colors of Love versus RixGG, I really loved this clip right there. You could see that how the Dragon Voice right there, but look at the team fight. Really interesting there how RixGG was kind of establishing their superiority, but Unicorns of Love wasn't really giving up. And I think that was a really important element that we've seen consistently throughout this series.
And William, last but not least, favourite moment of the day, hit me with it.
It has to be the Baron steal in that first series, doesn't it? The play coming through, we broke it down, and yeah, a lot of it was on Gamelord, maybe not setting up 100% correctly, but all credit going through Team Queso, played the fight to perfection, got the steal as well, and then brought themselves that second win. It wasn't the clean sweep like we saw in this game, but honestly, while this was a 3-0 in the second series, it didn't feel like any of the games were super out of control.
I mean, that bodes well for the level of competition that we've seen, because we have to look beyond just the Origin series. Horizon Cup, that's dare I say it, on the horizon, if you would. But there's also going to be further, I imagine, Wild Rift competition in the region. So Unicorns of Love showing up definitely bodes well for them. Why don't we pull up the bracket for today? Let's lock in the results and remind you, we've said it a few times now, what tomorrow's matchup looks like. We had Gamelord versus Team Queso going the distance. Queso pulling out the victory against Gamelord. Bit of an upset most would consider there. Unicorns of Love versus RixGG, kind of expected outcome, but it's good to see RixGG back in proper form. I think they needed that win today to go into that best of 7 grand final tomorrow against Team Queso. That is going to be an absolutely amazing series, because I feel like we saw Team Queso level up over the course of the tournament. RixGG are back on form. This is going to be an incredible grand final. I really hope you join us tomorrow, 1800 CEST. You do not want to miss this clash of champions.